All the girls are capable of winning a world title, but I really just want to show the world my best surfing.
Wow, that would be a real bummer to see him go from Final 5 to falling off tour, and I just like, right then, I just like, I'm not having this.
It's been such a big goal of mine this whole year. We're going to Fiji.
I really want to win. I'm not okay with losing.
I'm just waiting for the moment. It's a big opportunity.
No one is being rational when you're going out and surfing 10-foot waves. You're just really chasing a feeling.
I'm not really thinking. I just surf, you know?
I always believed, even when I thought hits were not going my way, I believed until the last second.
I think that's a big part of it, is really believing that you can do this. First and foremost, it needs to start in the mind. If you win the mind, then everything else just kind of follows.
I don't turn up ever to lose. I have a dream to win a world title, and let's make it 2025.
It's been 7 months since the start of the Lexus Pipe Pro. For these 10 surfers, those months were more than heats and highlight reels. They carried the weight of training and travel, of wins that lit them up, and losses that left them staring at the ceiling.
I want to win this thing so bad.
In between, the life part, joy, and heartbreak. That's what makes being here taste even sweeter. 2025 has given us breakout runs, close calls, and comebacks that feel like second chances.
Do you still believe that you are a world title contender?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, 5 men and 5 women have a shot to put it all on the line and become a world champion. At the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, presented by Corona Cero, history will be written. Hulan, good morning and welcome to Dawn Patrol here for the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, presented by Corona Cero. The boats are all loaded up with the best surfers in the world as they anticipate a big day for professional surfing. September 2nd this morning. This is the day that we've been waiting for. High fives from Griff to Bettylou. Jordy Smith, world number 2, making sure his quiver is all in the right places, and we've got some new set of fins for Yago Dora. Big announcement there, jumping on the FCS team, and we'll have Jack Robinson in that first title match with Italo Ferriera. That's been the matchup that's been on paper for weeks now. Griffin Colapinto, all shakas and smiles from world number 1, Molly Picklum. All these surfers coming from all different parts of the globe, working through 11 big events in the regular season to make the final 5 and starting to dream. Is it going to be their day? Will we be crowning world champions here at Cloudbreak for the first time in surfing history? As we take a look at this great lineup on the Fiji flight cam. Boats were rumbling out there on dark. All the Red Bull skis and the water patrol are anticipating a really big start to the morning. As you can see, this big playground called Cloudbreak, one of the best waves in the world in a dreamland here in Fiji. Thanks for being with us. We are at the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay host set. I'm Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Richie Lovett. I don't know if everybody got great sleep last night, you know, because this was the day that was targeted to wrap up the end of the season. And right now we're looking at the waves, and we'll see if it picks up so we can get a call on quickly.
I'm excited. I've just got nervous energy. I've got excitement. Just even watching those arrivals, seeing how all the surfers are preparing, who's out there for the early morning surf, who's decided to just cruise it back at Tabby. And, I mean, this whole year has amounted to this moment potentially today. And, yeah, well, I'm excited.
It was interesting, Rick, when we saw Katie Simmers, you know, she's cruising, maybe having some breakfast. She wasn't jumping on a boat. You know, she's the number 3 seed. She won last year. She kind of is planning her morning accordingly. Yago, on the other hand, he got a wave already. You know, he's the number 1 seed. probably just thinking, hey, I better get something under my feet before I wait for the rest of the day to compete for a world title.
100%. I really like his strategy, getting out there, getting a feel for it, shaking off any nerves if he had any at this point. Today's really about pacing and your moment and really just attacking when you have to. It's going to be a fun day. And, yeah, we might be on island time this morning, though, still. We're just sort of easing into it. But, yeah, very exciting.
Yeah, all messages are coming from out in the channel that we're still waiting on the official call. We know the swell is on the way. We're just going to see if it's consistent enough to get a quick start this morning. Match number 1's a big one for Jack Robinson and Italo Ferriera. Jack Robinson winning in Tahiti, not only got into the final 5, but took the 4th seed over Italo.
We've been looking at this match 1 for a while now on paper, and I guess everyone's been pretty excited because these two have a serious rivalry, right? We've seen it play out throughout the year. They've had these crazy matchups, these crazy paddle battles, you know, heats that are pretty consequential in the scheme of things. And I think it's really exciting. You've got a really contrast of energy as well. And I think that match 1 is really going to be deciding of whoever wins that potentially could go on that roll.
It's an interesting one, Rick, when you look at what these two have accomplished. You know, Jack's won pipe, Jack's won Tahiti. You look at Italo, he's won pipe, he's won Tahiti as well. You know, I think the theories are there with, hey, if it was Giant this morning, you'd lean towards Jack. Now that things are being a little bit more delayed, we'll see how the favorites could change in that first match.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one, you know, and everyone's, the talk all week has been, it's going to be huge, it's going to be really big, and Jack's just so in tune with those sort of waves. It is perhaps looking a little bit smaller for the start of today, so does that change things? In the warm-ups, Italo has been looking so fast, and I was actually thinking, you know, if it's big, that speed that Italo has, it sort of doesn't really matter because there's a pace to Cloudbreak when you're surfing it and a rhythm to it. You could actually like outrun it. You can go too far out in the face of the wave. So being it a little smaller this morning, you know, perhaps the needle just shifts a little bit back to Italo, but look, we know it is going to be a crazy matchup. These two guys want it more than anything. And, you know, Jack's got that momentum coming in from Tahiti. Will he keep that going? It's all to see.
Remember, all high seeds start with priority in this format. If it's on today, you'll see the number 4 seed with priority over 5 and so on. We've got Griff at the number 3, then the Big Brew, Jordy Smith, the number 2 seed in his first feeling of this Final 5 format. 2-time runner-up in the world, looking to accomplish his goal potentially later on this afternoon. And then Yago Dora, world number 1, saw his family, his parents, his sister at the buffet here at the Marriott this morning, and they look just all smiles, all calm, and you kind of expect that from the Dora family, just that inner spirit of calmness. I think that's going to go a long way and connect with Yago Dora.
Oh, I just think, you know, I think back to the practice sessions that we saw and how connected he looks. He looks great. He was one of the standouts to me. I think, you know, him, Italo, I mean, Italo with that speed, but Yago just has this silky smooth style. I think his approach is really good. We've heard that excerpt, you know, from WSL where he just sits there and he goes, you know what, I'm looking at this as not something to lose, but I've got something to gain here still. And I'm not going to be watching, you know, those people who are coming for me. This is still within my control and I have something to gain here. I think that's the right mindset. And yeah, the fact that he's already out there for a free surf this morning, just, you know, getting his feet in the wax before potentially watching, you know, that competitor come towards him, I think is a great choice.
And it seems like he's got a good idle, doesn't he, like on an engine? He can just ramp up when he's ready and just come right back down. You know, he's not going peaking too high or too low before game day. So now let's check out the women's road to Molly Picklum, starting with match number 1. 2023 world champ Caroline Marks will start with priority over Bettylou Sakura Johnson. And Rick, Bettylou in this format for the first time.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of interesting having a look at this matchup. Caroline with all the experience, the world title already, the goofy footer coming in, and Bettylou somewhat inexperienced in this format. So that could potentially play a little factor here, you know, as cool and calm as she's been all week and happy and smiles. Shell collecting and cruising out on Tabby there, you know, today there'd be nerves for sure. You know, this is an opportunity for her to you know, realize a dream that you have when you're a little girl. You know, I'm going to be a world champ one day, and this is that day. So those nerves, she's going to need to contain those. Caroline, on the other hand, has been looking really good. Again, we keep referencing these free surfs as we see Griff up and riding. But yeah, I feel like to me that it's Caroline's to lose that opening heat. But you know, this is surfing. Anything is possible, and throw in the Well, throwing the wild card of the ocean, anything's possible.
Griffin Colapinto showing you the morning conditions this morning, so we're anticipating it to be maybe firing, and it's just a little bit delayed. We can still real clean, rippable conditions for Griff. Now Jordy Smith lighting up some sections. One of the best backhands in the world, and the 37-year-old will step off. So we're getting word from the tower. We're just taking a little bit of time to assess these conditions before we see what we are going to be planning on starting today. Let's get some more insight out on the channel. Standing on the roof of the Red Bull Athlete Zone, our good friend Ronnie Blakey. Bula, my friend.
Bula Joey, Bula team, Bula everyone watching and tuned in, waiting for a potential world title showdown today on the top deck of the Red Bull Athlete Zone. There's not a better view of this lineup, and we are waiting for that energy to fill in. We're going to have a call at 7:30, potential start at 8 a.m. But I'm telling you, the swell has definitely started to fill in. We've just seen some of the biggest sets of the morning roll in. Conditions are clean. We just saw that wave of Griffin, absolutely ripped it apart. Yago got out there nice and early, I think anticipating that he's going to have to wait a long time to get his next session, obviously. But the surfing has been very strong. Saw Caroline Marks out there earlier. Everyone's getting their final little tweaks done and getting prepped for a potential run here, Joey. It's really exciting. Like I said, it's a stunning morning, and I can feel the pressure building just underneath me. A lot of the competitors still on the boat, and the energy has shifted. It's different in anticipation of getting underway.
Ronnie, it's been great getting your updates from what's been happening on the island through all these lay days that we've had that were pretty obvious, but this was the day that's been targeted. You know, tell us what happened last night as far as competitors were concerned, and what the vibe was like first thing on dark, as everyone was wondering if it was going to be on.
Yeah, it was a bit of a ghost town around the mess hall last night, the restaurant there on Tavarua. It was really quiet. The surfers were definitely kind of keeping to themselves. Well wishes between each of the competitors as they made their way back to their berets and off to bed for the night. But it was an early evening, Joe, as you could imagine. Probably a few sleepless nights for some people. I slept like a rock. No pressure on us today, mate. It's going to be unbelievable to watch this all unfold from out here in the channel.
Hey, Ronnie, Thor showed up yesterday, did he?
Yep, the God of Lightning. He turned up. Chris Hemsworth, a really keen surfer. His boys, his twins are so psyched on surfing, and they had school holidays, so he wanted to give them the opportunity to watch this monumental world title showdown unfold, and yeah, it was really cool to have a chat with him.
Love it, Ron. We'll be checking in with you throughout the day today. Looking sharp out there on the top of the boat. He's watching the morning sessions unfold in really rippable, playful Cloudbreak conditions. And as we saw the buildup of this whole week, we were wondering, is it going to be on the outside ledge? Are we going to restaurants? Which just goes into the headspace of a competitor. You know, we're wondering, we're kind of splitting our minds together, wondering what we'd see today. And now we're throwing a little wild card. So far, in more playful conditions at Cloudbreak, and if you're competing today, you've got to be really ready to adjust.
I think it's crazy because all week there's the chatter about it, the forecast, this carrot dangling, the swell at the end of the waiting period. I just think if you're a competitor, you just try and block all that out, because whatever it is on the day, it is. And it's the same for everyone, right? So I just think right now, yes, okay, this morning it's looking a bit smaller, but I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see that swell fill in. It is a bit less, you know, period swell, you know, looking at 12 seconds. So it's moving a little bit slower. And I wouldn't be surprised if by lunchtime this afternoon we start to see some pretty solid sets.
Certain surfers like Bettylou, she won 2 events on a driver 3.0 model. You know, something where she's like, I'll use that if it's smaller. She might go, I get to use my magic board today, potentially. We'll see what she ends up on. As we say a big good morning to longtime boatman out here at Tavarua. Our good friend Strider Wazalewski's in the channel, ready to go. Waz, how's your morning going?
Bula, Vinaka. I'm actually on the peak. We could have a set coming. Morning's amazing. Beautiful conditions, super clean, just like a light offshore, about 3 feet right now, but the last 2 sets that came through, very promising. All the way over there on the corner, pushing down, actually just setting up for the best waves of the day so far. So I think we have a 12-second period, which means that swell was moving slowly through the water to get here. The deeper the period, the faster the waves go by. But this swell is arriving, and we can see it happening as we speak. You can see the lines on the horizon, so I'm pretty excited. It's all about to happen right now.
Like it, Strider. Like your new positioning. Is this where you're going to be sitting throughout the day today?
Well, I think we're going to move down, you know, just a little bit closer to the channel in the heats, but you never know. If you're out here and you're like, you know, you get to see Italo back here. He's just preparing. We saw Jordy, you know, we got like the paddle buys from Griff. You get that energy from everybody. Jack Robinson, and you really get the feeling of how they're looking and their tempo and their energy and like that kind of like guttural feeling of, is it in the stomach? Is it like in the shoulders, in the heart, or is it in the head? And you can just kind of almost see it on each athlete. It's amazing.
Strider, I saw a couple of waves. I mean, we know how Cloudbreak can be really fun at any size. Amazing backhand surfing from Griff to Jordy. I saw a really fun one from Yago this morning. Who have been the standouts from what you've seen from the water?
You know, from the water, I just see big Christmas trees from the back because I'm out here on the peak. So, but to be honest, it's just looking like we're gonna have the star of the day will be the waves when they because right now it's just pure skate park, and as it rises, we're gonna get to see the meat of that inside section, and I feel like that's what we're really gonna enjoy, is gonna see that stand up out the back. We're gonna get that roll in, and then we're gonna be all the way down on the end with all the power and shallowness of the reef and shish kebab section. I just can't wait.
Happiness, Waz. Enjoy the morning. We'll check in with you in a little bit. Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you, brother.
Loving his time here at the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, presented by Corona Cero. Remember, at J Bay, we had a big rule update for this format that we've been enjoying since 2021. You know, this is 2025, and the big shift was really to reward regular season performance. And for the yellow jerseys, they're in a position to close things out in that first heat. So for Yago and for Molly Picklum, they're going, hey, 2 waves, and I got the world title.
That simple, Joey, isn't it? If only it was. I think, you know, obviously with that, the world #1 can win the world title just by winning that first heat. That's a lot of pressure if you allow it to be, right? It's super simple, but I mean, when you're watching someone come from behind like that, they get all that momentum, just to say you're in that 4th or 5th seed, you've had the reps on the board, you've felt the ocean, you've been connected to it. Is it an advantage? Is it a disadvantage? I think it's an advantage. I mean, you're 2 waves away. But yeah, wow.
Whoever the challenger is as well, Rick, is just going to be going, okay, well, this is my shot. I'm all out in that first title match. There's not going to be a settling type of feeling at all in those world title heats.
It's true. It's going to be equally as pressure-filled for whoever's coming to join that #1 seed as it is for the #1 seed, you know. But yeah, it's a really cool rule. I actually like it. I think it's you know, well deserved for the #1 surfer to have that ability to just close it out really quickly in that one heat. And yeah, it's going to be great. You know, this swell, it's on the way. We know it's coming. It's kind of like Hawaii though. It can really pick up quite quickly over here. So I think, you know, in the next hour or two, we're going to see this ocean come to life, and we're going to get this train moving.
Good call, Rick. Flick, you know, we're going to get Kevin Wallace on the phone from Surfline coming up next on Dawn Patrol to get some more insight and the specifics on what the waves are going to be doing in the next hour or so. We'll be right back. It was a gorgeous opening ceremony at the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. Got to hear some beautiful words from Deputy Prime Minister Bill Navoka. A lot of great dancing, a lot of great music. And at this time, we'd like to acknowledge the Vanua of Nabila and Momi, the Turanga, Natui, Tamba, Nivoniwai for endorsing this event and providing access to Cloudbreak and the surrounding areas. The fantastic news from the Deputy Prime Minister was also announced that we're coming back all the way through 2029. And we're thrilled to be here with the locals, the hospitality, the beauty of paradise, and world-class waves. Plenty to choose from right now. The world's best are warming up at Cloudbreak. If you're just joining us, next call is coming up in about 10 minutes or so. Renato Hickel, head judge Lily Ferriera, still in the tower making a decision on how quickly we could potentially start our world title day to wrap up 2025. Flick and Rick, we've just been hammering every type of scenario that could possibly unfold, really ever since the final finished in Tahiti. And here we are, we're just so close to getting it done.
Just so close, Joey. I think it's been crazy. And, we've seen these couple of practice surf sessions as well, and just being able to see where everyone's at, where, who's connected, who's looking really fast out there. I mean, different board changes. We've seen it all, and we are that close now, Joey.
Yeah, we saw everyone loading up this morning, Rick. They're bringing everything. Like you mentioned before we went to break, things can change quickly out there, and this wave could have a completely different profile by this afternoon.
100%, and I think this is the perfect example of the uniqueness of surfing as a competitive sport. You can't get too far ahead of yourself. You need to stay right in that moment. You can't have like a preconceived idea of what's actually going to happen because you don't really know until that moment presents in front of you. Everyone perhaps would have been thinking it's going to be big, and like we've been speculating all week about what it's going to be like. But this is what we've got right here in front of us. So adjustments and being agile and being able to make those little last-minute shifts as a competitor, that's going to be really important today. And we're possibly going to see it change as the day goes on. Maybe they're starting on their short boards by this afternoon. They might be on their step-ups. This is what I'm saying. It's all unknown at this point, which is adding to the excitement of today.
And you're always curious who'd be carrying the most nerves, in the day like today. And what's been proven in the last handful of years in this format was kind of going to the #1 seed of going, I've got something to lose. However, with Molly and Yago, they're watching this format. Molly's been a part of it multiple times. They have a kind of a different demeanor. Shannon Waller caught up with both of them in the lead up, and they've got a real sense of confidence, leading up into today.
Oh, I think, they both do, but for me, a standout is Molly. I think it's undeniable, her confidence. Even just the way she's carrying herself. I mean, we went for a little field trip to Tabarua the other day, and, just watching everyone around the island. Molly's also spent some time here at Momi Bay over the last week. And I think it's so evident. I think it's oozing. She's like, okay, I've got this. Like, I've got the confidence. I know how well I've performed all year. The momentum that I carried through the back half of the year, especially, with those 4 finals appearances, I just think, for me, it's undeniable with Molly.
Awesome time to catch up. Director of Forecasting over at Surfline, a good friend of ours, Kevin Wallace, joins us on the show. Good morning, Kevin. Thanks for being with us.
Bula, good morning. Happy to be here.
Great shirt, by the way. I could use that one day. Anyways, getting into September 2nd. This was the day that was targeted, to crown our world champions. We're seeing a nice, beautiful morning with great conditions. What are you seeing from your end?
Yeah, we've got the new swells just starting to fill in a little bit, and it's been a little bit slow. That actually isn't completely unexpected, given what the storm has done. Kind of the last, really anywhere from the last 18 to 48 hours or so. This swell is going to be picking up through the afternoon today. Actually should be seeing a decent push from mid to late morning. So sometime in the 9 to 11 window, I think is when we'll see more and more energy just start to fill in. We actually have a floating buoy that's about 750 miles away from Tabarua that gives a decent heads up on when swell will arrive. So it looks like this swell's going to be picking up throughout the afternoon. And it's actually going to hold good energy into tomorrow morning, Wednesday morning. So the needle we have to thread, obviously, is just the swell filling in and then the wind staying favorable. It's beautiful right now. We've got light trades, offshore green conditions. We'll see how long that lasts. I feel good about the trades lasting through around 9 to 10 o'clock. And then that late morning window is when things start to get a little squirrely. Starting to swirl around, maybe come up onshore, and probably will come up onshore, sometime in the later morning to midday window. We'll see how strong it gets. My fingers are crossed that what I'm thinking is going to be incorrect and we just have light winds and we can go all day. But if not, we'll have to audible, and whether that's going to restaurants this afternoon or potentially pushing into tomorrow, we'll see. And Renato will make the call on that, obviously.
Awesome. Thank you, Kevin. And I've been loving the updates the last few days. I know you've been busy with that, giving us all possible scenarios. Let's bring up your wonderful charts on Surfline, and I'd love for you to break this all down for us, because it was all coming down to September 2nd. The beautiful forecast for Cloudbreak, setting up for our world titles. Kevin, what are you seeing here?
Yeah, so this is a storm. The storm that's being highlighted by that pulsating circle is a storm that's set up this swell. And that's going to be filling through this afternoon into tomorrow. Here's our wind. It's a complicated wind regime. You try and get a sea breeze that sets up, and when and where exactly it sets up is the real question. So a little bit slower this morning, but 1.5 to almost 2 times as large this afternoon, going several feet overhead. Probably big sets, probably pushing double overhead this afternoon. Just everyone cross your fingers that wind can hold up. That's that needle that we have to thread.
Thank you so much, Kevin, as we'll give you a nice view here of our live conditions. We've seen some great laughs, man, on this performance size at Cloudbreak. As you know, Kevin, man, it's already going to be a great show, but with that building swell is just going to add a lot of drama leading up into our world title matches. If you could just give us a breakdown of what you're seeing there with our live camera shot.
Sure, it looks like this is kind of just one of the smaller to maybe mid-sized waves from what I understand this morning. The swell period's a little bit shorter on this swell, it's around 11 to 13 seconds. That's not ideal for Cloudbreak, but it's okay, and we'll still see good waves. That swell period should stretch out just a little bit as we move through the afternoon. And one of the reasons we were interested in watching Restaurants too is because this swell period is great for Restaurants, actually. You get more energy that's able to wrap into Restaurants when that swell period's a little bit shorter. It's not focusing at Cloudbreak quite as much. So more playful, the playful clean end right now. We should see more size through the afternoon. Should see some more barrels develop this afternoon as we see more size fill in off that new southwest swell.
Yeah, it looks like everyone's got to be well prepared. We've seen just standard shortboards. We've seen some serious step-ups as well, because I think everyone in title match 1 they're planning on being there all day into the afternoon to meet up with either Yago or Molly Picklum. Yeah, nice to break down the swell periods and those intervals. From a 12-second interval, what we're seeing about at the moment, how much are we going to see that increase, when this swell does peak today?
Not substantially, but we'll see a little increase, probably by about a second or so. So, we're looking at morning looked like probably 11 to 13 second energy this afternoon, stretching out just a little bit, 12 to 14 seconds. So not a crazy increase in swell period, but every little bit counts at this point. A little bit more swell period, a little bit more swell size. It's all going to help the Cloudbreak this afternoon.
And with that onshore flow, we've had a lot of events out here, Kevin, where we've finished big events, with, an onshore wind. Would there be a chance where it's actually really contestable and still world class?
Sure, it's all dependent on how strong it gets. It looks like it could be anywhere from 5 to 12 knots. If it's on the light end of that spectrum, that's very contestable and still very good. At 5 knots southwest wind, you're still looking at basically classy conditions, especially as the surf size picks up and the consistency picks up. If we get to the stronger end of that spectrum, around 10 to 12 knots, it gets tougher. That's when you've got more bump. Still contestable, but it would be largely turns versus any sort of barrels. And that type of wind too tends to be pretty good at Restaurants. So we'll see. Again, my guess is, or my thinking is that we'll probably be on the stronger end of that spectrum, unfortunately, but I wouldn't mind being wrong in this situation.
Thank you, Kevin. And hey, by the way, if you're just writing down your dream forecast for Cloudbreak on what you'd want on the best day, what would that be as far as interval, swell direction, and wind direction as well?
Are we talking for me or are we talking for competitors?
For competitors, yeah. And for you at the other end, yeah. Let's do both.
For competitors, I love to see, bigger, like kind of maxing inner ledge Cloudbreak. So that's like in the double to just about triple overhead range. And so you wouldn't need a lot of swell. You just want long period. you know, like 4 to 5 foot swell at 17 to 19 seconds would do that handily. You'd see incredible waves. You'd probably see some washers, but some really, really good waves just hitting that inside ledge perfectly. So those would be the numbers I would look for like perfect kind of inside ledge.
And what about for yourself?
I don't want that much size myself. I would shave some size off the deep water swell height, but I'd keep the period long as well. So, you know, 3-ish feet at 17 seconds is really good cloud break for most of the rest of us.
Gosh, what a venue. What a beautiful wave. And thanks so much for your time, Kevin. Love your work. Thanks for joining us on a giant day for professional surfing. I love your work.
Yeah, Vinaka, good luck. Hopefully we see some great waves fill in through the morning here.
Awesome. Kevin Wallace, Director of Forecasting at Surfline, guiding us through every single lay day and still with us on the phone. You can just dial him up just like that and tells you what he's seeing on the fly. This thing, you know, going into the paces slowly. We've seen some really rippable, high-performance conditions, but I'm getting excited, man, just to see this ocean lift, you know, especially as we get to the pointy end where we're talking about the World Championship.
I mean, look, regardless, the swell is on its way. I think, you know, everyone just calm down. It's coming. It's coming. It's just going to, I think it's just filling in. I think it's already been promising from the very early hours of this morning. I feel like I've seen, you know, those sets start to increase in size. And, I mean, that's the beauty of the ocean, right? You just can never quite pick it. And anyway, in the next couple of days, though, regardless, there is swell on the way.
True.
And they'll be ready for everything as we get this one going. Caroline Marks, Bettylou Sakura Johnson, Jack Robinson, Italo Ferriera in those first matches of the morning. Strider still bobbing around out there in the lineup. What have we missed since we last talked to you?
You know, just a little look into, like, okay, the finals are here. The best surfers in the world are here. We're extended to 2029. If you haven't already booked a ticket down here to be in the water with the best surfers in the world before their heats start, I mean, it's the feeling of these people who are out here surfing with everybody. The grin on their face is ear to ear. They're watching their favorite surfers paddle by them. They're saying hi to them. It's like being out on the court, you know, before a championship game for the Lakers. It's like you're out there on the wood and you're chilling and you know, here comes your favorite player in the world, and you can say hi to him and get a high five and watch him, you know, paddle into a wave and just tear the bag out of it. It's a unique experience to surfing, and I say buy a ticket to Fiji. Get down here next time and be in the water to watch and feel the energy with these guys, because it's second to none. It's so cool.
Love that, Strider. Strider, what about this warm-up session? You know, for some of them, they weren't sure how much time they'd get, so it's being extended as we've delayed the call here. Who's still out there and who's already come into the boat?
Well, we got Jack Robinson and Jordy Smith have just been holding court on the corner. They're not really moving much. They're not actually trying to catch waves. They've been just kind of digesting the lineup and seeing where waves are coming in and how consistent they are, and really just watching them. We did see like an exchange earlier when that bigger set came through, and it felt like they were just waiting for those ones to make sure that when they come, they know what they feel like. And you could see it, like how much fun it looks and how, you know, unique this lineup is. But I do love the fact that they're just kind of sitting wide, watching. Jordy's out there with Garth, just, you know, hanging out, getting the vibe and getting the download. And, you know, Jack is just solo mission out there in the corner, basically waiting for the biggest wave of the day came through, and it was out where he is. So I feel like maybe he's just waiting for that one wave.
Garth Tarlow has been in the corner for Jordy Smith for a very long time, Strider. Tell us a little bit about Garth. Man, he's classic, lifelong surfer, had a nice little pro career for a bit there as well, competed, and just still so
great,
so in tune with what Jordy needs to perform at a high level.
Yeah, I think there's a bunch of different little elements in there that you just hit on. You know, he's a great surfer. He knows how to read a wave really well. And he also knows how to read his athletes. He's been a team manager and worked at O'Neill and been through so much with so many athletes that he really has. Oh, here goes Jordy, guys. Check this out. Woo!
Strider on the move, Jordy Smith on the move, tucking under that lip section there. So Jordy was right next to his coach, one of his best friends, Garth Tarlow. So that's a rare opportunity to just sit and chat together and then take off and go. You know, it's just being connected to your support crew and keeping things nice and loose. Strider, you okay?
What's up?
You all right? Did you get hit by that one?
No. I just had a little duck dive, you know, little element. We got a waterproof mic. We're good.
We're good. Back in action. I like it.
I wanted to make sure I stayed the course because it was such a cool perspective of Jordy taking off on the wave and just getting that little hula hoop hip in there. You get to see all those. I don't know. I'm an analyst, right? I'm in there. I'm trying to see all the little micro movements that these guys are making. It's so fun to watch and to see how they gain their speed, where they get it, where they engage their board mid-face and then down carve into it. And just like you can see the arm movements, you can see the body moving and the hips and the knees dropping in a little bit. So it's just, I love to hold the course. I love watching it. And if I got to take a little wave on the head, it's okay.
I mean, that's got to be hard to duck dive with that backpack you've got on.
Yeah, it's not too bad, actually. I'm in for a little surf, but I don't know. I don't want to take. I got to keep this thing going all day, so let's not ruin the program here.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, Jordy looking good. World number 2 into his 18th season on tour. I got a message from Colin Fitch, who ran things in South Africa for when it was the ASP into WSL for many years, and he was like, yeah, Sean was on tour. Sean Thompson, 17 years. Jordy into his 18th, you know. That's a couple of the biggest names that have represented South Africa on the big stage. Sean won a world title for South Africa in the 70s, and he's been waiting for Jordy to take it on. Every year, Sean Thompson's giving us updates on his thoughts about where Jordy's standing in the title race. And right now, Sean would just be glued to these conditions to see if the big brew can get it done today.
100%. You know, it's I've had a few messages through the week, and people have been asking, you know, who's your pick, who's going to win, who's looking good, you know, getting the intel from on the ground. But you know, you ask anyone who their sentimental favourite is, and I'm pretty sure Jordy's going to be at the top of everyone's list. You know, we want to see that happen just because, well, he deserves a world title. You know, he's had so many crazy good event wins. You know, he's been around for a long time. He's seen generations come through, and he's still here. It's almost a bit, you know, Kelly-ish, the way he's kind of hanging around now and doesn't seem like slowing down. And just good mate Damien Farrenford on the ski there as well. So, you know, we were over at Tabby the other day, and certainly good vibes between these guys. They were all just sitting at the bar. We just kind of hung there. We were watching some surf videos on the screen and just talking surfing. You know, these guys are just still so into it and invested in what's happening in the sport. So, yeah, be a good one. If Jordy wins, I don't think there's going to be too many people bummed out about that.
We'll see what happens throughout the day. Still waiting for a call for this morning, so when we might get that first title match going this morning, as Duma still chatting with Jordy Smith about the warm-ups. Katie Simmers, meanwhile, is probably the most comfy out of the field. Still hanging out at the restaurant. She's going to lean back and relax till the call comes in. More to come on Dawn's Patrol on the other end of this Bonsoy Brew Break.
We are on the beautiful island of Tavarua, straight up paradise. You really got to earn your ticket here by being the top 5 in the world.
God bless you all, and best of luck to the complex.
We just wrapped up the Corona Cero opening ceremony. It was really wonderful to gather all the top 5 in the world together. There was beautiful dancing, beautiful music, and the surfers got to open up these special boxes with their jerseys based on their seed, which they'll wear when they compete for the world title.
That's the ticket on it.
The sun's dipping, everyone's cheering with their Corona Ceros to wrap up what's been a beautiful gathering party, as we know that the biggest day of the year is upon us. So everyone's gonna get some sleep, and we're gonna see some amazing things for pro surfing coming up.
That was a really good time over there at the Corona Cero celebration. The jerseys were handed out. Arietta, the daughter of Chief Juku, was able to say some amazing words to all the surfers and everybody on hand. It really does feel like family over all these years, you know, and you have Kelly out there on the island. Feels like his second home. His son's middle name is Juku. There's a really cool connection there with having monumental moments in surfing history, and this will be known as one of the biggest, crowning a world champion in Fiji for the first time in history here at the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, presented by Corona Cero. Joe, Flick, and Rick here still waiting for the official word from the tower as Renato and Luli are assessing those conditions. As we know, we talked to Kevin Wallace, and things are still looking very promising to get going this morning.
Yeah, Kevin just echoing the fact that, you know, maybe this 12-second period taking a little bit longer to fill in. We've got beautiful conditions out there this morning. What we have been privy to is a bit more of a longer warm-up session, and we've seen some great waves come through. I think good things are coming, according to Kevin Wallace. It's just if or, you know, when that wind might potentially pick up. So hopefully it holds off and we get some nice conditions into the afternoon.
Yeah, and it's funny, we talk about swell period for, you know, when there's swell coming and what does that do, and it's, you know, you can have a smaller swell, 3 or 4 feet, and a longer period at 7 seconds, and that translates into a much bigger wave, you know, double overhead basically. We've got a bigger wave height, but lower period, right? So that the swell, basically the swell heights or the peaks are closer together, so not quite as much energy involved in this swell. But yeah, I think Renato and Luli, they're the ones with the toughest job at the moment. I think the surfers are probably less nervous than they are. But yeah, obviously we want to put these surfers out in the best conditions possible, and if it means we got to just put on a little hang time for a sec, then we'll do that.
So it's 7:45 local time now. We just got more intel from the tower. Next call will be at 8 o'clock. So that's in less than 15 minutes for a potential 8:30 start with title match number 1. So still waiting for a little bit more time to see if that'll get more consistent and some size on the reef. So still almost there till game time. 14 more minutes for the final 5 to decide what they're going to do. You know, if you're title match number 1, you obviously know you're on deck pretty quickly and probably taking advantage of a little bit extended of a warm-up time out there this morning.
Oh, definitely. I think we were talking about it just before. Why wouldn't you just sit out there? We heard Strider talk to it. Jack's just, you know, dropping anchor out the back, sort of waiting for one of those bigger set waves to roll through. We saw Yago, we saw Italo was out there earlier. But, yeah, it's a great time to take advantage of it. I mean, why not? Because even if you're someone like a Yago or a Molly, we saw Molly caught a couple of waves earlier as well. I think it's a great sort of technique just to get your feet in the wax and feel connected, and so that your first wave isn't in that title match.
Let's dissect the road to Yago Dora. You know, we've got Yago, world number 1. First time he's felt that. He's just been building on his momentum the last few seasons on tour, inside the top 10, then to number 7, then to number 6 in the world, and this year number 1 for the first time. And he could be dealing with any of these guys below him. Jack taking on Italo, we've seen that, and Griffin Colapinto's just been in that quiet spot as the number 3 seed. I can see him a little bit dealing with maybe a hurt toe, you know, just a light little limp, and he's been doing some extra stretches. He had a warm-up on the opening day, and he said there was just one moment where he felt some pain, but he said it disappeared in like 20 minutes. So he's been managing that really well, kind of quietly throughout the week as well.
If I go off this morning's conditions and what we've seen him put together on a couple of those warm-up waves, I think the toe might be feeling just fine because some of those turns on the backhand, I mean, he's really flaring the fins, but it looks so smooth and in control. And I mean, the story that, you know, this week as we've been watching the practice surfs has been like Jack, Italo, this first match, Jordy Smith, the sentimental one, and then Yago, who's had this crazy year. But like for me, Griff has looked super smooth. He looks like he's really connected to this wave. He obviously had the win here last year when in the regular event season, last event of the year, and he's got great feelings here. And I mean, maybe we're overlooking it because this morning he looked great.
It's interesting when you look at the ones with experience. We've been discussing that a lot, where our top seeds on the men's side haven't felt it before. And you go to Jordy trying to stay calm and understand how to play the game today. And Yago's in the same boat, waiting to see who will be competing against him in that #1 seed title match. We caught up with Yago talking about his momentum and his headspace coming into this day.
I'm trying to like enjoy this moment as much as I did enjoyed like all the other events this season, you know, not trying not to think about, okay, I like, instead of thinking that I have something to lose, I'm thinking that I have something to gain here, you know, and that's the mindset I'm going in. Being real, like, I feel like my first few years on tour, I just didn't serve good enough to be a world champion, you know, like seeing the world champions like Medina, seeing John, seeing Mick, seeing all those guys, I was like pretty good in the air already, but I feel like so many areas of my surfing needed so much work and so much improvement. And I feel like for the last 3 years, I've reached that level of like, okay, I feel like I can win any event on tour right now. Any event of this schedule I can win. So I can be world champion.
The confidence of Yago makes a lot of sense. And you could tell he analyzes his own surfing to the T. And he was open to say, I need to improve here. The confidence is real because he's put in that time in the gym. He's improved his surfing over the years, and he's completely ready for today, Flick.
Oh, I think without a doubt. In my mind, when I look at those 5 on the men's side, I think he's so well-rounded. You know, if you just try to pick it apart here and what his advantages are, his surfing is so beautiful on his forehand too, and I think my brain goes to the word style too. I think he's got a great style on his forehand, and yeah, I just think coming into this, knowing that his mindset is I've got something to gain, not lose, is super important because you could so easily get lost in that conversation of, oh my goodness, like all these guys behind me have this momentum, they're coming for me. You know, this could I could lose this. You're watching them, you know, all day. And, yeah, I think he's in the right mindset to get the job done.
And even starting off the year, Rick, with a 33rd at Pipe, you know, that was just resilience. He didn't even flinch. He's like, I know that's not me and how we're performing. He moved on so quickly, got the win at Portugal at stop 3.
Yeah, I think the key takeaway that I took from that is just the self-belief. And that's something that world champions have to have. If you don't have it, you're not even in the running. And something's happened in the last couple of seasons where Yago has found that, you know, and there's been a few different shifts with coaching and just about, you know, the way he goes about his training and the whole thing, boards, the whole lot. It all sort of comes to this moment where you go, okay, I'm ready now. And, you know, I look at sort of where he is. The last couple of seasons, he had a 6, finished 6th, then finished 7th, and then 6th, excuse me. So he's been so close to making the final 5. Now that he's made it, he's actually found himself in #1. And if we were still doing the final 5 at lowers, he'd be as much of a favourite as he is here at Cloudbreak, so in Fiji. So that shows that he's so well-rounded. Doesn't matter where we are, he's still a favourite. So, yeah, I think he's going to actually stand up to the challenge today, and I feel like he is going to be the world champ. That's my gut feeling, is he's going to take it. So yeah, it'll be really cool moment if it does happen for him.
The two venues he brought up before the season started were lowers, how excited he was, and Cloudbreak. He won lowers, you know, in a dominant fashion, and we'll see what happens throughout the day today. Yago, Dora is the big store. We got to check in with the Blakey brothers, two guys that have run surf mags for a very long time and have been just so dedicated to watching the world's best perform on big days like today. Ronnie, Vaughn, let's break into the Yago story.
Oh man, what a story it is. I loved hearing from Yago just talking about how he didn't feel like he was on that world champ level. Man, he is certainly there now. He is such a humble, easygoing character. Flick mentioned his incredible style. I absolutely agree with that. And it was really a style and approach that was built with a free surfing mindset. And since he's come on the tour, Vaughn, he's just gone from strength to strength. And I'll tell you what, he's dealt with the pressure of being the world #1 in the lead up to this event incredibly well. He hasn't skipped a beat. He's looked unbelievable. I haven't seen him take a fall or look awkward or out of form. He just looks amazing.
Yeah, he looks so good. We were asked the other day, you know, when was the last time a bona fide free surfer made a run at the world title? Because you think to Yago's early career and it's like Kai Neville films and these just giant tail blows, full rotators, and now he's sort of joined the Brazilian Storm on tour. He was always a part of that, but he's joined it, he's found his feet, and as we as we wait for this world title day to really like fire up, you kind of think back to that free surfing thing, and the last genuine best free surfer in the world to make a run at the world title, in my mind, was Martin Potter. He was globally known as a guy who just went absolutely loony in free surfs. And when he finally got to a position to win the world title, he blitzed them. He absolutely blitzed them. So I get the feeling that Yago's in a good position right here to do something similar.
Yeah, most definitely. Just his vibe around the island has been rock solid. You know, he hasn't been standoffish. He doesn't look overwhelmed by this moment. He's been very approachable, really happy-go-lucky kind of demeanour. But just last night, even though the smile's still there, his family have kind of rocked into town to watch it all unfold. You could tell there'd been a shift. And yeah, he looked really just focused this morning when we saw him in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. And again, went out there and put together a couple of brilliant rides.
Yeah, and I think Flick mentioned it this morning, but in the warm-up sessions, in the practice sessions, he does look like he's just idling, even though, terrifyingly for everyone else, the idle has been elite. You know, he has been surfing so smooth, linking it together beautifully, but you just know that there's like 4 or 5 more gears that he can tap into once the hooter goes. So pretty exciting stuff, mate. Just to be here as a bona fide surf lunatic, fanatic, tragic, standing on the boat is really tripping me out, because this format is so exciting. Like, to get to that world crown, you have got to earn it. You're surfing against your best rivals for the whole year. I think for Yago, just getting onto him again, the world champion moments that he's produced this year, not just the wins, but I thought J-Bay in particular was just classy, huge surfing in a lot of different facets. You know, when he needed a clutch victory, he could go to the air. When he just wanted to surf, you know, pure line from start to finish at one of the world's most challenging and revealing waves, he did it perfectly. It's been an incredible year. He is so poised.
Yeah, amazing. And it's just a really interesting situation we have. Heard Rich talking about Trestles and the fact that he would have been a big favourite there. Yeah. He's got some reps in here at Cloudbreak in the past, and even though everyone's kind of removed from the spotlight, the pressure that comes with competing there in California, have a look at this. We're going to pan across. The flotilla is as full as we've seen it, and everyone's anticipating a start here for what could be one of the great world title showdowns. I think it's set up to be the 10 surfers in contention here in 2025 at the Lexus WSL finals are all so worthy, and a lot of them have had big breakthrough moments this year. You talk about Yago, his first time into the 5. On the women's side, we've got a couple of surfers having their first run at a world title in Gabriella Bryan, the most winning surfer on both men's and women's tours this season. 3 victories for her. Bettylou breaking through for 2 wins. It's just really set up beautifully, and the conditions are the great leveller, aren't they? Because there was a lot of talk about the performances of Jack and Griffin and what they achieved over there in Tahiti to claim their spots in this final five. It was a huge momentum shift, but I think their chances were definitely elevated with increased swell. I think with the conditions that we've got, nice and clean, that they don't lose anything, but it certainly is going to be pretty even as far as trying to pick favourites. It's been the hardest question to answer when people have been picking our brains around Tabarua this week.
Yeah, it has been hard, and it's funny watching, you know, the surfers click in their own time, because there has been a lot of space to just feel out this lineup. You know, watching Katie out here all week, she was, it was like she was reading a book, like studying the wave. And then in yesterday's practice session, she went from reading the book to being the star of the film. She just sort of clicked into gear and started teeing off. You could see the sting. Again, Italo, we got a great insight into him this morning. You know, Brett Simpson said he surfed with him during the warm-up session. He did a huge alley-oop, landed it, and as he's paddling out, Simpo goes, "Man, that was cool." And Italo just smiles and goes, "It's happening. Here we go." You know,
scary
like,
prospect for the field.
Scary that he's just feeling it so much. You know, like he's the guy who probably got into the top five without the same momentum as Jack and Griffin, or without that same sort of end of season role that the 1 and 2 have there, Yago, but and Geordie. But yeah, for him to just feel like it's happening, and for him to be nodding his head and smiling. And have you ever seen a more content guy on the island? Like, talking about Yago feeling comfortable, like Italo has just been in a totally new headspace as far as my knowledge of him is concerned. You know, he's walking around, he's sitting with everyone, he's high-fiving, he's chatty, he's got his beautiful pregnant partner with him, and they're just on the best feel-good holiday ever. Like, it's amazing. It's been one of the best build-ups that I can ever imagine. Maybe the last ever one that's going to happen in this sort of environment.
It's building, Vaughn. It's building. Ron.
Yeah, Joey.
We are so fired up. I'm sorry to just interrupt there, but we're on, boys. It's starting at 8:30.
Oh, yes! Bring it on. How good. Game on. I'll tell you, Joey, there has been some good sets rolling through, and it's been a different swell line. It's got a much better taper to it today. I know Griffin was out there. He spoke to Tommy Whitaker. He said, "Man, I'm like, it's as good as it's been as far as just unleashing just your versatility and your variety on the backhand." So, you know, he was super fired up. Caroline Marks came in with a big smile on her face. Obviously, she's been really strong in the free surfing sessions as well. So, bring it on. Can't wait. Game on.
Here we go. And shout out to everyone watching at home. Hope you've got your parties all set up from South Africa to Brazil, San Clemente, Australia. It's going on everywhere. And yeah, this time last year, Ron, you know, this is our favourite day of the year. Like, we got together with a bunch of friends. We were watching it in your lounge room. And this year we're here on the boat, hopefully going to bring the same energy that we were feeling in your lounge room.
Absolutely. I think we want everyone to let us know where you're watching the Lexus WSL finals. Let them know by tagging at WSL, and we'll try and shed a bit of light on where the best parties are going down around the world today, because it's showtime, Vorno. Bring it on. It's going to be good fun, Joey.
Yeah, Ronnie. Yeah, Vono. Can't wait. Two brilliant surfing minds. Obviously, Captain Good Vibes. You're always going to have fun with the Blakey brothers. They've run mags like Surfing World, Tracks, Waves for many years, and still love to get their gills wet and lay down some tracks here at Cloudbreak and Restaraunts. Wow, very exciting news. We are on starting at 8:30 local time. It's just past 8 o'clock right now, so we will be getting things started with title match number 1. Caroline Marks and Bettylou going head-to-head. Rick, we saw Louie on the boat there in the distance chatting with Caroline. All the energy is positive that we're getting things going for a big world title day. We'll take a quick break. Right back here in Paradise after this.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. History doesn't ask for your approval. It's not necessarily good or right, not pretty, not fair. It is what it is. And no matter how hard you try, you're never entirely in control. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven canceling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. And once it's written, it can't be unwritten. The question is, will you witness it? History will be written live at worldsurfleague.com.
Fantastic news. We are on at 8:30. Jersey's getting put on for title match number 1. 2023 world champ, Olympic gold medalist Caroline Marks comes in at the number 4 seed.
You're gonna rush it to...
Getting the hair dialed, and then Bettylou with her coach, Tommy Whitaker. Couple last-minute words from Witz to Bettylou. He'll be one of the busiest coaches today. Tommy with Bettylou for the first time this season. Very successful year, picking up 2 big wins this season. He's also been with Katie Simmers, coached her world title, and has been with Griffin Colapinto for several seasons now, and he's had back-to-back finishes as number 3 in the world. Tommy also coached Steph Gilmore to that record-breaking 8th world title in that finals format a couple of years back. So Bettylou getting set, jumping on the Mayhems, along with Caroline Marks. Matt Biolis will be invested in that first title match sheet. Flick, Rick, we are on, starting off very quickly here, as we know that title match number 1 will be a telltale sign of our conditions, what's going to be working today. You know, we look at the men's side, and Italo was the all-star of these practice sessions, you know, where he's not really going through any paces. He's surfing for 10s every time he stands up, so it'll be easy to get in the go zone when the horn goes off.
Oh, definitely. I think, you know what, though, this morning for me, the most telling thing has been we look at the conditions and my picks start to change, right? It is that little bit smaller, but then as the day goes, maybe that's what it's going to fill in, and who knows what that means for these matches. The first one, I mean, Jack and Italo right there. I mean, we've been talking about it all week. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be fireworks if we know anything from these 2 guys, because they have a good rivalry.
Then also on the women's side, it's going to move very quickly. Caroline Marks versus Bettylou Sakura Johnson. Winner of that takes on Katie Simmers. And for Katie, she's just been hanging out on land, kind of avoiding that rush to get a warm-up session in.
Yeah, I'm sure she was just on cruise control, just on pause until she got the word. She's got it now. So I'm assuming that, you know, preparations are well underway for Katie Simmers now. She'll be getting everything ready and starting to head her way out to Cloudbreak. But as you said, Flick, you know, this opening matchup between Caroline and Bettylou, it's not what we thought it was going to be in terms of swell size. So perhaps it's a little bit of a leveler. You know, Bettylou's going to be on a backhand. He's going to be able to put that nice tight, you know, tight radius turn on a backhand on display. Caroline's going to have to really utilize that forehand power and hack that she's got. She's got Luke Egan in a corner. You could see on top of the Red Bull athlete boat there. They're on the roof, literally breaking down, going through the motions, and making that last-minute heat plan. And these final preparations going down now. This is getting exciting. I wasn't nervous before, but I'm starting to feel a couple of nerves, actually.
Here we go. It all starts at 8:30. Brody Sale, an amazing talent from the Big Island. Bettylou's boyfriend getting the other backup sleds prepared along with Tommy Whitaker as we focus on CT by the numbers, the season comparison. in 2025. The big one there is the one excellent score for Caroline Marks. It was an 8.2. That was her only excellent score of the season. It was a back at lower trestles where Bettylou picked up 14 of them, and the rest of the final 5 were into the 9s. So Caroline sneaking in, you know, getting the job done, getting enough heat wins, but probably wants all of her excellent scores to happen today.
It's just such an interesting one on paper, because then you could say, okay, but Caroline's been in this final situation before. She's got the experience. She's got a world title in this format. But then if you look at the year on paper, obviously Bettylou has had a stellar year. Then you think to the practice sessions, who's been a standout when it's been that bit smaller? It's gone Caroline's way. But then Bettylou can get so tight in the pocket with that radius on the backhand. I think this is going to be really interesting to see. And essentially, this really is going to be this guinea pig heat of the morning. The first one always is. Get to see where the scale's at with the judges. We get to see, you know, how the turns are fitting in the pocket, the goofy v regular. It's all right there in front of us.
It's a very big one. They've had a few meetings this year. The important one that Caroline won was in Tahiti, and that was establishing that first priority in this first match of the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, presented by Corona Cero. This whole thing kicked off with a great celebration. The WSL rising tides. This is what happened.
Get up. How's it going? You guys excited to serve? How was your training session? It was super fun. It's probably like 3-foot sets. It's like perfect. Yeah. But you know, like so much power. So like even when it's small, it's like just so fun and rippable.
We're here at Cloudbreak for the Rising Tides in Fiji, and these girls are all the local girls, local surfers, local rippers, the up-and-coming future surfers and representatives of Fiji.
This is such an amazing event. FSA loves working with WSL and the Rising Tides to do this. Watching the females go out and surf the pros, this always just ignites like inspiration for the young girls that are going out today.
Surfing in Fiji is really challenging sometimes because it's hard to access these waves, especially out here. Boats are expensive, equipment is hard to come by, so it's really awesome that these girls get to go out and surf.
You can just see the joy in the girls' faces when they see us. They're just so excited. I noticed the last couple years to this year, the Rising Tides program has grown so much, so many more girls surfing. If I was like a young girl and able to surf with my heroes, I think it's like the coolest thing ever. It's a great way to grow the sport.
I really enjoyed it, surfing with the girls.
I'm really happy to be back. I got the courage to surf Cloudbreak and I was sick.
They probably have crazy dreams like I had, and I had a dream to fight for a world title, and here I am fighting for a world title. So what I want to do is just leave an impact on all the young girls around the world. Could be a future world champion in this Rising Tides group, you never know.
Rising Tides!
What a great celebration for surfing with the WSL Rising Tides. We've been getting to hang out with Hannah Bennett a lot, who's the president of the Fiji Surf Association, who gives so much inspiration to that next generation. And fun to see Keisha Wakeham win the locals event the other day with legends like Kim Bennett representing Fiji, and now they're looking like the future is in really good hands.
Yeah, I think the coolest thing we heard Hannah say when we had her in the booth was, you know what, that torch has sort of been passed on to the next generation. You know, her sister Kim, you know, flew the flag for so long, and then Keisha, you know, young, I think 19 or 20 years old, took the win, and I think it's cool. One of the girls said it, I think it was Gabby, or in that package, is that, you know, it's evident to see, you know, in the last couple of years, just how many more women are in the lineup for the Rising Tides and girls. And yeah, it's epic to see that it's a growing sport here in Fiji.
We're going to have an 8:30 start here local time. It's almost 8:15 here in Fiji. Caroline Marks takes on Bettylou Sakura Johnson. All roads leading to Molly Picklum, who's the boss at world #1. A big day is about to start. We'll take a break and be back to Cloudbreak after this.
to go, just under 15 minutes for the start of heat 1. So we're going to see the women go to battle. Caroline Marks in green from the United States versus Bettylou Sakura Johnson in orange from Hawaii. 35-minute heat. With 5-minute breaks in between. Move to outside of the program.
Great time to crack open the WSL Vault presented by Tavarua Island Resort. As we look back to 2005, 4 days of competition at Cloudbreak, it maxed out the conditions and pushed everything down to Restaraunts. In round 4, we got to see an all Irons Brothers matchup, 4 to 6 foot offshore conditions. Andy got things started with a 9-1-7, then Bruce bounced back, one of the best barrel riders in the world. Well, for both Bruce and Andy, Bruce got a 10 and controlled the heat. They were trading multiple excellent scores, and then all of a sudden this happened. Andy took off in front of Bruce, charged with the interference. Bruce would go on to take the heat and score another 10-point ride later on in the event. Then the next day, it got even better. And then CJ Hobgood, 2001 world champ, matched up with Kelly Slater into the final. CJ got on the board first, trying to join his brother Damien as a Fiji champ, but it ended up being Kelly's day. Kelly dominated, bit back, got a 9-point ride to take the lead, dropped a 9.63 then to increase his advantage. Slater was throwing away multiple 9s on his way to just an enormous 19.33 combined total for what was his first Fiji crown. Celebration on Tavarua continued, and Slater would go on to become a 4-time Fiji champion in his career. It's been great catching up with him throughout this week as we say hi to the Bryan family. Simpo's always reclined. He's always just leaning back. Kelly Biolis as well, and then the crew in the back there looks like Molly. Hi, Mitch, what's happening? You're on camera. Austin's there. Milne, what's happening? Fletch, everyone's showing up for World Title Days. It's a nice peaceful morning at the restaurant as we take you live back out here to Cloudbreak. It is on 8:30 start with match number 1. We're about 10 minutes away from kicking off the Lexus WSL Finals. Fiji presented by Corona Cero. Two of the best goofy foots right there. Luke Egan, longtime coach, was in the world title race for so many years, and also recently was inducted into the Australian Hall of Fame. And Caroline was inducted to the Hall of Fame in Huntington Beach earlier this year as well, being a gold medalist and also a world champ. She wasn't raising her hand because she was acknowledging that. She was actually acknowledging the tower announcer. They're saying, hey, Caroline, can you hear me? We're about to get things started. What a year it's been, you know, for Caroline to come in late. She wasn't in the final 5 when we got to Tahiti, and she needed to make some crucial rounds just to be here. As we look at her season, the one win she had was early to stop 3 back in Portugal.
You know what? We heard this from Caroline. I think it was in one of the podcasts that Vaughan did earlier, and you know, the Swellians podcast over on Tabby, and you know, we heard Caroline sort of talk about the year she's had and how it wasn't necessarily the most prettiest year, but she's actually kind of proud of it, because sometimes, you know, you have those heats where you kind of just had to get to work in a strategy component as opposed to, you know, your surfing's just in blistering form. And she's like, I feel like, you know, this whole year though, I felt like I had so much happen the 2 years before that I kind of didn't have the time to really process it and to really enjoy it. And then the next season just kicked off so fast, and she was like, holy, you know, know, and then this year, I mean, to be able to get it done with only one excellent score is actually pretty incredible because it speaks to her strategy and just the way she's formulating and putting heats together.
That's a good point, Flick. How do you break that down, you know, for her energy of getting here, Richie, at the end of the year, where, you know, you have one excellent score compared to the rest of the final 5 that have at least, you know, over 10, maybe 14, and a lot of 9s as well. What's the difference there?
I think it speaks to just how consistent she is. She may not have a heap of excellent scores, but she's been getting at least 2 close to excellent scores at every single heat because she's been getting through heats. And if she didn't, she wouldn't be in this position right now. So I think she's just got to come back and go, okay, the surfing is still there. The scores might not be reflecting how I'm surfing, but my form is good. Everything's happening. I've got to win this year. So, you know, if she just focuses on that and just kind of dismisses the numbers in getting here, then I think she's fine. And I love this right now, just sitting, you know, right next to Luke, her coach, until the final moments just before this heat. I spent a bit of time chatting to Louis the other day, and you know, he's had a win out here. He's won this event. One of the most successful goofy footers in left-hand reef breaks. And, you know, they call him Cool Hand Luke, and he is just so calm in these situations. He told me they have, you know, plan A all the way through to plan Z, you know, in terms of what they're going to do today and how they're going to react. So they'll be executing on those plans now, and it's all about to go down. So, yeah, I think Caroline's almost somewhat of an underdog coming into this because there hasn't been a lot of chatter around her, but I think she's going to be very, very dangerous.
Exciting matchup as we look at match number 1. Caroline Marks, Bettylou Sakura Johnson. They've had a few meetings throughout this season, head-to-head in 2025. Bettylou's won 2 of them. The one win Caroline had, though, was in Tahiti when it was establishing who would have priority in this first title match. So that was a crucial one for Caroline. When you look at the all-time matchups they've had on the championship tour, though, it favors Bettylou with 5 wins over Caroline's 3.
Yeah, I think that's pretty crazy. Obviously, it speaks to the incredible year Bettylou's had. But if I think to Caroline and what we've seen in these practice surfs, when it's been a bit smaller, I feel like, and she's been open about it, she talked to Vaughan about it, where she's actually opened up and she feels like, hang on, I feel like I'm clicking into a gear where I just want to start doing that excellent surfing again, and I want to start doing it in heats. And if you even go to that last result that she had with Bettylou at Chopes to decide for priority, I mean, maybe momentum is starting to click back Caroline's way. But yeah, the stats are so interesting when you look at this one.
Just to remind you, all high seeds start with priority here today at Cloudbreak, as we are right around the corner from a start of the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji presented by Corona Cero. We'll be right back.
Are you willing to do whatever it takes to win?
Yes.
Your first one, they say, is like the hardest one to get, but in saying that, I want more.
Here goes Bettylou now. She's got some room to move, and here's a nice section for it.
Couple of minutes away of starting the Lexus WSL Finals. Fiji presented by Corona Cero as we fly in on the Fiji flight cam and past the judging tower. And one of the best waves in the world will be building with size throughout the day as we kick things off with a world champion in Caroline Marks taking on Hawaii's Bettylou Sakura Johnson. Caroline winning in 2023, runner-up in the world last year, and kind of a new beginning for a world title campaign for Bettylou. Doing a lot of great things this year, finding a great coach with Tommy Whitaker, new surfboard builder named Matt Biolas. Everything's going the right way for Bettylou, and now it's their time to shine, Flick.
Oh, I'm so excited. We're about to see it like go down right here. We've been waiting all week for this matchup, and I'm just so excited. The conditions look really dreamy. We've got a goofy v regular matchup. You know, we talked just before the break about the different stats from both women, and you know, on paper, Bettylou's just had this incredible season. You just mentioned a different board shaper, jumping on the mayhem. She's got Tommy Witz in her corner, who, you know, when you think about the coach, he's been here in this scenario before. You know, he's been here with Steph, and Coach Steph all the way from that number 5th seed all the way to a world title. Although this is Bettylou's first showing here, she's tapping into that experience. And then you've got Caroline Marks, who's won a world title in this scenario. She's also lost one in this scenario. But you know what? She's got a ton of experience. Yes, on paper, her year hasn't been, you know, probably up to her standards. But what we saw in the practice surf sessions, I mean, she just looked like she was clicking into gear.
Stand by for the countdown. We're officially on. Caroline Marks versus Bettylou Sakura Johnson. Caroline being the number 4 seed. Starts off this seed with priority. Bettylou winning 2 matchups against Caroline this year, but Caroline winning the most recent one at Tahiti, which had her go from the 6th seed all the way to the number 4 seed. As you see the green jersey there, the 2023 world champ upset Carissa Moore at lower trestles to get her first world title. But this marks her 3rd consecutive appearance in the Final 5, her first time being in match 1 as the number 4 seed.
Yeah, she's just got a ton of experience, right? And I think also when you just think to her career, like how young she is, and that the fact that she's been on tour for 9 years and all that experience, it's just crazy. You forget that. You forget she's been on for 9 years because she is still so young. You know, there's not a woman, you know, right now fighting for a world title that's over the age of 24. It's insane when you think about it. But the fact that she's been on there for 9 years, and, you know, yes, in this final scenario 3 times, she's going to be able to tap into so much of that experience, so much knowledge. She's got a great coach who's been there with her through the whole thing. And I think, but right now, you know, she's coming up against Bettylou, who's had this insane year. I think, you know, to get 2 event wins in the same season is nothing short of incredible. And I think we've seen Bettylou really tap into, you know, what her magic recipe is this year.
They've had a few heats this year that were fun to look at, with Bettylou coming in number 5 in the world. They're not afraid to get a little scrappy, try to outposition each other. They had about 12 minutes off the clock before the first wave was ridden in Tahiti. And they had a similar start when you look back to how their heat started lower trestles this year, where Bettylou went absolutely crazy. Couple of 8s, a 9 in a dominant win over Caralupo. Caroline Marks getting started. She will use priority quickly. Nice swing into the pocket on the open face. Driving into a nice lip line hack there. Settles down for a view inside the pit. A short one, but a successful opening ride. Bettylou's on the next one. Nice patience. Stretching this one out down the line, looking for an answer, and comes up with nothing. Advantage Caroline Marks with priority. Picking off a couple of good sections to tag. Nice fun inside little funnel in that pocket of the barrel. And now the paddle battle for priority will begin.
Whew, let's go. That was absolutely crazy, that first wave from Caroline. She obviously had the priority there and, you know, utilized it. She was sitting that little bit further up the point. And you know what? My first takeaway from that is that swell's filling in. That is noticeably bigger than what we saw this morning earlier. Let's have a look. First wave of this world title showdown today. Let's have a look. As Caroline just swoops through the first turn. She's got a great pace. It's reminiscent of the practicer. So I feel that the momentum is there for Caroline. She's definitely tapped into, yeah, you know, I guess like what is really working for her. Boards look really great. They're pivoting tight in the pocket. But yeah, for me, that swell is definitely on the rise. And I mean, I start rubbing my hands together and getting excited to see this beautiful drone shot. You can just see, I mean, how amazing the reef is that the surfers are surfing on right now. It's just, I mean, right now, there's not a drop of water out of place. It's just the ideal conditions.
So much to gain for Caroline Marks. Has been proven to be one of the dangerous lower seeds in the Final Five format. And this is what Bettylou did on her opener.
Yeah, so Bettylou just, you know, unfortunately, she kind of looks like she's waiting for it to see, you know, I'll stick with it just to see if I can get a turn in. But, I mean, obviously, smart, she kicks out. She wants to take priority over Caroline. So she kicks out just before her. I mean, it's such early days in this heat. We've got 30 minutes still, over 30 minutes on the clock. So plenty of time.
Always wondering how that's going to play out with first priority and if it's going to be a huge deal. I mean, it's a clear advantage when you have the first shot of getting the best wave of the heat. You know, you're not dealing with the jostling and the chess match for positioning. One set wave at Cloudbreak could be the difference of a world title today. Caroline opens with a 5.83, Bettylou with a 0.5. But Bettylou, the way she kicked out, she was able to get priority for the next exchange. Caroline did get the first wave at Chopes in their matchup. It was a 0.5, but still built her to momentum to win there. Bettylou got the first wave at lowers and went on to win that heat as we check in with the Waz after our first opening exchange.
Oh, the anticipation was just amazing. The feeling in the water, watching the surfers kind of towing each other around the lineup. There was a little bit of, you know, I know there's a priority set in each heat, but the fact is that Betty was kind of moving around inside, way inside, and so Caroline was kind of eyeball on her and kind of making sure that she wasn't getting too far away from her and trying to make sure she was in the right place in the lineup at the right time. It's been interesting to see, even without that priority, that there's still something going on upstairs, because I think that was actually a game plan from Tommy too, to have her looking back in here at Betty, making sure she was a little off her game, but no can-do-y. That was pretty sick. She took off and just went to town on it, and I felt like the confidence that Caroline showed on that first wave was beautiful. It was telling and well executed, and you know, that second snap, there was some risk in it. It was a speed setup turn, but definitely she's pushing a little harder, which we like to see. And Betty's going to answer back next, and we'll see how hard she goes. We know from just watching, she's been up in that lip. I actually watched her in the practice session wait at the bottom on a wave, waiting for that wave just get steep as possible and as late as possible to go up and just crack the lip. And that's exactly what the judging panel wants to see, is that inverted in the section of consequence turn, that you're going to really risk it all for the payoff. So if you don't fall, you're going to get the big score, and I think that's what she's going to do.
Thank you, Strider. Caroline Marks, 5.83. Bettylou with a 0.5 start. Both with Australian coaches, Bettylou with Tommy Witz, Caroline with Luke Egan. As we look at CT by the numbers, just focusing on the WSL finals. Caroline Marks with a lot of experience and the most heat wins in history of this format. One more than Steph Gilmore, who got her 8th world title a couple of years ago at lower trestles. Tatiana Weston-Webb's been all over this format, finished runner-up in the world back in 2021. Katie Simmers, waiting to see who she'll be competing against. She's in match number 2 as the number 3 seed today. Also coached by Tommy Whitaker. 19-year-old is looking to go back-to-back.
I mean, this is going to be pretty exciting to watch go down. I think also for Tommy Witz, I mean, it's a pretty cool moment for him to have 2 surfers right now in these final situations. I mean, he's got Bettylou out there right now. You know, he's going to be taking notes. He's going to get feedback from Bettylou depending on how this heat plays out. And then, you know, he's going to be able to take that information. I mean, potentially he could have, you know, friendly fire in the next round if it was to go down that way. So interesting times for Tommy Witz. Obviously speaks volumes to the kind of coach he is.
Bringing out so many good things out of Bettylou with her confidence and her approach in big heats. Johnson getting her first CT win of her career, and then did it again. 2 big wins this season to establish herself into this final 5. And, you know, you think back to when Caroline and Bettylou were surfing Winky Pop together. It was a crucial win for Bettylou because she was sitting at like 13th at that point of the season. You know, didn't have a great start in the first few events. That's when the momentum started to shift, made some heats at Bells, took out the Gold Coast in a classic showing in front of a huge crowd on the podium. And once you win once, then you realize that you belong. And Bettylou felt that this year.
Oh, and you know, you think about the event location she won, how that went down at Burleigh that finals day. There was thousands of people, you know, on the hill there. You know, there's thousands of people down at Trestles where she won as well. So she's got that, you know, as once you get that feeling, like you said, that first one, and the whole crowd's behind you, there's cheering. There was so much momentum behind that first win at Burleigh. And it's addictive, right? And we saw her just replicate that at Trestle. She surfed so well. And I think it was really impressive to me to see her win at Trestle just because it's such a high performance wave. And you think it's critical surfing, it's high performance, you've got to show variety. And it speaks to the kind of surfer that she is and the variety of repertoire she does have in her surfing.
Matt Biolas, congrats. 3-time Vista CT Shaper ranking champion. He's got eyes on both surfers here. Caroline Marks and Bettylou Sakura Johnson contributing to all these points. Remember, you get points for your Shaper when you make the quarterfinals. Caroline, huge win in Portugal. Bettylou, 2 CT wins this year. Gold Coast, Lower Trestles, owning those venues. For Bettylou, it was on the Driver 3.0 model. She won both her events on. And for Caroline's quiver for this event, she's got a bunch of step drivers from 5.6 range all the way up to 6.0. The Lost program is proven to be unbeatable the last 3 consecutive seasons.
It's pretty crazy. I mean, Matt knows how to build a great board. It's undeniable, right? Especially, I mean, obviously he's got surfers on the men's side, but especially for the women's side. You even think back to Carissa Moore as well. You know, 5 world titles on Matt Biolas's boards, on the Mayhems. And yeah, I think, yeah, it's incredible to watch. And it's almost, it begs the question, I mean, what shaper will stop him? I mean, whether he's got so many surfers that trust in his board building on tour, I mean, is it a possibility?
It's amazing with how thoughtful he is with who he picks up and how active he is, making sure they all get what they need. You know, they basically are all in the same program. It's like whatever you need to succeed. There's no limit to the amount of boards you get. He said Cole's boards are so big, they last longer than most. Griff, you know, tries a lot, breaks a lot of boards, so he probably took the cake as getting the most surfboards in 2025, and it worked. I mean, that's successful. You know, if Griff's here at number 3 in the world, Matt would have made him another extra 100 if it took that much.
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, it was interesting to hear too, you know, just how many boards these guys are going through, and women, and for each event location. And I guess it speaks volumes to the team that he has behind him too, because he's got a lot of surfers on tour now. I think it's like 10 plus, right? So if you've got that many boards that are needing to be made per surfer, per event, I mean, you've got to have a big operation behind you, just making sure that everyone gets their boards.
Fun beginnings for these two when it came to surfing. For Bettylou Sakura Johnson, it was all about competing in the Menehune contest on her home break in Haleiwa. Her dad, Jeremiah, pushing her in, Shinobu catching her on the inside, and she just started feeling the love for the ocean. She actually got really serious in gymnastics, and she was competing on Central Oahu weekly, and she absolutely loved it. And you can kind of see a nice crossover with that foundation as an athlete with strength and flexibility. And think about performing like a floor exercise in a quiet room with judges staring at you. It's like, hey, then she could transition to a big stage like this pretty seamlessly.
Yeah, I think so. There's been that, you know, there's been so many comparisons over the years with surfing, gymnastics, and how, you know, they sort of relate to each other, and how one sort of feeds into the next. And, you know, the conversation of where is surfing going in the next, you know, 5, 10, 15 years. And a lot of that conversation is above the lip and what's possible in the air. And you think to a floor routine, the bouncing up and down on the beam, all the aerial maneuvers. I mean, there's a lot of similarities there. And awareness.
Body awareness, right? When you're twisting in the air and you're kind of landing without your vision. It's like, gosh, that all makes sense. It's a great foundation for surfing. I guess Caroline Marks has a similar story. Loving riding horses, and barrel racing was her event that she did. And you've got to be precise going around barrels. Right now she's trying to pack barrels here under pressure of holding your line. Bettylou uses priority and steps off. 2 waves where she's just been forced to kick out. And Caroline will hold priority with her lead of a 5.83.
Oof, wow, okay, so definitely advantage Caroline right now. I mean, these are 2 moments that are super crucial in the context of this heat. I mean, Bettylou, she's going to know this right now. It'll be interesting to see positioning, you know, now that priority has been flicked over towards Caroline. I mean, what's she going to do? Is she going to shadow Bettylou? Is she going to sort of apply that pressure? Because prior to this, she was just creating space, right? Caroline didn't have the priority. She was sitting further down the line, hoping to get one of those wider sets that was sort of swinging in. Right now, it'll be pretty telling as to what kind of approach Caroline's taking in this heat, if she's going to sort of apply that pressure, or if she's just going to sit a little bit down the line. And if Bettylou does decide to go, Caroline can always be like, no, I'm going to utilize this priority. So let's see, Bettylou just, I mean, this one just runs off down the line. She's just that bit too deep, couldn't get around that section. And yeah, advantage to Caroline here, just a couple of 0.5s for Bettylou.
Big one there. Caroline feeling the energy. She knows what it's like to go from a low seed and go all the way. That was the story of her 2023 world title. She's always told us she feels the extra love when her family shows up. Ran into her father, Darren, this morning, and he just looked so positive. You know, her younger brother, Dawson's here as well. And so she's feeling that magic. They even brought another buddy from Florida, Trevor, to hang out in just all these lay days. So she's been taking some trips over here to the Fiji Marriott Resort Moby Bay to hang with her fam on a series of lay days. And they've been keeping her happy and showing that she's got some serious backing here in Fiji today.
Oh, completely. You know what? I was actually just speaking to her yesterday, and Carol, it was yesterday afternoon. I said, oh, you know, how you feeling? She's like, oh, I'm excited. It feels like Christmas Eve. So I feel like that, you know what? It was so telling, because I was like, that's a dangerous headspace for Caroline to be like. She feels like this is Christmas Eve.
Love that. This man loves Christmas as well. Italo Ferriera taking on Jack Robinson. Aggressively waxing up the Timmy, then Jack on the other side, focusing on the lineup with Maddie Bemrose. These two had a heat at Tahiti. Jack had to get through 4 rounds and win it. And Matt Bemrose said there was no doubt, as you see some Jack fans sailing in today.
Oh, this next matchup is going to be interesting. You know, we've spoken about this rivalry, you know, over the last 7 days. We've seen, you know, the footage that's happened over the last couple of years. You know, the classic moment, you know, from the last finals where, you know, their matchup, and Italo usually, you know, he takes that moment when Chris Cote is introducing them, and Italo runs off the stage, and then all of a sudden Jack's like, nah, I'm going to try and screw it in front of you. And it's just, they're playing these funny mind games with each other, and, you know, it continued to chokes and the paddle battles they've had. And I mean, it's really exciting for a surf fan to see such a rivalry unfold, and it's going to make it really entertaining for this next matchup.
I guess you're reminded too, just because you're zen and you're meditating doesn't mean you're not going to be aggressive. You know, if there's a paddle battle, Jack's going to get involved. So, you know, they'll be bumping shoulders, splashing. It's on. Big opening match coming up for the men next. Meanwhile, in this one, Caroline Marks with the advantage. High seed started with priority and turned it into a 5.83. Meanwhile, Bettylou with 2 up and downs, as she still has 18 minutes on the clock to keep her world title hopes alive. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Cloudbreak. Long walls, deep barrels, and perfect faces for powerful flowing carves. Real waves, true physics. The closest feeling to real-world surfing. Download for free now.
Great opportunity to download TrueSurf. It's free. You can get it in the App Store or Google Play. New graphics update. You've got really cool new whitewater physics, new replay cams, including the POV and much more. You can tap the WSL events after you download it. And you can play along with us today here at the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, presented by Corona Cero. And what a view of Cloudbreak from the Fiji flight camp. It is paradise. Glassy conditions, ideal, really rippable, high-performance left-hander. And at the moment, Caroline Mark still leads with her single score of a 5.83. Joe Turpel with an Eddie Aikau competitor, CT standout as well, Flick Palmatier, and you just see this advantage when you take control early. There's been so much build up to this week, and it kind of makes that first wave, first exchange, even more monumental. Caroline's got to be feeling pretty good right now.
Oh, she's going to be feeling great. I think she's really, utilized the, new rule, which is, that whole, the higher seed has the priority in every matchup right now, and I think she utilized that perfectly. She sat up the top of the point. She knew exactly what wave she wanted, and I mean, right now she's come out on top. The 5.83. She surfed so well. She didn't fall, and it's just a big moment in this heat because since then we've seen Bettylou. She got handed priority and took off on a wave that she just got caught behind. So right now, I guess the headspace for Caroline Marks, she's going to be feeling great. She's going to be feeling super positive about this. She's also got priority as well with 15 minutes on the clock. And when you think about the form that she's in right now and what I think that 5.83, that was, there's a few more gears to click up into. That was the first wave that was feeling at the wax. I think this next one we're going to see her, just up that level that little bit more.
Tight quarters in the Red Bull athlete zone at the moment as you see Jack and Italo. Sharing a tight space. I think Jack, even without earplugs in or listening to any music, he can easily shut out the world. I saw him the other day on Tamarua, and it was time for his son to take a nap, little Zen. And he's like, oh, I'll just nap with him. He gives himself naps along with his little son, but he's been doing that a lot. He had that one in Margaret River where it was intense, where there was all this noise around him, and he just sat back and fell asleep. He really does just tune it out, and that's from a dedication of controlling the mind. He said he really got into it when he was about 18 years of age, and now he's a guru.
Oh, he's definitely a guru. I think it's interesting too, I think once you have a kid and you're bringing Zen on tour with Julia, and I think you just take any moment you can get to sort of wind down and, emergency nap anywhere possible, And I think maybe Italo next year with the arrival of his baby as well, maybe we'll have to utilize some of that as well, because it's a different story when you've got a kid on tour and you just, you need to make the most of any time you can get to fit an emergency nap in.
We're getting calls from the crew with Italo and just kind of saying that sometimes he feels a little bit uncomfortable when he's out at sea for a day. So that's a big change when you're going from lowers where he's had a lot of success, where he can hang out in the locker room and get on solid ground. For him, he's got to manage his time in the boat. It is rocking out there, even ever so slightly on a gorgeous day like today. So he'll try to keep himself in gear and manage his time from going in and out of the Red Bull athlete zone, because like we saw from his coach Reynos Hayes this morning on Dark, they're planning on being out there all day today into the afternoon and into that title match.
Oh, completely. This is a whole nother level of complexity because you don't have, you rewind to last year, the location's trestles, you've got the locker rooms there, everything's on land. It's all very easy to think about, where, your locker room, your boards, your wax, your warm-up zone, all these things. Whereas right now, I mean, if you're thinking you're going all that way, you are pretty much out on the boat all day in the channel. You've got to think about food, hydration, making sure all these things, you can't forget a thing. You don't want to be forgetting a backup board. You don't want to be forgetting fins, like all these things, because that's about, half an hour there, half an hour back just to get into the lineup. So logistically, there's probably been a lot of thought go into, the night before, what's going in the bag, making sure that's all, you're dotting all the I's, you're crossing all the T's, and it's a long day in the sun too. You're exposed, and you just want to be managing all those levels, especially the energy level.
It's been 47 years of crowning world champions for the women in surfing history. So Katie Simmers getting the 47th. Caroline Marks got the 46th. We talk about for USA titles, there's 12 all-time. And it was a big hiatus from Lisa Anderson to Caroline Marks, a big drought without those USA titles. And Caroline wants another one for the United States. 11:30 on the clock. Let's check in with Ronnie Blakey.
Yeah, Joey, it's really interesting, isn't it? You fight all year to get yourself in the final five. The higher you seed, the closer you are to a world title. But we know now in these matchups, the real advantage is that priority, and you want to make it count. And if you're the chaser and you don't have priority in the opening stages, you don't want to get left behind in that opening exchange. Unfortunately for Bettylou, that's exactly what happened. She actually gave Caroline a whole lot of space on the outside, so I wasn't really there to try and sell her or get her in a position to maybe take a wave that she didn't really want. And it just gave Caroline complete freedom. And then Bettylou, of course, taking that second ride, handed priority back to Caroline. It's a strong position to be in. And I think it's going to be a key factor for the top seeds in each of these heats is capitalising on that opening exchange, and Caroline, her experience coming to the fore there.
Yeah, good call, Ron. Great to see that advantage with priority really unfold for Caroline Marks, Ronnie.
And just, you know, again, we've been talking about the fact that Caroline hasn't broken into the excellent range a whole lot this year, but she still finds the scores she needs to win important heats. Heats don't get much more important than this strata.
Yeah, I think it's incredible. And I think, like, you know, you touched on the priority thing, but then positioning is really key on a day like today, because you've got these lulls, and then when the waves do arrive, you need to be on point and make sure that you're right where the wave is, where it's going to break on that reef. And there's a defined place out there. There's actually two. There's one out the back and one in here on the corner. And, you know, for me, just watching the intel from, you know, the caddies out to the surfers, you know, I was watching Luke send a little bit of a message to Caroline to come inside, get back in that bowl where, you know, you have the opportunity where she had that first wave. So, you know, it's pretty easy to get sucked out the back by just the pure like look of the waves and see waves out there breaking. It's pretty easy to get the drift out there and you find yourself pretty far away from the actual kind of meat and potatoes of this wave, which is right in this inside corner where it just loads up and then you get that long wave. So positioning key, and Luke Egan keeping her on point.
We've just been with back-to-back reef breaks, Strider, from the last event of the regular season where we saw Caroline and Bettylou matched up to now in a world title event. The difference of the two reefs, what are you seeing out there?
Well, you know, I think that there's a really big difference. I feel like, you know, out at Chopu and having the pinpointed kind of location of where to take off and your proximity to the channel, it's really easy to read almost. It's just really hard to mentally get over the ledge, right? That's just the scary part. Out here, the playing field is much bigger. You've got so much more, you know, there's almost like a wave down here where the coaches are sitting kind of as I'm just talking. There's a wave right in front of me, this perfect barrel grinding down the reef that, you know, they're just a little bit out of position for. So there's a lot of playing field, a lot of places you can be. And, oh, shoot, sorry, guys.
Yeah, we'll talk to you later, Strider. He's going to put the mic in his mouth and do a big duck dive with the camera pack on his back. You can see Bettylou looking. She's a bit deeper than Caroline Marks. Caroline sitting underneath her, which is a very strategic position. You could hear what Luke Egan was kind of going for there. You know, pulling her in a little bit, owning the lineup because she needs a second scoring ride, but also she'll be able to take Bettylou after any opportunities if she's sitting underneath her there.
Yeah, I think it's such a smart decision. As soon as she sees Bettylou take off, you know, she just has to ask herself the question, is this a scoreable wave? Can this be my backup number or potentially higher than the 583? If so, well, then I'm going to utilize that priority and Bettylou has to give way. But the positioning I like, because look at this right now. We see Caroline down the line potentially having a sniff. I just think that space, that I think to Strider's point, there is a lot focusing in on that inside section and kind of swinging, you know, maybe not necessarily hitting that outer corner, but then swinging in and focusing more on this inside. So, yeah, I think it's a smart play by Caroline.
Opportunity for Caroline and for Katie Simmers to get another title for the United States. You go back to Debbie Beecham getting the first. Kim Merrick followed. Then Frida Zamba went to 4 world titles. And Lisa Anderson also matched that as well. Doesn't always happen where you get back-to-back from the same country. We saw that go 3 in a row with different winners from 82 through 84 for the USA. That was Debbie to Kim to Frida. So bringing a ton of talent from the United States. Caroline representing Florida, but living in San Clemente for about a decade now. Jack gets a high five and a hug from Maddie Bemrose. And he'll be stepping off the Red Bull Athlete Zone very shortly. Moving into gear, coming off her first completed turn. Just above the 6-minute mark is Bettylou from the North Shore of Oahu, crushing sections. Nice little inside line under priority, loses her finishing move, but finally gets on the board.
No, this is great for Bettylou. I mean, she needed to get a number on the board. There's not much time left in this heat. I mean, straight away, my instant takeaway is that just on the backhand, how much more tight you can get in that, and critical you can get in the pocket. It was a smaller wave, but she surfed it beautifully. I think it's just the ability to be able to pivot so tight in the pocket. Just beautifully paced wave as well. I'm going to be interested to see where this goes. It was a series of maneuvers. Yes, it wasn't as big a wave as Caroline. She got more maneuvers, a bit tighter in the pocket. It'd be nice to know where this compares to the 583 now that we've got 2 scoreable rides on the board. The goofy v regular conversation as well comes into play. And now we essentially have this heat on our hands. And now Bettylou is keeping at pace with Caroline.
So Bettylou had to start getting underway with time winding down. 5 minutes. Caroline's not going to wait for Bettylou. She'll take this wave. Quick little jab in the pocket. Hits it off the lip line. Some white water on the face, but keeps her flow going into her 4th maneuver, and just a solid stance. Never looked like she was falling there. And she'll provide a backup to the 583. Her wave before she started off on much bigger, cleaner open face, bigger options when it came to sections. Almost surprised she didn't wait longer with priority there.
Yeah, I think you could say that, right? I think my thinking is with this decision, maybe a little bit of nerves is creeping in with just that inconsistency between the sets and thinking, okay, am I actually going to get another roll of the dice, right? It's so hard to say here if this was the right decision. I mean, we're going to know in 4.5 minutes, 4 minutes time, we're going to be able to sit here, and hindsight's the perfect science. We can be like, yes, it was the right decision, or no, it wasn't. And that's the crazy thing about surfing. I think it's so hard because with the inconsistency between sets, you're like, okay, yes, she has a backup. But then you're like, well, you could have waited out the back with priority, and then any wave that came through, you would have been taking that opportunity from Bettylou. So it's sort of you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't right here. It's so hard.
And with your coach, you're all prepared, but you've got to trust those instincts. So right there, if she's thinking maybe Bettylou got a bigger score, maybe forced her to think she needed that one at that time. For Bettylou, she got a 4.5 start. So still the best score of the heat. Caroline's 5.83, and then Caroline's backup just a 3.83, where she used her priority. Bettylou's back in the lineup, has priority now, and is chasing a 5.17. Interesting strider.
Yeah, so we got a little situation. I think Betty coming off the ski, something happened with the surfboard. So she's identified that there's a problem. Now she's paddling over to get a change out from Tommy. We'll get the board. We can take a look at it in a couple of seconds here. But wow, this is don't know if that changes priority, how that all works out, but that's an unfortunate thing right there. What happened to the board, Tommy? Popped the fin. Jet ski, popped the fin out. If you're gonna be on those skis, put a screw in it. Unfortunate for Betty right there. So I think that's just your first look at, jet ski assists are great. You can fly out in the lineup, get back onto that peak as fast as possible. But if, unfortunately, if the fin just touches right, it can pop out. So I'd say if you've got a fin system, you gotta have a screw in it if you're gonna be getting jet ski assist today.
Thank you, Strider. So a tough one there for Bettylou, but she was able to get back out. Priority suspended when you go to your caddy there, and Caroline just took another wave and went straight down. So Bettylou will still control the last couple of minutes here. This is the view off the Red Bull ski. Bettylou taking a big jump. And right there, the leash was wrapped around the back. So it didn't even come down to the screw scenario. It became from the leash getting tangled on the jump off the boat. Or the ski, I should say. Tough one there, but reacted quickly. Tommy was prepared. But now she's down to 1:20.
Hey, that moment right there happens to the best of us. I mean, you're so in the moment, you're so focused on the heat. And look, you know, in the reality of the situation, she's back out there super quick. She's going to get another roll of the dice here. She's got priority. Didn't really chew up that much time, but yeah, I mean, she'll shake that off. And, you know, hopefully we see another set roll through.
Bettylou staying focused, staying calm, and obviously wasn't really thinking her leash was going to be all wrapped up on the back of the ski, so she had to regroup, grab her backup board, and trying to stay calm because she only needs a 5.17. This is a surfer that's turned in 14 scores, 8 in the 8+ range. 2 giant wins this season. The 20-year-old from Haleiwa still trying to give herself a chance and wants to add another title for Hawaii. All started with Margot Oberg, Lynn Boyer, Carissa Moore with 5. There's been 10 total Hawaiian World Champs on the women's side in history. And Bettylou wants to be a part of that legacy. 16 seconds on the clock. Johnson's trying to find a corner here, just paddling out the back. And that one's going to roll underneath her, and we are into the countdown. Caroline Marks, a 2023 world champ, establishes dominance on how crucial having priority to start the heat was. That 5.83 she opened up with, still the best number of the matchup.
Wow, okay, priority super crucial. Then I forecast to match 2. It's going to be a rematch coming up against Katie Simmers. It is going to go down. Match 2, rematch from last year's title match situation. So, wow, that was pretty telling, that heat. There was a lot to take away from that with swell, inconsistencies, priority, all the things, Joey.
Florida's in the house. They had a huge presence at lowers during Caroline's first world title and her runner-up finish last year. And now they're in the channel here at Cloudbreak representing. Check out this one. We're already making advancements. Caroline Marks eliminates Bettylou Sakura Johnson as she will now take on Katie Simmers. A rematch of the world title showdown last year that went to a third decision in the best out of 3 format. Coming up next, match number 1 for the men. West Oz, Jack Robinson takes on Brazil's Italo Ferriera here at Cloudbreak. We'll bring in Kaipo Guerrero and Richie Lovett for the call.
minutes to start. 2 minutes to start. Stand by, surfers in the next 2 minutes.
Based on just a result. It's based on how you bounce back from things, how you rebuild yourself.
I'm living my best moment, living this moment, you know, and then try to push in the limit and then surf and then put in the show for the other people on the beach.
He does go 4, 5 into the flats.
It's the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji presented by Corona Cero. Men's match number 1 with 2 of the elite surfers in the world out there. A rivalry that's been building and something we're looking forward to. Welcome to the set. This is the beautiful whole set of the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay right here. Kaipo Girl along with Richie Lovett. And we've been waiting. We've been talking about this opening match for the men for a long time now, and it's finally come upon us, Rich.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's good to have these 2 guys in the water. Opening match for the men's, Jack Robinson versus Italo Ferriera. And, you know, the other thing we've been talking about all week, Kipes, is the contrast in styles. The high-energy approach of Italo Ferriera with the more laid-back, zen-like approach of Jack Robinson. Goofy versus natural. This one is going to be a really, really interesting matchup. Swells building. Stage is set.
Every time, well, here we go. Italo Ferriera. This is under the priority of Jack Robinson. So opening wave for Ferriera. He's been quick in all of the warm-up sessions, practice sessions, and he's been searching for ramps. And this time, just forces a floater on the end. So you could tell right there, the get-go right behind him, using priority. Jack Robinson wants to get a jump on Ferriera. Tucks into a little funnel there, just a little bit of tube time. And this is where this exciting rivalry will begin, and here comes the paddle battle.
Wow, look at this. So Jack just split-second decision there, right at the end of that wave. You know, he tucked under, got that little chandelier, and just ejected at the perfect moment so that he could get in front of Italo and regain priority. Big power move this early in the heat.
Well, that's what we've seen in the history of these 2. I mean, I've been calling it a rivalry, but it does bring out the best in both of these surfers. Both surfers, you know, very, I want to say, dramatic surfers in their approach. Jack is able to contain himself just a bit, but really has a ton of passion. The passion just exudes from Italo Ferriera. Here's his opening ride, Rich.
Okay, let's have a look at the replay here. So just telegraphing here, just stalling, Italo waiting for that moment, and now he just starts to wind up. Streaking down the line here at this point. We're thinking he's looking for the air section. It eludes him, so he just gets the little closeout floater. It's not going to be a big score. And Jack, the first look here on the backhand, stays nice and high. Now he starts to square up. Quick snap off the top. And back to live action.
Italo catches this one, looks for the ramp, and that's what he's been doing. Puts it down and just reverts out of that with a quickness. Fins catch. Gets that extra 180. That's what he's been doing every warm-up session, looking for the ramps, launching the big airs. There it is again.
Yeah, when you think about Cloudbreak, you don't necessarily think about doing big airs, but this is exactly the approach that Italo Ferriera is going to bring to this heat. And, you know, with the swell that we have in the water Kipes and the size of the swell, you know, that big wave approach that everyone was sort of giving the favour of Jack Robinson has been neutralised with the size, and all of a sudden this really radical approach from Italo Ferriera has come into play. Let's check out the replay here. Quick check turn, looking for the barrel, and then right here figures, okay, I'm going to take to the air, gets the grab, nice rotation there, readjusts, and then gets the final finishing manoeuvre. So Italo building. get the water angle here. You can see he was looking for the barrel here, quickly adjusts. It didn't offer it, but takes to the air. It was about a 270 rotation, and Jack just keeping his eyes on the competitor. That won't phase him though. He'll stay well and truly in the zone. It was really interesting, Kipes, on the boat when these guys were getting ready, jerseys on. They kept crossing each other's view, and it was almost like a bull matador situation where it was a bit of a standoff. And this is starting to heat up this match.
Yeah, 2019 world champ wants another one, Italo Ferriera. And you're right, these two, I mean, we look just to the last regular season event, the quarterfinals in Tahiti, these two got into, we're hustling right from the very get-go in open priority, basically paddling over each other. We can look back into, last year's Lexus WSL finals. It was match number 2 with these two have met up, and it was actually, there was contact during a paddle, racing in one of those paddle battles between these two again. So these two bring out kind of just a fiery nature in each other, waiting for scores on all those opening rides, really to set this heat though.
Yeah, real battle of alphas, no doubt about it. And none of these guys are going to back down. Let's have another little look at Jack Robbo's opening wave here. Nice and high on the backhand, squares off the bottom. Fast snap, keeps that momentum and speed down the line. Another little check turn. Now he gets a bit of shade. Just a quick chandelier, and right at that point, he sees Italo in his view and just goes, I want out, I want to get priority. So quickly hits the eject button, did well to get through the back of that wave, and then the paddle battle's on, but well established at this point, and Jack retained priority, but Italo got that next wave and through the air.
Yeah, let's get the take from the water out on the channel with Strider Wozniewski.
Thank you, Kaipo. Just obvious game plan out here for the two of them. Jack is asserting, having priority and getting out there and making sure he's on the biggest, best waves that come through. And Italo, the danger man, under priority, can fish around and find waves and put himself on the board. I mean, the technical side of Italo's surfing is second to none. The surfing he's been doing out here in warm-ups, we've seen him throwing big airs, doing big lip line hacks, and really just like staying super tight in the pocket. So, the two game plans are in play. We'll see who comes away with it. Will the bigger, better waves come for Jack, or will Italo take it on the inside and just be threading the needle as he has been in the barrel and throwing those big, huge airs off the end, which seems to be a winning game plan at the moment with the kind of inconsistency of the lineup at the moment.
All right, well, thank you for the reporting, Strider, and report on the scores that have dropped. 6.5 for that wave underneath the priority of Jack Robertson for Italo Ferriera. So just as Strider was reporting from the channel, was happening out in the lineup, Italo catching that wave on the way back out and getting that valuable, I think in the scope of what I've seen today, a valuable 6.5.
Absolutely, and this is the danger of Italo Ferriera. Really, he's in the same boat as Gabriel Medina, Kelly Slater, those surfers who can take a wave under priority and capitalize on it, put a number on the board, and with each one of those numbers, it builds pressure because it's not like it was his turn in priority. When you let your competitor get a wave and build a score while you have priority, that's frustrating as a competitor, but Italo does it so well. The other thing too, Kipes, I wanted to highlight, and you'll relate to this being a goofy footer, is that on the front side, it can be hard to really get those angles and get a tighter pivot off the top. But Italo, because of his speed, he gives himself room to do that and get those sharper angles on the forehand. So he's going to be dangerous in these smaller conditions.
Yeah, I think his air games is definitely something to pay attention to. We'll see how it plays out for today. Well, it played out in the match number 1 for Caroline Marks. She overcame Bettylou Sakura Johnson. She set up for match number 2 up against Katie Simmers. Let's hear from Caroline. She's on the boat with Ronnie Blakey.
Heat 1 in the bag, Caroline Marks, she survived that one. How important is the experience of being here, getting a world title and just experiencing all the feels, going up against someone who's here for the first time?
Yeah, for sure. I think definitely a bit of an advantage, my third Final Five, but a completely different venue. So I think it's pretty fresh for everyone in that sense. And today's a tricky day, the swell wasn't really here first thing in the morning and it's kind of building. So we're all just like, kind of waiting for it to start bombing, but it the start of our heat there was 2 nice sets and then it kind of went really slow, so I was kind of trying to adapt while I was out there, but yeah, I guess experience kind of played into role in that one a little bit.
You battled Bettylou over in Tahiti, you knew you were competing for that priority. and in the end, it was key to your success in that first heat. How did you manage that first selection? It must be nerve-wracking as hell.
Oh, for sure. I mean, first heat of any event's nerve-wracking, let alone the finals, and we've obviously waited a long time to get started here, you know, like it was flat for almost like 6 days straight, so it's actually such a big playing field out there. You can sit up top, sit down the bottom, and with the building small, you never really know where it's going to go, so I kind of just like trusted my instincts, and I was like, I think this is where I want to sit, and yeah, I was just decisive, and it ended up working out. So yeah, that priority, I had a feeling when we were in Tahiti, I was like, we're surfing for a priority right now. Like every inch means something, especially at this level. So yeah, I'm stoked.
So now you go into your next heat without that priority against someone who you've met in the last couple of finals showdowns. How are you going to manage that and turn the advantage in your favour against Katie Simmers, who you've had some great matchups with?
Yeah, I'm really excited to serve against Katie. I just want to hopefully ride a few more waves, and hopefully we both put on a really good performance. Just want to surf really good. That's my main goal.
We know you will. All the best.
Thank you. Perfect. Yeah, Joel.
Yeah, I love that. That was really a tale of not just talent, but experience in this Final Five format, and really utilizing that important first exchange, especially, you know, on this building swell. There's a bit of a lully period. We've passed the low tide mark. It's 9:19 local time here. We had an 8:21 low tide mark. We're going up to a high tide at 2:44 local time. So we've passed that kind of lully period. So hopefully we see the swell coming in and the tide push, Rick.
Absolutely. And the tide push that you just touched on, Kaipo, it generally pulls the swell in, especially on a rising swell. So promising signs there. And just have a look at this. Italo is scouring the lineup. He has gone up past Jack. He's come back down. He's picked up another wave. He is just hunting for something. He wants to put a bit more pressure on Jack. He knows that he's got that lead at the moment with that 6.5. If he can find another one of those under Jack's priority, that'll cause some frustration, and it will start to leave Jack behind. So important moment in the heat here where Jack needs to hold his ground, stay calm, which we know he can do, and be sure to drop a decent number on this next wave.
Yeah, and really these approaches in the strategy here are indicative of the personalities of these two. You have the shaman out there just sitting on the mountaintop, just waiting for the next really big, good, quality wave coming through. Meanwhile, you have the, you know, the energy, the lightning of Italo Ferriera, who's happy to take anything that breaks on the reef and give himself a chance, because he knows he can make a lot out of just a little. Again, looking for a ramp down the line. Speedy approach there. Big, giant alley-oop. Lands it on the roof. Combos it up with a lip line floater there. And Italo Ferriera, again, is going to improve upon his scoreline and apply more pressure to Jack Robinson.
Silky smooth on the landing from Italo Ferriera. He's just so clutch in these moments. Live action of Jack.
Delayed takeoff for Robinson up the reef. Has to resort to turns, hung up on that first turn, and I don't want to say the wheels are falling off right now for Jack Robinson, but he's going to have to get back into groove. Luckily, he's further up the reef enough that hopefully he gets, for himself, gets priority back.
Yeah, a little uncharacteristic, as we just see wave just breaking right on the nose of Jack Robbo there. So smartly just hits the eject button, doesn't want to deal with duck diving that one. But, you know, literally what I said has just happened. So Italo's found himself another ride. He's going to have a second score on the board here. And Jack, the pressure is starting to build, and an uncharacteristic sort of hang up there on that backhand turn. We'll check it out in the replay in a minute.
Yeah, he was kind of searching for something. I believe what happened on that wave with Jack, because you saw that delayed takeoff, he was hoping that there would be a hollower section. Had to kind of change game plans, you know, mid-thought, mid-wave, mid-performance on that, and go to the turn. And the way that turn was placed, it was a little bit high and over the top, got hung up on the top, and went incomplete. The important thing is, how much will Italo improve upon his score line right now as we wait for that last score for that, I think, a pretty giant alley-oop. We'll take a look at it right here, Rick.
Yeah, it was huge, covered a lot of ground, just so much speed, driving down the line. The stance widens, gets the full rotation. The transition and the landing was perfect. No bumps, no wobbles. Watch this, just gets the full rotation, lands perfectly on the roof of the wave, comes down straight onto his toe side rail, and then gets set for this final turn. But really textbook alley-oop there from Italo Ferriera, and he's up again.
This is the plan. Keep busy, keep building. This time again, looking for a ramp, building up speed. Ramp And that one is a forced landing off the top, squeezes into a barrel, fights for an exit, will not get, well, actually hang on, will not actually get that exit there. But previous wave for Italo Ferriera, you can see in the score bug right up there, 6.83, add that to the 6.5, that's a ton of pressure to Jack Robinson, who is holding priority right now.
Yeah, well, Italo just right on that shish kebab section, the end section there, just he'll manage to get his way out here. But you can see the intent, you know, he is really just going, I'm going to take to the air. I'm going to show them something different that they're not used to seeing out here at Cloudbreak. Really capitalize on my skills, on my strengths, which is taking to the air. And a decent score line already. Kaipo, you know, he's got a good tally. 13.33 on the score line.
Certainly that was the game plan coming into this, Rick.
Yeah, and I feel like Italo, it would be smart to just turn down the dial a little bit now and be a little bit selective. He's got his 2 rides on the board now. Now put even more pressure on Jack if that's possible by getting into that excellent range. Now come on, Jack, let's see the fight back.
Jack on the comeback here, and again, quick snap goes incomplete, and something has ruffled the energy of Jack Robinson in this heat with 20 minutes remaining. He will remain in priority, but still yet to have a meaningful score to drop in this matchup against Italo Ferriera. Meanwhile, Ferriera beelining to the takeoff. You can see just the energy. He's like a jungle cat right now that knows he's kind of can pounce on his prey. He's stalking.
This reminds me of a tennis match where you clearly see the momentum go to one of the competitors and they are just dominating the other. This is so uncharacteristic for Jack. I almost feel like this is deja vu in that first final 5 we saw at lowers, where, you know, he was just tripping up, making uncharacteristic falls and mistakes, and it just seems like, you know, he's right in that zone at the moment. He needs something to shift here.
All right, well, we got sets coming here, and we'll see if Jack Robinson takes another shot at this. He is holding priority, 19 minutes on the clock. Italo sitting on the inside of Jack Robinson, happy to take any wave that Jack turns away. But again, to your point, Rick, anything less than a 7, a wave that has a potential of a 7, is kind of not worth Italo to take at this moment. Robinson looks like he's interested. And here he goes. Jack weaving down the line. And again, the wave just does him no favors at all. Clips him on the back. Priority and heat control to Italo Ferriera now with the lead as well as priority, and he's going to chase Jack down the reef.
I'm actually a little flabbergasted here watching this. Jack needs to regroup. He needs to just set himself. I'd perhaps even try and take a little inside wave, just get a completion, just get some rhythm going and feel your feet again on the board, get steady, because he is rattled at the moment.
He sure is. Italo Ferriera is a wonderful story that comes from a very small town of Bahia Formosa in northern Brazil. He set up an institute there for all the kids in his small town, and they're cheering for him.
Uma dianteira técnica, vai ser dianteira das regras, com essa vantagem das regras, neutralizar uma única vitória.
So that is the institute, the Italo Ferriera Institute in Bahia Formosa. He also has a performance institute, the IF15 Institute, in which he encourages young surfers to come up. He already has a prodigy coming out of his hometown, Arthur Villar, who is an incredible talent from that small fishing village in northern Brazil. We're going to check in throughout this entire finals on all the different, you know, kind of watch parties that we have across the globe for, you know, the one day, the Super Bowl of professional surfing.
Yeah, this is it. It's all coming down to today. There are people all over the world having finals day parties. Certainly, I was getting a lot of texts from Australia this morning. Hey, what's happening? Is it on? We need to get ready. And yeah, it's on.
Let's go onto the Red Bull athlete boat with Vaughn Blakey for a Red Bull board check-in.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kipes, the Fiji Airways board check. And we were just seeing Katie Simmers walk down the stairs here. Well, Chris Borster sent her over with 3 different models. She has her lowers model, her bells model, and her pipeline model. And her pipe model is the one she's stuck with. It has a pulled-in tail. She wants to connect with the power of this wave. She wants to harness it, and she wants to drive through those turns. We saw her flick the switch yesterday in the free surfs and go into total attack mode, and this is the board that she's chosen to 5.7, so just an inch up on what she'd normally ride. But clearly after a week of surfing this place, even though the swell wasn't huge, the session she got in, she tapped in and went, okay, there's a lot of power out here, even when it's small. I'm going to just take that extra little bit, an extra inch on length, and I'm going to use the pipeline board. So the same model that she won at Pipe is what she's riding out here today.
Yeah, beautiful boards there by Chris Borse out of Oceanside, California. Chris Borse, a former professional skater and also a wizard when it comes to the mechanics of board building. Chris Borse actually built his own shaping machine, a unique one-off shaping machine that just Chris has. And he tells me, and he's actually showing me, Rick, and you can appreciate this, that he makes boards straight off of the machine. Hands don't touch it.
Wow.
Straight to the glass shop.
Wow, that's incredible. So, you know, normally you'd get a pre-shape, meaning the machine, you know, shapes the blank down, but there's work to be done by the shaper. They normally have to spend anywhere between, you know, 15 minutes for the very fastest shaper, you know, through to perhaps an hour of fine-tuning, pulling down the rails and just getting everything completely perfect on it. But that's remarkable that those things just come straight off the machine into the glass bay.
Yeah, what Chris really prides himself is being able to replicate boards and using that science and that machinery to exactly replicate boards so that when you find a magic board, like Katie finds a magic board, he can build an exact twin to that board.
Yeah, well, they all have their own personalities, regardless of how exact you get the shape. And that is because the guy putting the fins in, the guy glassing it, the guy sanding it, there's all these tiny little things that, you know, are incrementally different. It could be the density of the blank, the timber stringer that's in the blank. So there's these things that give each board a different personality, and that's when the surfers find their magic model, and they normally have, you know, the #1 soldier, and then they have a couple of ranks behind them. So certainly all the surfers here bringing a ton of boards ready for anything. And today, you know, I still like the fact that everyone's sort of choosing their perhaps short board and maybe a step up, because Cloudbreak, even at this size, it does have a lot of power, and once you've been surfing it for a week, either you as a surfer kind of get tuned in and your power output actually increases as well. So, you know, it's all about being able to just be in perfect sync and in tune with your equipment.
Well, we're going to take a break right now from men's match #1. Italo Ferriera out in the lead over Jack Robinson. Italo Ferriera, he's up for a Mophie Charger of the event contender with that big frontside air and a big alley-oop.
Here goes Conor O'Leary, chasing down a 7.01. Decent looking wave from him. Let's see how he'll go here. He'll pull in and he'll grab the rail. And if he can come out, which he can, that is so technical to do that backhand at J-Bay, and a hammer of a hit for O'Leary. Check the bottom turn. No! Once again, absolutely smashes it. O'Leary, another with the drift. This is going to be a monster of a score for O'Leary.
Leo shouted him with priority, but he's going to let Griffin go on this one. Just set up work, looking for something big. Spring load and full rotation and a perfect landing for Griff.
Setway's approaching, and on the outside, Italo ducks in, and he's going to find his way through this one, loading up for a big out. Sticks it on the road, somehow brings it down, stays in control. Unbelievable.
Baron. Wow. Oh, look at this wave right here. Baron Mamiya, red one. Oh, he likes it. Look at these sets on the outside, bombing. Look at this backdoor wave for Jack Robinson. Oh my, drops in. Bravo, Auto Magic in the barrel, and Jack Robinson is coming out. Mr. Auto Magic, take that.
Back to live action here. Cloudbreak, Italo Ferriera pulling into the barrel, finds his way out in the lead over Jack Robinson in men's match number 1. Knifing that Patterson surfboard, Tico and Teco shape. And Italo continues his assault in this match number 1 on Cloudbreak. He's been surfing under the priority the whole time. He's been performing the whole time. He has the lead, and he's put Jack Robinson in a corner. Robinson currently needs 9.5 to take the lead, but we're still waiting for some scores to drop. Kaipagura, along with Richie Lovett, on the call here.
Didn't he just juice every little ounce out of that wave, Italo? And, well, this is a replay of Jack. He got this one under priority here. Tags that first turn. And just another quick pull through, so nothing of real consequence there. Behind him, Italo Ferriera, quick snap. Just waits patiently. Now the wave starts to run off. Italo really getting the first significant tube ride of the day. Nice roundhouse cutback, and then just a series of quick snaps all the way down the line until there was just nothing left to extract out of this wave. So another solid ride here from Italo, in perfect control of this heat so far, Kibes.
Sure is, and we can see on this replay here the advantage of the forehand coming into play. Performance lefts for these first couple of matches. We saw Goofy Foot, Caroline Marks win the first women's match, and Italo Ferriera in blazing form in match number 1 for the men's. From what I'm seeing playing out currently on the playing field, it's good to have your right foot forward.
Oh yeah, and just that big roundhouse hack that he did after the barrel too, really laying it on that heel side rail. I love it when Italo sits into these turns a little more. He can sometimes get a bit too fast, and the board doesn't lean onto the edge as much, but that one there, that carve, he really dug in, showed a lot of power.
As electric as Italo Ferriera is, he has a man in his camp that's very calming, and an ambassador of Aloha, Reynos Hayes. For more on Reynos, let's go out to the water with Strider Wazalewski.
Yeah, you know what? I think it's the first time I've heard Reynos Hayes yell in the lineup as a coach. Really, actually just belting over to Italo. You know, no more, you know, pick the winner. You need the bigger wave. You need a wave of substance. You know, he's already got a couple of great scores on the board, but, you know, he wants more out of him. He wants a bigger, better wave. And Italo's probably thinking, wait a minute, I can get an 8 on a 1-footer. So it's just an interesting sign of kind of passion, but also just, you know, having somebody in your corner that's really giving everything they have for you. So Reynos giving everything he's got out here for Italo, and Italo's he's answering back. It's fun to watch.
Yeah, thanks, Strider. Yeah, they are a great team, those two, Italo Ferriera as well as Reynos Hayes. Score coming up for the last wave of Italo Ferriera, and he increases his lead over Jack Robinson's with that 7.5, Rick.
Yeah, it's becoming a bit of a problem here for Jack Robbo. He really needs to put a number on the board on this next wave. He is in the box seat right now with priority. But, you know, what's he had 5 waves already, Kibes, and hasn't converted on one. He's fallen on every single one of those 5 waves. So.
And Jack also now needs to do it in 2. Jack Robinson in a combination, 14.33, 2-wave total is what Jack needs to advance. He does have first priority, but the clock is going to be a tough one for Robinson. 7 minutes on the countdown here, and that's going to be, in my opinion, barely enough time to get those 2 scoring waves.
Yeah, well, you look at the space between sets and the rhythm of the ocean at the moment. He would need, you'd think, a wave in the next minute or 2, and then the ability to paddle back out the back, get the ski, reposition himself, somehow wrestle priority off Italo, and then get another score. I just don't know if Italo's you know, going to get let his guard down that much in these closing stages of this heat.
Their last matchup, these two, happened in the quarterfinals over in Tahiti. And Tahiti, that's a break where you can turn a heat within the 6.5 minutes. And we saw Jack do that over and over again at the end of the road. This time, though, given the playing field, given the length of this reef pass, it's going to be a hard mission for Jack Robinson.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the turnaround time from a wave to being in the lineup is maybe a minute, minute and a half, 2 minutes max at in Tahiti. But here in Fiji, we're looking at a 4 to 5 minute turnaround. So, you know, 6 minutes on the clock now. That, you know, you don't have to be a mathematician to work things out. Little line approaching the lineup now. You can see Italo just staying under Jack Robbo here. Just starting to make a move now, perhaps making him really think about this next decision.
Well, we had enough scouting reports. We aired 2 different sessions of warm-ups for these surfers, and Italo was the fastest in these practice sessions, and it seems like it's playing out right now. Italo, you know, quoted as just saying, "Hey, it's coming. I feel it. I feel this," and we've seen it in this Final 5 format before. We've seen surfers go from the 5th seed all the way to a world title. So this is a nice start for the Brazilian surfer.
Well, Italo's no stranger to being in this position. He nearly did it. He nearly did it all the way back from number 5th position, climbed his way all the way through. And I just want to say too, though, that Jack was like on point in those warm-up. Just looked really in tune. The boards looked great. You know, the maneuvers he was doing, you know, him and Griff were definitely standouts on the backhand. But unfortunately, something has happened in terms of rhythm and just being fully connected this morning in this opening heat. But Italo Ferriera, you've got to give him props. He is the master at just being energy ready. You know, the output is just 100% from the word go, and he's in control of this one. 4.5 minutes on the clock, way out in front.
Performance lefts, Italo Ferriera can surf waves above their potential and bring in big scores. That's what we saw here. Performance lefts, where we look at, you know, his win this season in Abu Dhabi, Italo Ferriera, it was all the big points for Italo was done on the left over there in Abu Dhabi, and he again oversurfed the potential of those waves. Griffin Colapinto there on the Red Bull Athlete Zone boat, just trying to get into a zen state, calming himself for his matchup. Strider, what do you got for us?
You know what? Jack's done it before, and he seems to have that natural ability to call in the waves, and he catches the wave, and he could get a really great score on the one. He needs a combo, but I say within under 60 seconds after kicking out of this inside, he could be back out and into one of these wide ones, and we've seen really great waves inside here, just barreling and spitting through the inside, so you can't throw this thing in the fridge. It's still wide open. Oh, here we go. Italo just hacking away. This guy is a machine. I mean, there's no skips. It was just bango, bingo, bingo, just bango, just what? Oh, whoa, hey, coming back around the corner. I mean, he is having fun. He's enjoying his time out here. That's for sure. Let's see what happens at the end here, though. Let's see if Jack can get one.
All right, well, under 3 minutes, and it looks like it's going to be all Italo Ferriera here in match number 1. Jack Robinson just hanging out with that priority, top of the reef. Needs 2 waves, 14.33. Your thoughts, Rich?
Yeah, well, I just feel like we're at 2.5 minutes. You know, we have seen Jack come from behind. He is the king of getting the final wave, excuse me, and stealing a victory, but Italo's just too far ahead at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know how. I think it's Italo Ferriera who's going to be moving on, but it's been, you know, we've seen stranger things in surfing. Here's Jack looking to mount a comeback and surf his way out of the combination. Easy carve there to begin with. Wave giving him some space. Pretty tapered wall here, hoping for it to grow down the line. Building up speeds, skipping some sections right here. Jack Robinson looking for perhaps a barrel. Eyeing things up. streaks past Italo Ferriera, blasts the lip, and gets caught up and goes down.
I thought just for a second there that it was all just starting to click. And just slightly overextended there, just a little bit of a slide on the lip, nice and high in that wave, and unfortunately just could not keep the rail engaged. You can see Jack just perhaps catching eye contact with Bemi and the crew, just maybe looking for some sort of you know, reaffirmation of just, you know, stay in this, stay connected.
Well, Italo's been very busy in this heat, and that has been his MO all the time. Jack Robinson here at the end of the reef, unable, still searching to get out of that two-wave combo from Italo Ferriera. Ferriera has been in control, under priority throughout this entire heat. Really surfing up on waves as far as the waves and the scores he's been able to generate on those waves. Looking dangerous, the 2019 world champ, Italo Ferriera.
Yeah, and Italo now just take a moment. He's a little kiss on the board there. And, well, he has just basically dominated this opening men's match. Unfortunately for Jack, just, yeah, I just don't know, the axis of the Earth maybe just tilted wrong or something happened overnight. Kipes, the moon, perhaps just spun around the globe a little too quick or something. But this guy normally is just so in tune with everything that's going on, and uncharacteristic to see Jack. But, you know, you got to give props to Italo. What an incredible performance from start to finish.
And an incredible year for Jack Robinson. Needed to win that final event of the regular season to make his way into the final five. He did just that with a valiant effort. However, it's going to be Italo Ferriera advancing on out of match number 1 into match number 2, where Ferriera will be meeting Griffin Colapinto. Look at the numbers, 7.5, 6.83. And here's our brackets, Rick.
Well, there we go. We see Italo Ferriera down in number 5th position. Does a little leapfrog over Jack Robinson, and that sets up another really, really great matchup between Griffin Colapinto.
And speaking of great matchups, we got a great matchup coming your way. When we look to match number 2 for our women, it's going to be a rematch from the title match last year. Katie Simmers up against Caroline Marks when we return.
The Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by Tourism Fiji, strategic partner of the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Yeti, built for the wild. By IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League. By Fiji Marriott Resort Moby Bay, official accommodation partner of the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
You can look at it that it's all for yourself, or you can, it's just for those people who support me, and that's why I do it.
I think it was really tough for Katie, leaving home when she values friends and family so much.
She's 18 years old. Her friends are all over here going to like school dances, getting boyfriends, just cruising, having fun. And we're like getting on a plane, flying 23 hours to Bells Beach. Do we really want to do that?
You're on this world stage.
And I can't even begin to describe how intense it is.
She has a very cool, calm exterior, but she internalizes.
Her mom is just the real rock for Katie.
You do your best, you give your kids love. To be there for her was everything.
You know, everyone loses more than they win, right? She wants to perform to a standard that she knows she can. She wants to do it her way.
The horn just went off. 35 minutes kicking off another big matchup. Caitlin Simmers and Caroline Marks. Katie Simmers, the number 3 seed. Caroline Marks, the number 4 seed. Already got past Bettylou Sakura Johnson. And these two go head to head. Wow, we're getting a flashback immediately of the world title showdown last year. This was the title match with Caroline was the number 2 seed last year, and Katie Simmers was world number 1. And boy, did Caroline push her at lower trestles on the backhand. She got the 9.6. That ride from Caroline, still the highest scoring single wave score we've had in the finals format, as now they meet here at Cloudbreak, Fleck.
Oh, this is such a cool rematch. I mean, that they've had heats, you know, over the years. But for me, it's been interesting because Caroline, she's already been out there this morning. She was in that initial heat. She's got 1 run on the board. Katie Simmers, we saw earlier, just, you know, relaxing back at Tavi, kind of easing into the day of the event got called on. Obviously, she, you know, makes the way over to the channel. But 2 very different approaches to the morning. And, yeah, we've seen a set roll through the lineup already. It looks like maybe another wave on the way now, and maybe Katie choosing to use that priority.
Katie Simmers establishing a beautiful bottom turn. Nice rails off the top of that Chris Borst design. Belts it again, tagged it at the vertical part of the wave, but forced to step off. So a 2-turn combination as Simmers, being the high seed, wanted to get the first best wave. We saw how effective that was with Caroline Marks having the high seed over Bettylou in the first match this morning. Caitlin had just decided to relax a little bit on the island as everyone was just rushing the lineup at Cloudbreak for warm-ups. So she had a more paced start, wasn't super interested in just getting a warm-up wave with the entire pack, so decided to sit back and wait for her match here. Winning the world title last year at lower, she was forced to come back in the 2nd and 3rd title match decision to salvage her season as world number 1. We mentioned Caroline's 9.6 being high, but Caitlin threw down a couple of big 9s on her comeback.
Yeah, the level of surfing that we saw last year at Trestles was amazing. I think that 1 wave from Caroline on her backhand is almost the best backside you know, that I've ever seen on the women's tour. That single wave, just the way she surfed it, the flow in her surfing was beautiful to watch. And you know, both women right now, I mean, yes, it's a rematch of that, but I think, you know, it's a clean slate. We've got a different location right now. You know, it's almost complete opposite to what Trestles is. It's a reef break, it's a point break. You know, we're out in the middle of the ocean, the Pacific. So very different playing fields, and especially when you consider, you know, the kind of crowds and all the other noise, you know, that Trestles attracts compared to, you know, floating around in the Pacific.
Exactly. What a completely different change to what they experienced the last few years in the finals format. Got to get on a boat. You're out in this amazing reef pass Dream Tour location that was identified by Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, a world champ, but also an architect of the Dream Tour. And now the platform for a world title for the first time in surfing history. Caroline Marks, we mentioned her brother Dawson, Darren here, also a ton of her family watching on. As we go back to the start, Caitlin Simmers on her backhand.
Yeah, so Katie here, she banks off a couple of turns. That second one, you know, really the turn of consequence on this wave. I think this wave had a bit of an interesting angle to it. Started off a little bit sleepy, and then it kind of was bending back onto the reef. Couldn't quite get around that section, just ran off. But as we see to Caroline opening her account.
Caroline finding a nice section to belt there in the pocket. Nice bottom turn, knifes it again. Nice easy stance, just looks glued to that lost surfboard, and she'll step off. See the joy of a goofy foot. You can relate to this flick of just being on a fun-sized Cloudbreak section. Looked really strong and really confident this morning in her first tee with Bettylou. And I just got a message from Mike Parsons, who's worked with her for years. He was like, yeah, I've been talking to her this week. And first thing he said is like, wow, was she confident. She was so ready each and every lay day, knowing that she'd come out blazing.
Oh, yeah, I think that was evident, as we say. Maybe another little look out the back. Katie.
Caitlin Simmers, reigning world champ, sets up a backhand. Nice open face hook. Super smooth in transition. Wanted to go under the lip there. So critical. Bit late for that maneuver. She goes down. Caitlin pops back up. She'll see the next one here. Tries to go as deep as she can to pop up the other end. So missed opportunity, really trying to crush that section in the pocket. Simmers does turn in a 4.83 on her opener.
Yeah, I think her intention was right there, the last wave of Katie. The first maneuver, it was really essentially a setup. She had the right idea. She wanted to get really critical for the second maneuver. If she pulled that off, it would have been a beautiful two-turn combo. Let's have a look. So just really fades that first section to really be able to square up tight, but just that little bit too late. So maybe just not quite getting to that section quick enough, or pulled that first turn a little bit, you know, pulled it down a little bit too much. But I mean, right now I'd say it's going to be interesting to see where Caroline Marks' first wave lands, and, you know, in comparison to Katie's 4.83, and then we're going to have a heat on our hands.
It's a nice contrast with these two. It's a heated rivalry. They've known each other for a very long time, and you can see the freedom in Katie's approach. You know, falls more than Caroline does. And when Caroline actually was getting on tour, it was rare to see her even slip off of a section. And her coach, Luke Egan, actually worked on that. That was when she took all that time off. They went on a boat trip, and Luke was like, I want to see you fall. Caroline's like, what do you mean? Because he really wanted to see her push those turns so hard that she would let go, just because she was landing everything. And after that little routine in the Mentois, she came back and won her world title. As we look at Marks on her opener in this one.
Yeah, she's just so zappy, right? She's got so much energy, and really, I think, you know, you can really tell she's got that narrower stance on her forehand too. It really allows her to pivot so well in the pocket. And yeah, I mean, I think it's early days. I mean, we've got 27 minutes on the clock. We've both got, you know, potentially a backup score on the board right now. But with 27 minutes, over 27 minutes, I think we're going to see, you know, that score be pushed a lot higher for those second waves.
Great to note for Caitlin after the fall, still got first priority with her positioning out the back. So took a chance there in that real hollow part of the wave, and she'll still have first choice on the next set that's coming through at Cloudbreak. Just in her third season on the championship tour. Easily won Rookie of the Year. That first try was in the final five, and actually lost to Caroline Marks that season in that battle, which kind of goes into the rivalry of all their matchups they've had. They've had actually quite a few when it comes to the WSL Finals format, including those title matches last year, a heat together back in Caitlin's rookie season at Lower Trestles. It is favored in Caroline's corner with 6 wins over Katie's 4. But they've brought out the best in each other. All those giant totals there that are highlighted, that was in the world title showdown last year at Lowers.
Which is so cool. I think we really saw, you know, the level of performance surfing there last year really get pushed on the women's side. You know, you referenced Caroline's 9, you know, and that, you know, 9.6 on that wave that she rode on her backhand was absolutely incredible. And these women are both pushing each other. And I think the crazy thing is we spoke to it in the first matchup with Caroline. You know, she's been on tour for 9 years now, but both these women are still so young. And you think about, you know, how many more years they've both got left on tour together, how many more matchups they're going to have, and how much more, you know, essentially how much better they're going to get at reading each other as competitors in the water too. I mean, they probably have a good read on it now, but you know, you just think to those great matchups over the years, you know, even on the men's side, you know, the Kelly, Andy, and then you can read that person like a book. So it's going to be cool to see. They've got so much left of their career, just to see the batches that are going to unfold.
And Caroline, with the experience in her corner, being the youngest ever to qualify for the championship tour and also getting a wild card call-up at 13. It's like she's seen so many of the greats, you know, dealing with Tyler, Carissa, Steph, all these giants, you know, when she first got on tour. And getting her world title against them just a couple of years ago, along with an Olympic gold medal. So these two actually got to spend some time together because they're a part of the USA training program for the, you know, Paris 2024 Olympic Games. And it was interesting, we see these two rivals fighting for the same thing. And I remember hearing from Caroline around that time, she's like, I love Katie. We're like, they're spending like unique time together where they're kind of going for the same thing and almost a team aspect. And I think they're really grateful that they got to know each other as people as well, because they're going to be fighting for the same thing their entire career.
Even if you think to, you know, all the Red Bull training camps they've done over the years, you know, I know that they're filming a movie at the moment, so they've just spent so much time together. And, I mean, you know, I even think about, you know, another rivalry that potentially we could see, you know, unfold later today is, you know, the Katie Molly story as well. And every time they match up against each other, they're bringing the best out of each other. You know, we've had some iconic moments in women's surfing over the last couple of years, you know, from Pipeline to Chobu, and just that bar has been raised because of these rivalries, but because of the opportunities as well.
Just a statement to how insane the tour is, you know, as we have Katie out front. Let's hear from Italo with Ronnie.
Wow, Italo. You've been stewing on that heat for a while. As soon as you knew you were going to be coming up against Jack, there was a lot of talk, a lot of banter. But in the lead up, you seem very relaxed and very intent on your goal here. How does it feel to get the victory there?
Yeah, that was a good hit. I just like focus on myself, you know, because this is the more important thing. It's a long way to the journey, you know, to my goal. So let's keep going. Good energy on the flow. There's like feel like clean ones. It's not too big that way we expect today, but it's really fun. So it's a rippable wave. So I'm really stoked.
Catching up now with Katie Simmers striking the lip. Deep bottom turn, beautiful fan off the tail, moving quickly on the open face again. And now running through the tail end of this inside bowl, running out of water over the reef. She will end with a fall, but a big recovery from falling on her second maneuver on her previous ride. Simmers will be using that score on her top two. And I love the pace. There is a sense of urgency with that smooth, creative style that we love to see from Simmers.
You could see the intention, right? She tried it on the wave previous, just that carve down and then straight up into the lip, sort of essentially setting up that coping so that she could hit it, as we see Caroline now at the back.
Caroline rolls into this one, almost at the lip to the face, so coming from behind the section, she'll end up just stepping off. So saw that bigger set come, took off a little bit late, but opted to just try to stay out the back for priority with Caitlin still paddling back out.
Yeah, I think smart decision. Saw Katie kind of taking a few slower moments there on the inside, so potentially went down a bit hard. Let's have a look at what happened on this last wave.
I see replay here.
Yeah, here we go. Katie, so beautiful carve down. This one she connects. This is the moment she's waiting for, just a little bit more critical up into the zone. And she's flowing through this one. Although she doesn't get the finish here on the inside, just really beautiful surfing from Katie. And you can see that creative approach. There's sort of different lines that we talk about all year. I mean, since she's been on tour, really. You can see that it's evident in her surfing here. It's the point of difference. And it's nice to see her connect on the backhand and get critical in the lip on a couple of those turns.
Katie Simmers looking to go back-to-back with her world titles. The youngest ever to win last year, breaking the record that Carissa Moore held for a while. Carissa was 18, but Caitlin Simmers was a younger 18 when you add up the days and the seconds. Just a cruisy customer is Caitlin. She's been having some fun on the island of Tavarua. Ronnie ran into her. She was up in a tree one day. She's out there just enjoying the reef, snorkeling, hanging with her mom, Allie. We watch Katie go again here under priority. Nice late takeoff, and she'll just get out of there. It's like what Caroline said when she got to the Red Bull Athlete Zone. It's a really big playing field, and you're kind of in a couple of minds going, wait, this swell is on the rise. We know it's coming. Where do I sit? That's going to be the game today.
Yeah, it's hard on a rising swell, especially with such a big playing field, to really identify where you want to be. I think, yeah, today, right now, I have said it earlier, but it is going to come down to trusting your instincts and backing your decisions.
Scores in from Caitlin Simmers, a 6.5. Dropped the high and the low score, average the middle 3. That's the best number of the matchup so far. So fell on her second wave, still had priority and rolled right into that one. And Tommy Whitaker's enjoying the action. Coached Caitlin to a world title last year, and it was a beautiful connection that she had with her support crew. Not just with Tommy, but her mom, Allie, who picked her up after that, what felt like a devastating loss to Caroline in the first matchup. Caroline winding up second turn, open face hook. Needs a 6.34 for the lead as she winds up on a classy open face cutback. Belts it under the lip line just in time to sneak in the finish before running out of water. Really like just every single turn with style, great technique, pushed hard when she needed it. Nice flow from Caroline to trying to challenge Caitlin Simmers here.
Yeah, that was great. It was a bigger wave, and she had lots of variety there. I don't think, you know, great turn choice for each section that she got presented with. She couldn't have been later on that last turn too. Let's have a look. So just really places this first turn. Every turn just looks lethal, right? I think the board's responding so well underneath her feet, and she's just able to pivot so tight in the pocket. It's this last turn after this next one coming into this inside section, just so late, so critical. You can see how cupped out that end section got. So she did so well to stick that, and probably going to rival that 6.5, I'd say, if not maybe potentially go high. It was a really well surf wave.
Nice lap there from the Water Patrol on the Red Bull skis. They're very thoughtful on where they take those routes to make sure there's no wake or interference with the playing field. All of them talented surfers from right here in Fiji, from Australia. Saw a lot of them here last year for the regular season event. As Caroline gets the drop off there, and she'll stand by for her scores. As we see the outside view of the horizon looking flat, let's break down what's been happening with WSL One Ocean. There's a new 2-phase surf conservation program that's underway in Fiji through the global WSL One Ocean initiative in partnership with WSL Pure grantee Conservation International, the Fiji Surf Association, and the Mamanuca Environment Society. Phase 1 launched on August 14th with a youth surf clinic and coastal cleanup at Natadola Beach, bringing together representatives from 5 local communities. In September, the next phase will begin with community consultations aimed at co-designing a long-term strategy to protect vital surf ecosystems and support sustainable ocean-based livelihoods. Thanks for all the organizations getting involved with WSL One Ocean here in Fiji. And thanks, Caroline Marks, for just lifting the scale up a little bit higher, answering once again 7.67 and the lead from Caitlin Simmers.
Just what I thought, Joey. I thought this was going to, raise that bar there. And I mean, it was beautiful surfing. She's answered back to the 6.5. I think judges just appreciating. Look, it was a bigger set wave. Her turn choice was great for each section she was, presented with. And you can see her intention too when she takes off. She looks really fired up. She's kind of she's laying that board on the rail. She's putting it on edge and, jumping out in front now in a big way. So let's have a look at that wave again. Just great turn choice. Just so zappy, straight out of the lip. The board's carrying so much speed through all the turns too. I love that she was able to mix it up here and just show us that variety in her surfing, and that last turn just really, really critical. So Caroline, you know what, you even think about, you know, yes, she won that match 1 against Bettylou, and now again she's improving, you know, just with that and this is what we talk about that momentum that comes with maybe not necessarily the advantage being the number 4 or 5th seed, but you can have the advantage is the momentum and already being out there, and she's showing us that she's already improving.
Caroline Marks with the lead over reigning world champ Katie Simmers about the halfway mark. And remember, Griffin Colapinto has been waiting for his turn. He takes on Italo Ferriera coming up next. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break.
Momi Bay isn't just a surf trip, there really is something here for everyone. You can surf for a few hours, you can come back, you can dive into a spa treatment. You've got access to multiple different activities, beautiful restaurants, and you've got world-class surf just at your doorstep. There's no doubt about it, this resort is one of the best in the world. It's definitely up there on my top places to come and stay around the world.
Felicity Palmatier is a lucky human being because she got to come here earlier this year. The Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay is absolutely gorgeous. Look at those berets over the water. You were in one of those, Flick.
Oh, I was. It's absolutely stunning, Joey. I don't know if life gets better.
Gosh, this is absolute paradise. It actually looks fake. You know, when you look behind us, I mean, there's no one out there, but if someone would paddle by for us, it's not a green screen. That is just absolute heaven. The locals are the best part about it. They just greet you with a big smile. And for you to come here before and just kind of relax and refresh before the finals, that must have been amazing.
Oh, it was so incredible. I mean, this really is paradise here. There's, you know, you can come here as a surfer and you've got direct access to Cloudbreak, which obviously I loved. But then, you know, there's something really here for everyone. You've got multiple restaurants. There's entertainment every day. I mean, that fish bar, it pops off on sunset. I can attest to that. It's just so beautiful, and yeah, with such close proximity to Cloudy, it really is a great destination.
Oh, wonderful. So lucky to be here in paradise. 12:42 on the clock. Caroline Marks trying to upset Katie Simmers as far as being a low seed in the matchup. Finishing runner-up to Caitlin Simmers last year in the world title race. Marks has also finished runner-up in the world before that, along with the world title, so she has just already had such a stellar career, along with the Olympic gold. And coming from a big family, she said she was forced to surf well, because if she didn't, her brothers would give her a hard time. She said she remembers coming and crying, and then she laughs about it when she tells those stories, because she realizes that was the foundation of her just being a competitive machine.
That sounds very familiar, Joey. I think brothers really do bring the best out of you. I can attest to that. It's just, you know what, you have those sparring partners, and at times you look back and you're like, well, that was maybe a bit heavy, but it brought the best out of her for sure. And you know what, one thing that I take away from Caroline as a competitive surfer is, yes, she's incredible performance-wise, but when it comes down to those moments in heats where she has to make tough decisions under pressure, and you know, as we see a little bit of Colapinto action underneath the water, pre-heat warm-up ritual.
Of course they are. They're keeping it fun. One laugh at a time has been their motto all season long. And they definitely turned that switch on once they needed some big results to really start enjoying the process. They still are. Why not on a big day in your career? Griff coming up next against Italo. Crosby, who turned in another great year on the championship tour, just flew out just a couple days ago to back his big bro today. As you were saying, though, it's the amazing ability for Caroline to do just enough to win. Talked about it with you a lot, talked about it with Jesse Mendez a lot this year. And I've even talked about it with Mike Parsons, a longtime coach of Caroline. It's like if she needs a 6, she might just get a 6 or a 6-2. And you look at her averages and her winning margins this year, it's fairly low. Her average margin of victory, 0.18, you know, compared to 0.62 for Katie Simmers. And Katie had a couple of wins by combo this year, none of those for Caroline. Caroline wasn't in the top 5 for average heat scores this year. She just did enough.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I think it just speaks to the competitor, you know, and sometimes you have those sticky years where it's like, you know, my surfing doesn't feel quite there, and maybe that's because, you know, of all the world title stuff and not being able to really feel like she could celebrate it, but then, you know, she's got the job done in terms of, yeah, analytically and strategically through a heat.
Now let's check in with Vaughn Blakey on the boat.
The Lexus WSL Finals, Fiji. Are you not charged enough? Good news if you're not, because Mophie is the official portable power supplier of the WSL, and they have got everyone covered here on the boat. If you're not feeling enough fizz, just come and load up on the Mophie. And guess what? They're also going to be awarding the Mophie charger of the event. Who will it be? The swell's starting to fill in. We're going to see some charging. Someone is going to be the Mophie charger.
Big thanks, Vaughn, and our friends at Mophie. Tracking down the line here, a little tag there from Caroline Marks. Nice, beautiful pace bottom turn, slaps it off the lip, crushes it again as she is looking so solid. And every turn is just so perfect. The landing's never in question. Really glued to that Biolis today. On that step driver model, has a series of those boards from 5.6 to 6.0. Her last wave is 7.67. And now trying to improve on a 5 with 8:40 to go.
It was really impressive, that last wave. I think her surfing, you know, what's so critical about these waves is the placement of her turns. I don't think you could time it any better, really. Her read right now in connection with Cloudbreak, you know, the last few practice sessions to this morning at this side, it's undeniable. She is looking so on point. She's glued to the board. I'd say, you know, this is going to go close to, she's going to improve on this 5 potentially here. Yes, the first turn, more of a setup, but these couple that she banks off after this, I mean, the placement for me and just is how critical that wave was. You see Katie watching on and just watching Caroline get that work done.
Katie just all eyes on Caroline Marks. Their hand gestures to each other last year when it came down to the world title race. They are feisty with each other, laughing their way through heats, but they put everything against each other to bring out their best, and we saw that with a ton of 9s last season. Different year for Caroline. She picked up her 7th event title of her career. Katie picked up her 6th in a short period of time. And now with Red Bull skis activated, reminded that the trial for Water Patrol Assist in CT heats actually happened right here at Cloudbreak to see if it would be introduced into pro surfing. Another big shout out to the great Bugwan, Rabbit Bartholomew. Caroline Marks, her coach Luke Egan was in that trial format here at Cloudbreak way back in the day. And Bug says, believe it or not, there were people against me in that mission. They wanted to see more paddling happen. I think everyone who said that back then is like, nah, it wasn't me.
Yeah. That is pretty crazy. I mean, you can never please anyone, right? With any decision that you make, let's be real. But I mean, it's been such a great addition to pro surfing because, you know, we want to see more wave riding action as opposed to paddling. As fun as the paddle battles are sometimes, it's just more waves ridden in a heat, which is more excitement.
Now Katie Simmers' requirement increases to an excellent score. Needs an 8.10 to keep her goal alive to win another world title. Last score for Caroline Marks, a 6.93, just under her 7.67, counting her best in back-to-back from her third wave to her number 4th wave. Remember, the winner of this heat meets up with world number 2, Gabriella Bryan, who's been looking really powerful through the warm-ups throughout the week.
Yeah, she's really, really impressed me. I think, you know, we've had stories about all the other surfers, and then she's been open herself about potentially being this underdog. And that's crazy to me because she's won, you know, 3 CT events on the regular season tour this year. And I mean, with her power, I mean, I was maybe questioning, is her power going to be matched on her backhand as what it is on her forehand? And she answered that question for me. You know, it was pretty clear in the practice sessions that she is absolutely laying it down. So, you know, whoever she ends up taking on, Caitlin or Caroline right now, I mean, it's going to be a fiery matchup.
5:25 to go. Trying to find some space in the channel is world number 2, Gabriella Bryan, in her first showing in the final 5. She picked up the most wins out of the field with 3 championship tour victories this season. Showcasing her big frontside power hack. Got credit to being the most powerful surfer on tour. El Salvador, she was absolutely deadly. And then more recently, Jeffreys Bay and a win over Molly Picklum. Owning the West in back-to-back years at Margaret River Main Break. And spending a lot of time at Cloudbreak. So Gabby posted up for about a month last year and got familiar with the place. And now looks like we could have an opportunity for Katie Simmers. 4:30 on the clock as the Californians got priority. And staying selective, knowing that she needs excellence now.
Yeah, it's a big number, right? It'll be the biggest number of the morning so far on the women's side. So, you know, the best comparison we have is Caroline's 7.67. And Katie, here goes Katie now.
Important ride for Simmers. The 19-year-old tracks back to the pocket. Hits it in the lip line. Well, a lot of froth and foam on the face, but she's still connected. She'll kick out, missing a finishing move. And remember, Caroline has the best number of heats, 7.67. Caitlin's got to do better than that to get the lead change, so she still has some work to do.
Yeah, she's got work to do, and the clock is ticking, right? I mean, right now, advantage Caroline. It's going to be interesting. I think Caroline right now will probably stick quite closely to Katie. Let's have a look at what happened in this wave. So nice carve down. She loves to start these waves out here at Cloudy like that, and then backs it up with a more vertical approach. This one just going that bit too frothy, and you can see, I think just the body language alone is just showing us that she's like, no, I'm out of here. I need more.
Strider, you got a great view. You're by the coaches as well. I'd imagine Tommy Witz would be a bit stressed out at the moment.
You know what? I don't think he's too stressed out, but he is identifying that the waves that, you know, the forehand surfers can get out here, like Caroline, the conditions are lending to the goofy footers. On the backhand, it's a lot harder to come square off the bottom and then hit it and then drive down the line at the same time. So these waves are coming in. There's a lot of wall on them. And, you know, Tommy just identifying that she's looking for, that Caitlin is looking, Katie's looking for a certain type of wave that's going to allow her to go up and down and have enough shoulder and speed, or lack of speed for her to get that in there and go up and down the way that she needs to come away with those big scores. You know, Caroline, she's got that advantage of having that drive on the toe on the front hand coming up and then heel driving off the top and just getting a lot of speed coming out of the turns and then coming right back onto the toes to really drive down the line again. So today, conditions at the moment leaning in the favor of the forehanders on the goofy foot.
Thanks so much, Strider, a proud goofy foot himself. Sitting next to one next to me, Flick Palmatier, and that's been the big subject. You know, Caroline was targeted as, hey, we've got the only goof in the draw on her front side as we look at CT by the numbers and focus on heat wins all time in this format. And Caroline's up to 7 now, 2 more than Gilmore, who got her 8th world title in this format. Caroline also up to $300,000 US in prize money from a world title and a runner-up finish just in 2 previous showings. Here comes Caroline Marks taking this wave with priority. 90 seconds on the clock. Nice setup carve, not looking too invested in this wave that Had a bit more height, but didn't have that beautiful wall she got on her 2 previous decisions. That'll give Caitlin Simmers a minute 15 to try to save her run here and her goal to try to go back-to-back with the world titles.
That's pretty interesting, right? I think we saw the buoy kind of disappear there for a second in that pullback shot. You could see, okay, this is going to be a big set, maybe the biggest sort of roll through the lineup, but it didn't quite connect with the reef the way, you know, obviously Caroline wanted. And right now, door is open for Caitlin for sure. It's just with 50 seconds on the clock, with the set just gone and the timing of sets we've seen this morning, are we going to see another opportunity? And she is chasing what would be the highest wave of the day so far.
Caitlin Simmers still focused on the horizon. Has collected a lot of big numbers this year. Her peak a 9.57, also picked up a 9.5 as her top 2 of 2025. Is always a giant in every heat, being a world champ. And she's been in a great position in her defense all year, but she will step off and go over the falls, and we will see Caroline Marks upset the reigning world champ and the higher seed at world number 3. Caroline, 2 big wins today, will now face Gabriella Bryan on a rare fall from Katie on a wave that could have taken her the distance.
Whoa, even that one, even the one behind it, those things stretched out, they looked so good on the reef. But Caroline, wow, okay, this is 2 from 2 now, and she is gaining momentum. The Goofy is looking good out here, Joe.
Biggest set of the morning so far. Right at the end when Caitlin was hoping to turn the heat and just stepped off on the takeoff and went straight down. So Simmers out. Caroline improving, and the waves are pumping. Griffin can't help but put his hands up as he's hoping his clock's gonna start soon against Italo Ferriera. And Caroline taking out Bettylou in the first match this morning. Just took out her rival and world champion Katie Simmers. Now she'll be dealing with world number 2, Gabriella Bryan.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that green is moving its way through these matches right now. I mean, and it's going to be nervous times for Gabby watching this unfold and just seeing the tear that Caroline is on.
The Lexus WSL Finals Fiji presented by Corona Cero is moving quickly. Griffin Colapinto takes on Italo Ferriera. Bring in Kaipo and Richie for the call. The Lexus WSL Finals Fiji presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by Tourism Fiji, strategic partner of the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Tavarua Island Resort, official legacy partner of the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Going out against Serco in the 3rd team from the United States. And purple team is Griffin Colapinto.
When you're really connected on a wave, it's kind of like a spiritual moment. Like some higher power is taking your body and using it. I've worked so hard to get all aspects of my surfing to the highest level that I can and create no weakness, because then I feel like I deserve it. That's how much I want it.
Sometimes a loss is a good thing. It just keeps you hungry.
That was my biggest dream ever. I don't want to let that kid down.
The male pro Portugal champ.
Seeing through all the adversity that you went through, on the other side, there was something beautiful. One of the things I see in Cade that I also had in myself is overcoming the nerves, harnessing them, turning them into fire. What motivates me to care and give back is just like how much I love these guys. They push me just as much as I push them. The more you care, the more focused you are.
Griffin Colapinto's got a nice ride in that Lexus GX, and here we are at the Lexus WSL Finals presented by Corona Cero. The flotilla here out at Cloudbreak has been building through the entire day in anticipation of crowning of new men's and women's world champs. This is the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm Kuiper Girl. That's Richie Lovett. And we're seeing, so far, some goofy foot dominance.
We have, you know, Caroline kicked things off, and she seems to be building momentum. And then we saw Italo Ferriera getting through the first of the men's exchanges. But this is going to be a tough battle up against Griffin Colapinto. These guys have got some history, which we'll dig into. But, man, the goofy footers have been on fire, and really promising signs, Kipes, because the last set in that heat, that was solid.
Yeah, we're expecting the swell to continue to increase today through the afternoon. Number 3 seed, Griffin Colapinto, coming up against the number 5 seed, Italo Ferriera. And with that being said, Griffin Colapinto starts this match number 2 with priority over Ferriera.
And normally I would say that that is a solid advantage, but against Italo, he's proven that really priority doesn't factor into his mind at the start of a heat. He stays busy, he gets busy. But as we see these sets start to build, the bigger and better waves are going to become more established and more prominent and more obvious. It looks like Griff's looking at something here. He's interested.
Colapinto on the paddle here. And he's going to utilize his priority opening wave of match number 2. Griffin Colapinto streaking down the line. Looking for an opportunity, gets to the bottom this time, stabs it off the top, releases the tail off of that lost Biolis shape. 2 times, that's going to be the opening number for Griffin Colapinto. 2-time number 3 in the world, number 3 seed coming into this event, Rick. I'm sure it's his goal to have an improvement on that in 2025.
Oh, absolutely. You know, he has just got a world title in his sights. You know that is, you know, it's the ultimate goal for Griff. He hasn't shied away from just letting everyone know that that's why he's here. That's what he wants. And really beautiful performance on this first wave. Streaking into this one, you can see all this energy. You can see the wave standing up down the line. So Griff picks his moment, squares up off the bottom. I love this tail drifting backhand snap. And again, he's been really perfecting this over the last couple of years out here at Cloudbreak. It served him well to get the victory here last year. But a very difficult maneuver to do on your backhand, traveling at this speed. So watch this here. Gets that fin drift, blows the tail out, reconnects, and then gets set and blows it even harder on that on the second turn. You'll see here, if we stick with the water angle, watch this. You'll see the entire tail blow out the back of the wave. And at that point there, the surfboard is disconnected. So effectively a moment of not being connected to the wave, of not being in complete control. And then you reconnect, and then, you know, the ability of these surfers at this level to make it look so seamless when the board does connect, and then they find control again. Beautiful stuff there from Griff.
Yeah, really a master of balance when it comes to just either surfing off the fins or surfing off the rail or surfing in the air. Griffin Colapinto did get a 10-point ride for a huge air at Margaret River this year. He's very versatile, 27-year-old out of San Clemente, California. 7 years in the championship tour. He's been a force ever since he's come upon tour. This year, you know, having to fight after a really tough start. 17th place at Pipe, 9th place at Abu Dhabi, 17th place in Portugal and El Salvador. Really had to turn his season around in that Australian leg. 6-point ride opens up for Griffin Colapinto, Rick.
Yeah, I like it. I think the score is bang on. 2 significant turns on that wave, and I think a great scoring wave there. Judges on point.
Let's take a look at our Griffin's stats from the 2025 season. Remember, it was a tough start for the San Clemente surfer, but he made up for it. Finals appearances after that early season slump. 3, a 10-point ride. Yeah, he got one. He got a number of 9-point rides as well. Look at the excellent heat scores.
Wow. Yeah, that's solid. And really uncharacteristic start for Griffin. We were all kind of tripping out, going, you know, what's going on here? We're talking about a former finalist who just could not get any momentum.
And another interesting stat for Griffin Colapinto, when you talk about the cumulative heat scores, the cumulative wave scores throughout the entire season, yeah, Yago Dora does have the yellow leaders jersey for his wins, but Griffin has scored more points this year than any other surfer on tour. We don't count the elimination round points, but when you count the other heat scores and wave scores, the total so far for this year for Griffin Colapinto, an astounding 534 points.
Wow, that's solid. And when you think about the back half of the year, without a doubt, you know, Griffin has been the most informed surfer on the men's side. It wasn't until the Bells Beach event in Australia where he really kicked into gear, and he did it in a big wave, you know, under threat, potentially not making the cut, and then he just got to work, and credit to him too, because, you know, he didn't waver, stray from his normal, you know, strategy. He sort of stuck to his guns, got things happening. Interesting stuff happening here, Kipes. Griffin way up the point here, and really stretching out and creating some space, but it looks like Italo, he's going to get a wave down the line.
Italo cruises into this one, pumps off the bottom, slashes off the top on the Tico Teco shape. Patterson surfboard, couple of quick snaps here for the Brazilian goofy foot, looking on point, and releases the fin, so still kind of balancing act in the lip, and Italo Ferriera shows that he can throw some fins too.
Yeah, absolutely, and strong start from Italo as well, perhaps not as big a wave as Griffin. Griffin had all that down the line momentum and then 2 big jams in the pocket, whereas Italo, there was a slower pace to this wave. Of course, the 2019 world champion, and had a win at Abu Dhabi earlier this year. And at the start of this year, Italo was on fire. He looked like he was just on and was just going to be on some sort of crazy tear through 2025. But the wheels fell off.
Yeah.
Through the Aussie leg, just could not make a heat.
Yeah, his start, a semi-final at Pipe. He won the second event, CT number 2 over there at the Abu Dhabi Pro. Made the finals again in Portugal, quarterfinals in El Salvador. Looked like it was going to be Italo's year with the yellow jersey. However, they had that bad. But hey, credit to him to fight back into a Final 5 position, give himself a chance. Here's a replay.
Absolutely. Opening hack, beautiful. Second turn, some tail release up and over that section there. So a 4-turn combination gets the tail drift on the final moment. So great variety on that wave from Italo. Let's check out the aerial view here. Replay, Italo there just jamming in the pocket. You can see more of an acute turn, this one, projecting down the line, up and over the roof, and then bang, gets that tail kick, flicks it out. More release, more radical on the final turn.
And apart from surfing, when we go by that Fiji flight cam, I can't help but getting hypnotized by seeing right to the bottom of the reef here at Cloudbreak. The clarity of the water, incredible.
Oh, it's like an aquarium out here, man. It's just unbelievable. I do like that the Fiji flight cam too, Kipes, because you kind of get an indication of how fast they're traveling down the reef as well. The waves at Cloudbreak here, you know, they really do take you on a bit of a roller coaster ride. You jump on at the start, and then you really start traveling down the reef at a rate of knots.
Yeah, Vanaka for the view of the Fiji flight cam right here, and you can see it. That's another thing surfing here is Rick, is you get a little concerned sometimes because you think it's sometimes shallower than it really is because the water clarity is unbelievable. It looks so like it's 6 inches deep every time you take off.
Absolutely. It's just one of the magic things about coming and spending time and surfing here in Fiji. So we can see, look at this, these sets starting to wrap around the point here at Cloudbreak, and this is what they do, these swell lines. They start to bend and refract, and they get dragged around the point, and then creates this perfect line. These left-handers, beautiful canvas for our surfers here.
Well, it looks like this first score for Italo Ferriera has checked in. He won that opening exchange with a 6.27 versus a 6-point ride for Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, again, I like the spread here. You know, I do think that perhaps the intensity of Griffin's turns on the backhand, just a slight edge, and only the 2 turns, but because of the work and the variety that Italo showed, that's why he just gets the number here, slight edge on his opponent.
Well, Caroline Marks continues to march through match play. She's on to match number 3. Let's hear from Caroline Marks. She's on the boat with Vaughn.
Caroline, you and Katie, it's a great matchup in WSL Finals Day history. When you defeated her, you went on to win your maiden world title. When she defeated you, obviously the same story. How much were you looking at this matchup in the lead up to this event?
Yeah, I was super excited. Trying to take it, heat by heat, but I knew Katie was obviously going to be a super tough matchup, and like you said, we've had some great matchups, and I'm just stoked the waves are a bit better in that heat, and we were able to ride more waves, and yeah, I love serving against her. It's fun.
A lot more opportunity. You've really used this week to build momentum after what you even said yourself was a pretty slow year in terms of the way that you wanted to surf and the scores you were getting. But most importantly, you've used the momentum that you built during the week to build throughout today. 2 matchups, 2 wins.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just stoked. I feel like I've been surfing well the last few days, and yeah, I just want to keep building, and this is where it really matters right here. So just put my head down and see what happens, taking it heat by heat.
The best wave of the day came through right on the tail end of that heat. You had the best view of it from the channel. What were you thinking?
Yeah, we all know the swell is supposed to come up, so that was just more signs of it coming. It feels like it's slowly building, but those are some, yeah, definitely by far the biggest sets of the day. So it's exciting signs for what's to come.
And a little meeting with the reef?
Yeah, yeah, meeting with the reef already. It happens out here. You got to pay to play, so got some blood on my foot, but all good. Just keep looking forward.
Congratulations. Look forward to the next matchup against Gabby.
Thank you. Perfect. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, the reef kisses, they're real.
Really good stuff from Caroline Marks. 3 surfs, 2 heats, 1 free surf already, 2 heat interviews. She's going through the checklist, Kipes, and potentially 4 more waves, 4 more scoring waves. She could be world champ.
She came into this event, Rick, with saying, hey, I'm happy to come here, as not the top seed. I want to be someone's nightmare coming from the bottom and on the way to the top. And I think that's what she's doing. There's a little reef kiss for Caroline Marks.
That's a minor one. That's fine.
But, yeah, it happens. You just, that's the one thing. Well, the reefs out here, live reefs are, very sharp.
Lime juice, lemon juice, best thing for the reef cuts.
So we got some sets.
Factor. Yeah.
Sets coming through. Griffin Colapinto with priority. Decision time for Colapinto. Still in a very tight matchup in this match number 2. When we look at the history of these 2 surfers, it actually leans towards Italo Ferriera. They've matched up 4 times. 3 of the times Italo Ferriera has been the winner in those matchups. Here comes Ferriera under priority. This is when he turns into the danger man, looking for the ramp. Goes for the Superman. I don't know if that was necessary.
Careful, careful.
I know he's trying to show variety. I like the alley-oops. I like the front side rotations. I'm still yet to be sold that the Superman's going to get you points.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I think just sticking with those, I'm not going to say more traditional airs, but more kind of functional, rather than those expressive style airs. But here he goes again.
Wants to make up for it here. Searching for another ramp. Speeding through, big alley-oop. That's more like it. Lands on the roof. Comes up, combos it with some quick feet up into the lip. Not once, but 2 times. Gets caught up on the second turn. But that was more like it.
Oh, man, he's just got that thing on lockdown, Forget the Supermans. Let's just stick to these. Just projection alley-oops. And just covering so much ground. Italo just has these things on lock, and the landings just so smooth. He just manages to re-engage with the wave, get his board set, the fin set back into the wave face. Here we go, Griff on a good set outside.
Out the back with Colapinto, smooth off the bottom, hacks it off the top. Nice opening turn, sets up for a blazing second turn, brings it all the way back down. A lot of leverage in those turns for Griffin Colapinto. Power as well as flexibility on display. It's great timing and great biomechanics, you know, with the body motion for Griffin Colapinto. Got into a nice rhythm on that wave.
Yeah, really good rhythm on that, Kibes. Nice and smooth in between the turns, almost, you know, giving us a false sense of just the intensity of those turns that he was doing. You know, they were done with so much power and flair, but, you know, I kind of think back to Joel Parkinson, almost making it look really easy, but just enough, right on the edge there.
Look at the dismount from the Red Bull jet ski from Italo Ferriera, not messing around, not even waiting for the ski to slow down, just jumping off, using some of that forward momentum to propel himself. He will not get first priority, but he's going to get right back in the lineup for this set.
Yeah, for me, this last wave of Griff, the best wave of the heat so far. I know we've just seen a crazy airdrop, but let's check this thing out. Really good pace to this wave. Drives hard off the bottom, gets that tail release and slide off the top. And again, picks his moment. That one in particular was so crucial and just in that zone, like the wave started to cup out and Griff just kept that rail connected. The water angle here, this will show it even better. So watch this turn here. Keeps that toe side rail connected all the way through that, straight back on the heel again and up into the pocket. So 3 really strong maneuvers on the backhand and then finishes off. You can see here just all that pressure coming over the front foot. His chest almost touching that forward knee. Watch, you'll see the technique again. De-weights off the tail, lets it drifts, and then that momentum of the body gets back onto the tail pad, drives off the bottom. Nice power hack for that third one. And then Italo, in contrast, just straight line, looking for that big air section, covers so much ground, perhaps 4 or 5 yards in the air, and then a series of little turns down the line. Unfortunately unstuck on the final one, but really all the points are coming here. Just basically 320-degree rotation, re-engages and just straight into the next turn.
Scores have come through, and as you were suspecting, Rick, Griffin Colapinto goes excellent on wave number 2. 8-point ride for Colapinto and the lead.
I love this. Just a real steady approach from Griff. He's taken off twice and he's nailed 2 good waves. You can see the spread here, 8-5, 7-5, the high and low numbers. 3-8, we'll take the top and the bottom score off and we'll take the averages there. 8-point ride. I felt like it was right in that excellent zone. I think the judges got it spot on.
Strider, what do you think about Griffin's last wave?
I went excellent in my mind right away, and I was just wondering how that was going to contrast with Italo's surfing. You know, it's such an amazing difference in the 2 styles of surfing that are in the water right now. You've got a forehand surfer who's just technically executing big alley-oops, which we saw in his first run, which got him through. And then he's up against, you know, a regular foot on the backhand, just going vertical power hacks. But there is technical aspects when the tail gets blown out of the back of the wave like that. So I feel like he's mixing best of both worlds into his surfing. Griffin Colapinto is. And I think that's something that we're going to have to see out of Italo if he wants to rise up and kind of match that style or match that whole thing. Here we go. Here goes Italo. Back to you guys. We'll take it away.
Italo off the bottom, slashes off the top. Good sized wave for Ferriera. Snaps there, catches the rail, and goes down.
Yeah, I think Strider just hit the nail on the head. The variety that Griffin's showing, really catching the judge's eye at the moment. Italo's just sort of forcing these scores on these inside waves, but as the swell builds, he's got to be careful because Griffin's been on the best 2 waves of the heat so far, and he's executed on them, and it's starting to take a little bit of the shine off what Italo is doing. Italo just needs to settle now, find a bigger, better wave, and give us that mix of power, and then perhaps do the air right at the closing moment instead of hunting for it from the very opening maneuver.
Here's a replay. What went wrong here?
Yeah, let's check out the water angle. The first turn here, I like it, extended carve. Double pump off the bottom and just jams it, just caught on that heel side rail. And just the nose of the board, just really digging in just a little too far. Italo unable to just force the nose of the board out.
Griffin Colapinto, I'm sure, has some good feelings about Cloudbreak. He did take the win here last year in brilliant form with that backhand snap, those combos that he was able to put, the power and balance, as well as the looseness all put together for Griffin Colapinto. I'm thinking maybe he's whipping out his magic stick that he's been saving, a 6-1 driver 3.0 that he drew like an energy center on top of the board. You know, Griffin becoming very, very spiritual, you know, within his career as a professional surfer, goes back to look for that magic board. And, you know, those boards with dents already in them, it feels super familiar to yourself, Rick.
Absolutely. It really is just that connection with the board once you get the little imprints from the heel and toe, and they really, you know, become your best friend at that point.
Let's get some vibes from the channel. We got the Blakey brothers on top of the Red Bull boat.
Yeah, Kibes, on top of the Red Bull athlete zone out here in the channel. The vibes are high. We just saw the first excellent score of the day drop, and Griffin and Italo locked in a great battle. We got Geordie Smith over behind us at the moment, getting prepped to take to the lineup himself. But Vaughn, how is the flotilla out here? There is so many surf fans, passionate surf fans, here to watch this showdown unfold.
Yeah, it's Waterworld, all right. You'd think that, you know, if you have a contest in the middle of the ocean, literally the closest bit of land is so far away, you would struggle to get some atmosphere. But out here, it's starting to feel stadium-like, and especially after a couple of slow heats to get going, the ocean's starting to pulse, things are starting to lift. We're seeing an excellent score drop. Things are only going to get better from here, and this crowd's going to get louder and louder. Let's do it!
Intensity down there in the Rebel athlete zone, but out here in the channel, everyone is absolutely salivating because the set waves continue to pulse through here.
Yeah, it's true. Intensity downstairs, like literally beneath our feet, it's like a freezer in there. It's so tense. Everyone's walking around too scared to get in everyone else's way. It's really interesting sort of watching Italo's pre-heat warm-up routine was just lying down. Like, definitely not what we've seen in the past.
So different.
So chilled out, and that was a good takeaway. And yeah, it's just really, really fun to watch what's going on downstairs, but much more fun to be upstairs.
Okay, we got waves lining up here. We're going to throw it back to you, Kibes.
All right, thanks, Ron. Red Bull Athlete Zone, the floating boat out there in the channel. Griffin Colapinto with the heat lead here. Griffin, pretty sharp on the backhand, goes down. He's not going to improve upon the 6-point ride. That's his backup for the 8. Now opportunity shifting to Italo Ferriera with priority.
Yeah, so we know that Italo needs that 7.68. He's so capable of that. And a real moment in this heat now where Italo can change the momentum. It feels like everything's been going the way of Griffin Colapinto, picking the best waves, and you can see the strategy shift almost for Griff. He's like, okay, now I've got my 2 good scores. I've got to try and improve on that 6, and just perhaps pushing it a little more than he has on his opening 2 waves on that last wave. Unfortunately coming unstuck, but again, I'd like to see him maybe just sit and exchange sets with Italo, wait for that bigger wave, try and close this one out.
Love what I'm seeing here as far as swell energy filling in throughout the day as forecasted by Surfline for us. Swell to peak this afternoon and overnight. Wind's been cooperative as well.
Yeah, this was the danger, was the wind. We thought it was going to be sort of puffing up already. This is live action. Griff on the inside.
On the paddle back out, Griffin Colapinto finds this one. Lines up off the bottom. Again, just daggers in the lip, backside hangers. Just 2 for Colapinto, very similar to his 6-point ride. Maybe not quite as much, but he's just surfing well under priority, giving himself a chance to increase his lead over Italo Ferriera.
Yeah, I don't think that wave really was going to be ever eclipsing the 6-point ride, which is his low number, as we see some good lines starting to approach. The swell definitely filling in now. Italo, he's got to make a choice here. Which one is he going to go? There's maybe 3 or 4 waves in this set. And this is where just knowing the ocean, understanding this reef, and feeling which ones are the better ones. You can see here this wave starting to double up on this ledge section. We may even see a barrel.
That's a good-looking wave for Ferriera in the barrel, and he's going to get clamped upon. And you can see him with the extra punishment there, even going over the falls after getting clamped. But Italo pops back up miraculously, and it's going to be a race for priority.
How quick did he just get through that? He went up and over the falls, somehow just popped back up, grabbed his board, and looks like he may even regain priority here.
This would be a well-played wipeout, if you would, for Italo Ferriera. If he's able to regain priority right now, still give him a chance with 10 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock.
Well, no priority now, and they're both looking at this wave, so interesting moment.
Well, Italo, without the decision on priority on the inside, is going to get the go. Here we go, Ferriera. Lines up down the line. Again, building up speed, ramp seeking, pops it up, alley-oop, puts it down, comes back around this section, snaps one more time, fins free, but gets bucked loose.
Yeah, the rhythm of that wave was just slightly off. The alley-oop, I mean, geez, I'd love to do one like that, but in Italo's standards, perhaps felt a little forced.
Yeah.
You know, and just the flow of that wave almost felt like he could have taken a different track and started, you know, getting up and down with the maneuvers, maybe a different choice of turns. But again, he seems somewhat fixated on this progressive approach to Cloudbreak out here, whereas Griff very much sticking with that, you know, I'm going to say traditional progressive still surfing, and he's getting the good numbers at the moment.
Yeah, to Griff's credit, he knows that that's a recipe for success. He did it just last year at this very break with the same routine that he's employing this year. Board switch right now. It looks like Italo Ferriera is feeling something with his equipment, and Reynolds Hayes in the channel, available for the backup. 9 minutes on the countdown for Italo to come back. Needs a 7.68. Time for a Bonsoy brew break, and we will come back with the conclusion of match number 2 here at the Lexus WSL Finals presented by Corona Cero. Yeah, well, it's the Lexus Surf LX or Lexus GX. Lexus got a car for your surfing lifestyle. The only place that you don't need it is in the channel here at Cloudbreak, where the flotilla has arrived, and we are in the midst of the Lexus WSL Finals presented by Corona Cero. We're going to be crowning men's and women's champs today. Welcome back after break. Match number 2 on the water with 6 minutes 45 seconds remaining. Griffin Colapinto with a lead over Italo Ferriera, Sky Girl, and Richie Lovett talking you through the action in this heat.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. You know, Italo has had so much momentum up to this point. Looks like live action here again, a smaller inside wave.
Italo needs something spectacular here, and that's a start. Smaller wave, needs a 7.68, and we've seen this routine before. Now, will that routine garner him that 7.68. That's a score in the very good range.
Yeah, it's almost excellent, isn't it? And you know, while I feel like that aerial that Italo just did, it felt excellent to me, but the wave in its entirety from start to finish, I don't feel like it was excellent. And that's purely based on sort of the wave height and the fact that it wasn't one of the established sets that we've seen starting to come through.
Yeah, let's get thoughts from the channel. Strider.
Yeah, just wanted to jump in on Italo, on Reynolds, on the board change. You know, there was a moment where Italo was paddling back out, and you saw his shoulders drop. And then Reynolds said, don't give up. You still got this. Trust yourself. Looked at his board. I'm going to change the board. Took the leash off, came over, tried, switched out the board, and now he's kind of getting back into, he didn't take the jet ski just now, and he's trying to get into his own rhythm to put himself back into this heat. The technical surfing's there. I just think he needs the right size wave to give him enough of a platform to get that excellent score that he's looking for, but not giving up. It was a moment there where you could see physically he slouched. Reynolds identified it, yelled at him, don't give up, and back up and went for the board change and re-established.
Right,
so fun to watch. Let's see if he can get back into this thing.
All right, thank you, Strider Wazalewski. We're still waiting for the score for Italo Ferriera and see how far he is able to claw back in. 7-point ride does reduce the need for Italo Ferriera. 7-point ride clocking through. Now Ferriera just needs another 7 to take the lead off of Griffin Colapinto. There's all the judges' numbers, Rich.
Yeah, pretty unanimous, very consistent across the judging scores. This is really interesting how Griffin's been able to defuse the energy of Italo Ferriera just simply by wave choice and execution on those waves, and that would have been one of the plans that these guys had going into this heat was, okay, let's get the biggest waves, let's put some big numbers on the score, and let's put Italo under pressure.
Well, logically, if Italo's able to do the same exact thing on this wave right here, that would be another 7, and that could be the lead change. Griffin Colapinto behind him. So here's the exchange between the two surfers in match number 2. Italo with the finish. Griffin pulls in and travels for a while, gets clipped, so I don't know if the number's going to change for Griffin Colapinto. Did Italo Ferriera, when we look at those split screen, he got the best of that exchange, but was it enough? Was it the 7-point ride?
Close one, and again, Italo just waving for the jet ski here. And important moment in this heat. Griff just desperate to re-establish priority. He knows he didn't convert on that last wave. He didn't better his 6-0, had the fall. Italo again, going for the big alley-oop. He's just been, leaning into this maneuver so many times throughout this day. Let's have a look at what Griff got done. Just taking a moment to get down the line here. Now he squares up off the bottom, carves it through the lip on the backhand. Little check turn and into the barrel, and just got caught on that heel. Didn't quite have that line and that forward momentum. And again, just look at the difference in wave height. Italo streaking down through the inside, gets the big alley-oop. This was the 7. Now that was a really dynamic turn, and really all those points coming from that big alley-oop, gets the finish. And this is the latest one. So again, streaking down the line. That one for me, Kipes, felt almost a little bit forced compared to the last wave. It wasn't as big, not as much distance travelled in the air. So no, I don't think it's going to be the score he needs.
Well, Griffin Colapinto did regain priority. He does have the lead, so he can really control these final 2 minutes of match number 2. Still waiting for the score for Italo Ferriera. Likely not going to turn the heat. Here goes Ferriera. Under priority. Needs something big section in front of him. Not a lot of opportunity. Being patient here. In between 2 mines, looking for that ramp. Chucks it out into the flap. There's a beautiful air, but he took a long time to put that down. Again, he's a 7.01. Giving it his all. Trying to play on the emotions and sell it just a little bit. There was a lot of downtime at the beginning of that wave.
There was a lot of downtime, and to Italo's credit, he's one of the fast, if not the fastest surfer that we have on the tour at the moment. So I always like to check these replays and almost mind surf them in a way. Was there a different path that he could have taken? Was there a different maneuver choice that he could have done on that wave? Griff taking some time, but gets into this one.
Colapinto Not waiting to hear the update. Wants to be on the offense here. Throws the fins a couple times on some backhand hangers. Make it 3. That was a third critical maneuver. And Colapinto looks like he shot a 3-pointer right there at the end of the ride and already feeling it. Anything over a 6-point ride, he's going to gain ground over Italo Ferriera.
He's going to gain ground, Kipes. You know, my feeling is that he is going to put a little bit more space between him and Italo. It'll be better than a 6-point ride, or in my opinion, I feel like it's going to be better. And again, the variety's there. There are more boxes ticked. You know, there's that variety in the maneuver choice. There's the innovation and progression in the way he's performing those maneuvers. And feels like he's just in perfect sync and in perfect pace with the speed of these waves, and it's allowing him to really just pick up where he left off last year. You know, that form is there, and you know, those nice tight pivoting turns on the backhand, he's got them just on lockdown now. Looks like he's going to take away the win here.
Yeah, he will be taking away the win. We're going to make it official. We got some scores still to drop through, and so we will wait for all those scores to populate. But we can tell you that it will be Griffin Colapinto on to match number 3.
Wow, the pace of today, it really is going. We're burning through these heats, and looks like some scores are falling in.
Now, what a way to end the heat. 8.33, that was the last wave for Griffin Colapinto. So Colapinto goes excellent. 16.33 in match number 2 to take out Italo Ferriera. They're the boys in the channels. And they're the numbers for that matchup. Griffin Colapinto moves on Italo Ferriera out of competition, but had a great year on the championship tour and made it an exciting one.
Yeah, congratulations to Griffin Colapinto. One step further, and commiserations to Italo Ferriera. Thank you, mate, for a just incredible year. You've kept us entertained from the opening event. And we love what you bring to the tour. And no doubt we'll be back next year looking to secure a world title. Man's Eye Pipeline.
And congratulations, Italo Ferriera will be welcoming baby boy into the world and starting his family on the off season. So now it's going to be a shift for the 2019 world champ into kind of beyond surfing real life, taking a look at our matchups. That's right, it's Griffin Colapinto on to face Jordy Smith, where we look forward to match number 3, Rich.
Oh, this is setting up so well, the two natural footers, and eagerly anticipate the matchup here between Jordy and Griff. Griff coming in, obviously, with a lot of momentum there. Is Jordy going to be able to just pick up the ball and start running, or will be revealed in about 40 minutes' time?
More stuff coming your way. When we return, we're going to have match number 3 for the women. It's going to be Gabriella Bryant coming up against Caroline Marks. Beautiful Fiji, and this is where it's all happening today at the Lexus WSL Finals presented by Corona Cero. It is, we're going to crown a men's and women's world champ. We're lucky. We get to hang out right here at the Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay. There's a beautiful backdrop. That's not a green screen. That's the real life over here that we've been living every single day. Kaipo girl, Flick Parmentier. We're coming into match number 3 for the women. Gabriella Bryant is going to have to stop a charging Caroline Marks that we've seen so far as the day has unfolded.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think, you know, it's undeniable, the form, the momentum Caroline's tapped into. Match 1 done, match 2. You know, now she's coming up match 3 against the number 2 seed, Gabriella Bryant. And Gabriella's been having to watch this unfold, you know, and whether or not, I've seen she's had headphones on, don't know if she's listening to music or what's actually been going down score-wise and paying too much attention to that. But it'll be interesting to see if she can disrupt this momentum. One thing she's got is priority.
Gabriella Bryant has had a wonderful year, her 4th year on the championship tour, Flick. 3 CT wins in this year, coming in number 2. She's worn the yellow leader jersey in 4 events this year. It's been a groundbreaking year for the Kauai native. Now, by the way, I want to say hi to all the Kauai people over there in Kilauea at Kenji Burger. They got a watch party over there where Gabriella's dad is there. Her best friend Phoenix is also watching, as well as the leader of the Kauai board riders, Sebastian Zeet Seabass, also over there on the watch party. I'm sure we have watch parties going all over the place, but the mana right now from Kauai is coming from Kenji Burger over there in Kilauea for Gabby Bryant. Set coming through here, and as you mentioned, Flick, Gabby does have the advantage of priority for this opening exchange.
Yeah, and I think, you know, that is sort of the advantage where she can potentially stop Caroline. Caroline has been on a roll this morning. She's dropped some great numbers with each heat. You know, those heat totals are rising. She's also on the forehand too, so it's a point of difference this morning. And up until that last matchup that we just saw between Griff and Italo, you know, Griff obviously upsetting Italo, but the forehand was looking favourable. So right now, though, for Gabriella, it's just going to be, you know, I think really making the most of that first wave selection with priority.
Yeah. Flick, Strider's calling. What's going on, Strider?
I'm just checking in. I want to just give my analysis on this heat. You know, Caroline has been on a tear, and her quick forehand, you know, crisp surfing has been looking amazing. But I think on the backhand, Gabriella Bryant is going to have more power and send more spray into the sky than the law allows. So I feel like that Caroline's going to have to do a little extra work in this heat. She's going to have to step up her game. She's going to have to dig in a little harder, and she's going to have to try and find that barrel. If she can execute some tube time out here, she's going to, you know, separate herself from the surfing of Gabriella Bryant. But, you know, Gabby's just that backhand whip. We've been watching it. She hits the lip and just it destroys it. And I think, you know, that's going to be the difference in this heat. So I feel like Caroline's got a lot of work to do in this heat that we haven't seen out of her yet today.
Yeah, unlawful backhand hangers from Gabby Bryant coming from Strider Wazalewski. I agree with him. In the warm-up sessions and what we've seen, the power of Gabriella Bryant, she has one of the fiercest backhand re-entries. A lot of power there. And really, really strong angles to her approach.
Yeah, I think, you know, coming into this, we spoke about her potentially being an underdog. She even admitted it herself that she feels like maybe people aren't looking to her as maybe one of the bigger threats. But I think I also had a question, you know, yes, you know, question mark over her head. Yeah, okay, her forehand, undeniably, you know, that's where her 3 CT wins came from this regular season. But for me, I was like, can she match it on the backhand? And what we saw in those practice sessions, to your point, Kipes, is just, I mean, it was undeniable. The power was there. She was matching it equally on her backhand. And I really like what Strider said, is that I think Caroline will have to rise to the occasion and maybe try and find the barrel, or, you know, lay a little bit, that rail a little bit harder to match that power with Gabby.
Yeah, and friendly fire in this matchup. for the Lost Surfboards team, and an illustration of why they've won 3 Vissla CT Shaper rankings back to back to back. When you have a field like this and you come into friendly fire, just, you know, even in match number 3 between these two.
Yeah, I mean, so many surfers that he's got on the tour riding Matt Biolis's shapes, Mayhems, and I think right now, yeah, he's got friendly fire, but either way, one of these surfers is advancing, and one will be in this title match that'll go down in, you know, just a couple hours' time with Molly Picklum.
Yeah, both have been riding, you know, preferring to ride the step driver model, which is a derivative of the driver series from Lost Surfboards. And they've been busy. Matt and Gian, there's Matt right there. There's the guy, the creator, the designer. And he's been busy making sure all of his surfers are well equipped for this final.
Oh, totally. I think also, you know, the moment that, you know, that Restaraunts is in the conversation and there's a lot of questions being asked, you know, obviously they've come here with their quiver of boards, you know, probably up to 10 or so, but there's a lot of question marks over where this event's going to be run. What board am I going to be riding? Is that swell going to be as big as what it was? And yeah, so a lot of work cut out from that.
Match number 2 saw Griffin Colapinto go excellent with a 16.33 heat total. Let's hear from Griffin. He's on the glass with Ronnie Blakey.
Griffin Colapinto just straight on the boat, the Rebel athlete zone, mate. What a performance up against someone who has served a very tough customer for you in the WSL finals before. Amazing effort, turning in the first excellent score of the day. How you feeling, mate?
Feel good. That was really fun. The waves got really good there, so started to pulse in, and we saw the energy start to show up. And actually, the last time I surfed out here when it was like this was last year. I came after the season was over and just did a free surf trip for like a week, and our last day was like almost similar to this, just a little better, but like the conditions, sheet glass, and yeah, good memories.
Well, so far in the last 2 years, undefeated. You want to keep that roll going for sure. But, mate, just talk to me about the midway point in that heat. Serving against someone like Italo, it's easy to kind of get taken away from your game plan because he's so good under priority at just upping the pressure on you, and you took a wave and turned around and there was a set coming in. It felt like it was a bullet dodged at one point.
Yeah, there's a couple of sketchy situations. You know, Italo was creating those big airs, you know, and I thought that was the way he was going to get the score against me, and I wasn't going to try and stop him on like a medium-sized wave or smaller wave. I just kind of wanted to stay near him just in case there was like a solid set that swang wide and it had like a big barrel on the inside. Luckily that never really showed, but yeah, it was really hard at the end because there's so many waves coming in and he was going on so many. I was just like, do I go, do I not go, do I go? And then a few times I thought I kind of blew it, but it all worked out and got my best wave at the very end.
You've obviously finished off seasons before with that feeling of disappointment, but it just feels like this year, despite the fact you haven't broken through for a CT win, you've been very resilient in those sort of second place finishes and just very comfortable with your position on tour. Are you feeling that comfort coming into this final showdown?
For sure. I think the whole back half of this year, I've just been super trusting in like the timing of life and like when these things happen. You know, I feel like there's like a divine timing to when certain things happen, and like if they don't happen for you, maybe you're not ready for it, and if they do, maybe you are ready, because there's a lot of big things that come with, you know, say being a world champion. Like there's going to be a lot expected from you if you are a world champion. So you know, if it's your time for that and you feel you're ready, I think it'll happen. So yeah.
Interesting, your opponents on finals day, they've kind of got different approaches. You just faced Italo. We know what he's capable of. He showed us that with those amazing airs. Now it's going to be a real battle of two of the best rail surfing games on tour. How are you going to overcome Jordy Smith?
Yeah, Jordy's throwing a lot of water. He's a big guy. He's probably almost twice my size. So I think it comes down to like wave selection and like timing of the turns, like where you place your turn. A lot of patience out here on these waves. Like you can really sit off the bottom and just wait for it to come to you. I feel like that's my strength, is I'm able to like hold a long bottom turn and like pick the timing of when I'm going to do my turn. But yeah, I'm excited. We're both have a great opportunity here, and yeah, it should be a really fun heat.
We can't wait for it, mate. All the best.
Well, he is our defending champ here in Fiji, so he's able to apply that same formula for success here. And, you know, the back half of the, just to put stuff in context, the back half of the year for Griffin Colapinto, 3 semifinals, 3 runner-up finishes, spectacular. This is what happened during the interview. This was a 4.33 flick.
Yeah, Gabby just getting underway, opening wave, smaller one, but just banks these couple of turns. She looks great. She does look connected, but you know, you think back to the last heat and just what's happening with this swell and it's on the rise. I've got to be thinking that this score may become a little bit inconsequential, you know, in the context of this heat, because I just feel like, you know, we obviously haven't seen a big proper set come through yet, and yeah, there's going to be more opportunity on the way. So, you know, 4.33 potentially could be a backup, but at the moment it's Caroline out the back with priority, and just with the form she's been in, that could be, yeah, quite worrying for Gabriella.
Wave coming through here, and it's going to be our first look at Caroline Marks in this match. Easy carve to begin from Marksy. Swings off the bottom, slashes off the top. Again, that some variety in the forehand turns, and then punches through as that wave just kind of runs out of water and runs down the line. Expecting probably a similar score. What do you think?
Yeah, similar, maybe a touch better. I mean, Gabby had the 2-turn combo. Yes, it was very critical in the pocket. Caroline, like you said, Kipes, was just giving us that bit of variety. I think for me, when Caroline puts it into the lip, what we've seen this morning is just her timing has been impeccable. You know, you couldn't be any later than what she was to that last maneuver, and a couple of smaller waves, a couple of scores on the board. But I'm expecting bigger things from both these women.
Yeah, Caroline Marks, you know, just 7 years at the top of the pyramid as far as professional surfing on the championship tour. Already has a world title, already has a gold medal. Replay of wave number 1.
Yeah, I think slower start here, but just beautiful rail work, and it was all set up for this last turn here. That's the moment. Just another demonstration of just great, yeah, great turn placement on that wave. And I think it could be maybe a touch better than what we saw from Gabby.
Yeah, I agree. So still waiting for the judges' decision. I mean, those are the opinions that really count. But Caroline Marks has just been, you know, she came into this event. She had an early interview on one of the warm-up sessions, and she said, hey, look, I'm really comfortable in my position not being the top seed. I'm happy to be someone's nightmare coming through here and taking another world title. And I like that kind of attitude. She does have a slight advantage on that first exchange with a 4.93.
Yeah, I think it's a really scary place for everyone else to be in when you hear Caroline coming out with remarks like that. Just with, you know, we spoke about it earlier this morning in the morning show, but just how much experience she has in this finals format, you know, from winning her first world title to losing a world title last year to Katie, and where she's come from the draw to get her world title. You know, she's had a lot of experience in lots of different scenarios, and when she's coming here like, yeah, I've already got my first world title, that's the hardest one to get, and the pressure kind of is off. If you get that first world title, it's really difficult, and if you haven't got that yet, it feels like a yearning, like I need it, I want it. Whereas Caroline's coming from this sort of place of feels like content, really, and knowing that she already has those, but there's so much more to give.
Yeah, as far as experience, this is Caroline's 3rd time in this Final 5 format and experienced this finals day, and this is Gabby's first. She's never experienced this before, so to your point, a lot more kind of comfort zone I would feel for the 2023 world champ Caroline Marks at this moment.
Yeah, I think you could definitely say that. And then, you know, I even rewind back to this event last year, and Gabby was, you know, in contention for qualifying for this and fighting for a world title, and you know, it just slipped away from her, and she ended up dropping out of that. Tatiana came in, and you know, but after that, she actually stayed on for a month and got a bunch of practice here with one of her best mates, Brisa. So Gabby has been putting in the time out here too.
Yeah, that's right. Gabriella Bryant, she's got a lot of support, and some of the support's coming over there in her hometown of Kilauea at Kenji Burger. She's on the move right now with priority, and does not choose to take that wave, so hangs on to priority, wants to continue to give herself a chance of the best wave in this exchange and regain the lead. It's neck and neck as it is right now after that first exchange.
Yeah, it's so close right now. I think the next set that comes through will be very telling. and especially for Gabriella, what wave she chooses. And once that set comes through, then we're really going to have a heat on our hands. We're going to have 2 scores on the board, hopefully for both women, and we'll have a heat on the way.
I like what I saw in the last match, where when these sets come, there have been multiple waves in a set, so it actually gives us a chance to really see an exchange out here and keep these matches nice and close. What do you think about the positioning on the reef right now between these two, Fleck?
Well, right now, obviously, you know, Caroline, she doesn't have priority, so she's like, let's just create some distance. I'm going to hang down the line. Potentially one could swing down there that Gabriella doesn't even have a chance to look at because she's too far up the point. I mean, I do like that play from Caroline, but then, you know, Gabby's obviously backing herself in her positioning if one of those bigger sets come through.
I got a lot of mana from the island of Kauai, the hometown of Kilauea, Kenji Burger right there. That's the watch party happening, all backing Gabby Bryant, giving her some energy, some mana. Kenji Burger and Kilauea. Hey, you guys. Yep, Dad's there. Her best friend Phoenix. Sebastian Zeeds, the rest of the Kauai board riders, all in one place and collectively giving some mana. Aloha, guys, and I give you guys a Vanaka with a shaka right here from Fiji.
That is cool. That is so cool. I love tapping into these different watch parties around the world, just seeing everyone get so fired up, especially, you know, just Kauai and the local community and board riders, and, you know, they've seen it all, you know, her career unfold, and then now has the potential for a world title, so a pretty special moment for the community.
A lot of good surfers come from that little island right there in the Pacific. It's crazy how many good surfers come from that place.
Oh, wow.
I wonder why.
So do I. Should we keep wondering?
I have no idea why so many good surfers come from there. 18 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, and it's a stalemate right now between Caroline Marks and Gabriella Bryant. We can look at their past matchups where it's been, you know, they've matched up 4 times in the past. 3 of the 4 times, Caroline Marks has taken the win in those matchups, in those head-to-head matchups.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting, you know, if you think over all the stats. I mean, my brain just goes to this year, and then you think, like, the momentum. And for me, it was undeniable this year that Gabby was on an absolute heater. To get 3 CT wins in a season is incredible. That's like Carissa Moore status. That's Stephanie Gilmore status. That's Tyler Wright, you know, in that era. So, I mean, when you start comparing it like that, she's got to be pretty proud of the season she's put together.
Yeah, you're right. Their last matchup was actually at J-Bay this year, and in that matchup, that was the one victory that Gabriella Bryant did have over Caroline Marks. So in recent history, it has been Gabriella Bryant when these two have matched up. Here we go. Caroline Marks finds a corner here on the reef under priority. Beautiful carve there. Wave tapers. She's going to give up on that one.
Yeah, that one had such a funny little warpy angle on it. You could see when she got to lay the rail down for that one carve, but not the kind of wave she's looking at. Didn't quite hit the reef right. A little bit of sort of warble or wake through that one. But, I mean, you know, you compare this to the early hours of this morning when we first went live. I mean, there's you know, it has picked up considerably. That last heat in particular, there's some great sets start coming through. So it's positive signs right now in terms of cellular action.
Yeah, well, we talked about Gabby Bryant's year, and look at the CT by the numbers. Gabby Bryant on the top of the list there. We look at 17+ heats in 2025. She's got 2 of those outstanding heats along with another surfer from Hawaii, Bettylou Sakura Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, both of those women blew me away this year, really. I think Bettylou, I mean, yeah, she lost in the match 1, this morning to Caroline, but Bettylou really impressed me, making a couple of big changes this year from, you know, the board builder to Mayhem to the coach to Tommy Witts, and it's like she's figuring out the magic recipe for her, which has been epic.
Look at Gabby's year on tour. It's about, you know, outstanding. 3 CT wins, a runner-up in Portugal, and 2 semifinal finishes in both Abu Dhabi and Tahiti. Talk about range.
Oh, yeah, really, she's just had an incredible year. I think, you know, if you really pick it up, I mean, it is her forehand, right, that is giving her all these wins. And I think, you know, it's been incredible to see her evolution on the tour and just her power, right? Coming into this event, it was definitely, the question was, can she match that on the backhand? And the practice surf, she answered that. It's definitely a yes. And just to expand on that point before, you know, after last year, that last tour event here, she missed out by that one spot, and that would have hurt. She ended up staying on with Brisa, but for about a month here, and Brisa was on the motor. They were hanging out together. She was surfing. So she's put in a lot of reps out here. So I think in terms of experience, it's probably pretty evenly matched.
Yeah, a little heartbreak for season 2024 when she was just in the running for a final 5 position, finish off 2024 in the 7th place position. Waves coming through here, and we're going to see if we got any takers. Brian with priority. Ah, waves are stacking here. I love the look of this flick.
Oh, this is what we like to see, Kaipo.
Here we go with Gabby. Rolls in on the backhand. Oop, and a little off there. And oh my, well, priority error for Gabriella Bryant. Priority and attention now shifts to the heat leader, Caroline Marks. Something funky happened on that first turn.
I know, I saw that. I think that, you know, the first wave of the set came through, it still had a lot of foam, a bit of like aeration in there, and I mean the fins just didn't look like connected properly. Definitely sort of lost balance there and didn't connect. So yeah, I mean, this is interesting because I feel that this could be one of those sliding doors moments in the heat, you know. Gabby took off, she's now, you know, didn't convert, and now she's sort of essentially handed the priority to Caroline without dropping another score. So I think this could be a pretty crucial moment.
Yeah, crucial moment in the heat, 14 minutes remaining. And take a look at a replay, this time from the Fiji flight cam.
Yeah, you can just see that she didn't quite connect and draw into that bottom turn the way she wanted to. So I just feel that this is a crucial moment, Kaipo.
Well, pivotal moment in the heat, a little bit over the halfway mark between these two surfers, looking for a spot in match number, actually in the title match. Gives us a chance to look at the brand new 2025 Lexus GX. This is all-time four-wheel drive, comes in 6 different packages, tons of torque, and a 3.4-liter twin-turbo V6 engine, 349 horsepower, and just luxury, durability, and off-road elegance, the Lexus GX.
I heard all commentators get one at the end of the year also.
Oh, you didn't get yours yet?
No. I heard that we all get one. It's coming. How amazing is that motor vehicle?
Yeah, I mean, you can't lose with the Lexus. You got the Lexus GX, and I also like the Lexus Surf LX. So it's hard to make a decision between those two premium off-road vehicles.
Big choices.
Good stuff. Here we got some good stuff coming through here with a couple of lines hitting Cloudbreak. Again, priority with Caroline Marks, who also has the lead with a 4.93 and a 2.17 in the scoreline. Caroline on the move. What are you seeing with these lines, Flick?
They look at, I'd say at this point in the heat, it's 12 minutes to go, Caroline, these are small heat totals, right? I mean, in the contest of the heat, it looks like Caroline's just going to let it go. I think it's a smart choice. Like, look, it's smaller. It's on the smaller side. It's not really... Look, there's definitely scoring potential there, but with Gabby not out the back, right? I think the smart play is to take a wave while your competitor's sitting next to you. So you're taking that opportunity from them, right? I mean, Gabby's still making her way out the back. She takes off on that. Like, yes, you might improve your scoreline. Was it an amazing wave? Not really. I think the ideal situation is you're taking a wave off your competitor while you have that priority.
I like the strategic thoughts there, Flick, and it makes a lot of sense because you already have the lead, and there's no need to kind of give up priority unless you're really going to increase that lead by a significant number.
Totally. I think, and this just speaks to the, strategic mind of Caroline Marks. And yes, this year we've been talking about it the whole time, about how, she's only dropped this one excellent wave the whole year, but I think that's a testament to the kind of surfer she is and the way she puts together heats, because she's so smart. Like, decisions like that, just a representation of it.
We do a lot of surfboard talk, but I never get sick of it. Let's go for a Fiji's Airway board check-in with Von Deadly Blakey at the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Thanks, Kaipo. Yeah, this is an interesting Fiji Airways board check because there's no boards here.
Oh, no.
Geordie's taking them all. Yeah, there's there's his locker in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, but I do know what he's riding. He's taken all the boards out, no risks. He's going to have everything ready to go. He's actually riding a hybrid Pizel, which is part Ghost, part Next Step. So for Geordie, he said that the Ghost was just a little wide in the nose, but the Next Step was just a little narrow. So he went for something right in the middle, and that allows him to really grab hold of these wave faces, but also stay nice and loose. He said he had tried out a few mayhems in the lead up to this event, but he was just happy with the way that the next Ghost, as he was calling it, is performing. So that's what he'll be riding in this next matchup. Really cool to see Geordie, you know, taking on a whole bunch of different designs this year. Kaipo winning on the G Smith in El Salvador, but riding Mayhems throughout the year as well. So, yeah, this will be a really interesting board choice moving into this big heat.
Yeah, Geordie Smith with those Pizels. John told me that he made 10 boards for Geordie, all the way from a 6.2 to a 6.8, and like Vaughn said, they're a mix between the Next Steps and the Ghost for Geordie Smith. Gabby Bryant speeds down the line, slashes off the top. Surfer from quite late there and unable to ride out of the final maneuver clean.
Yeah, it was a difficult wave to ride on your backhand. She did so well to place that turn down the line. I think Caroline, it was a very smart choice to leave that one and sort of have that vision to do that. Especially when you know your opponent's going to take off and you see spray flying from the back of the wave. But she had the right idea, Gabby, but it's just so difficult when that wave's running down the reef so fast on your backhand to maintain that line.
Here comes Caroline Marks. Marksy has to skip through this first section. Eyes up the lip here, carbs down. Forward momentum on the Mayhem, up in the lip glide. Double pump bottom turn. Nice slash back into the whitewater for Caroline Marks, looking to improve upon a 2.17. She's done that and more. A little tail release there to finish, and she will increase her lead over Gabriella Bryant.
It's just so smart, right? To leave that first wave knowing that, no, I don't want a bar of that. I'm going to wait for something bigger to really increase this scoreline. I mean, this is going to be a more substantial score in this heat. It had variety. She still kept that speed throughout the wave. It really is just a demonstration of just how smart she is when it comes to putting together a heat.
Well stitched together heat by Caroline Marks. We're going to take a break right now. We're going to come back with that score for Caroline, as well as the conclusion from women's match number 3. So far, Caroline in the lead.
In the 80s, there's this crew of surfers. Yeah, these surfers. They decided to draw a line in the sand to protect the waves they loved. From that first wave saved, the Surfrider Foundation has grown into a coastal protection powerhouse. We take on the big guys, the major polluters, the powerful corporations. You name it, we've been there. Become a Surfrider member today, because the ocean needs more friends.
That's right. The ocean is our natural playground, and it plays a crucial role in our health and survival. Go to surfrider.org, donate today, and become a friend of the ocean, like Gabby Bryant here on the backhand as we come back to live action at the Lexus WSL Finals, and the Kauai Surfer coming through with numerous backhand jolts on that wave, looking for a 7.1. That's because Caroline Marks, during that break, we got the number for her last ride, a 6.5. Gabriella Bryant with a great performance on the backhand.
Yeah, this was crucial. She needed to take off on a wave at this point, just to keep at pace with Caroline.
Pruitt Kenji Berger likes it.
Yeah, of course. I think this is great. For the context of the heat, she wanted to keep at pace, and you know, the judges have just seen the 6-5 from Caroline. I mean, and then not that long after that, Gabby takes off. So let's see. It's a smaller wave. You know, you do compare it to Caroline's set wave, but really well ridden. And this is a hard wave to surf in the backhand. That second turn in particular, she does really well at just keeping that down the line trajectory. Brings it to the inside, and I mean, these series of turns here, so powerful, so strong. So I'd say that this is going to be her highest wave score too.
I like that it was a racing wall on that wave rather than a tapered wave that you kind of had to stall off the bottom and hook off the top. So to her credit, a 4.5 locks in for Gabriella Bryant. She did reduce the need to a 6.93. Here she is in the Red Bull jet ski on the way back out.
I think it's just to your point about the different waves. There's so many out there, and we've seen a lot of ways to do it this morning. I mean, you know, you even think back to the previous heat with Griff and Italo and the kind of different waves that they were taking off on. Gabriella Bryant, yeah, to your point, has had those tapered ones that she's been looking for. Maybe on the back end, you know, you are kind of looking for a slightly different wave. It's hard to sort of get a read on those ones that are down the line, but she did really well on that last wave, and you know, she has locked in just ever so slightly her best wave, the 4.5, and you know, 4 minutes on the clock. You know, it looks like there might be another set on the horizon.
Look at this, Fleck. Look at what we see rolling around this reef pass right now. There's good signs.
Oh, it's such a good view when you're looking at it from this angle, just knowing that there's sets coming down the reef here. It's just, will they have enough wall on them? They maybe look a little bit tapered to me. Not really what the women are after for right now.
Yeah, good point there. All waves are not, although they would all be fun to surf, all the waves are not really created equal out here. It really depends on how they hit this reef pass and how they refract around the corner.
Totally. I mean, even that last one to this one now, I mean, and that's why it's the beauty of Cloudbreak, right? It has so many faces. It's such a big playing field, and I think that really this wave demands, you know, ocean knowledge and backing your instincts, because there's so many different faces to it.
All right, well, down to the 3-minute mark with Caroline Marks in control. She's got heat control because she's got the lead. She's got priority. She can really dictate this finish. Gabby Bryant, as we look at up here from the Fiji flight cam, further up the reef. So Caroline also putting herself in a blocking position as well. So I like the position of Caroline where she can play offense or defense in this situation.
She's so smart, right? You know, I think, and she's been in this situation in the finals format so much with so much experience. You know, she isn't going to she's going to close this out, right, if she can, the best way possible. And, you know, there's been multiple moments in this heat, you know, from not taking off on a wave and not giving up priority to, you know, letting waves go that Gabby wanted to now just positioning. The whole thing is a chess match, and she's played this up until this point pretty well.
Kenji Berger's sending out the mana right now from Gabby's hometown of Kilauea on the island of Kauai. And here we go with Gabby. Running down the line. Powerful snap to begin with. Brian loads up off the bottom again. Another powerful snap on the backhand. Carves through this section. A little warbly water to deal with. One more powerful backhand hook. Double up on the inside section. Running out of water. But Gabriella Bryant rides straight out of it, 6.93. What do you think, Fleck?
Look, I think it was great surfing on this wave. I think it was really well-placed turns, the only thing that might let her down. I mean, she's chasing a 6.93. Let's compare it to Caroline's 6.5, right? I mean, the wave size, I think, could be a factor there. It was pretty small. That's where the question mark is for me, but she is looking connected to SAP. I think she needs to be on one of those set waves.
Yeah, that would be the thing that would suppress the score. We're going to have another look at it right here.
Yeah, so already, I mean, it's this way half the size of Caroline's 6.5, but the surfing on this was really beautiful. I think just really well timed. You can see the power that she has in her surfing, and she knows what this means, right? She's not going to kick out here. This could potentially, it might be the last roll of the dice if you factor in a ski ride out the back and just the timing of sets today. So, I mean, she wasn't going to leave anything to chance there.
Yeah, I thought that was a good decision. Now it's just up to the judges as she rides the Red Bull jet ski on the way back, tracked by the Fiji flight cam. Caroline Marks currently in the lead, looking to better of basically a 5-point ride. And here goes Marks with 30 seconds remaining. Quick snap to start. Another powerful snap, getting rhythm down the line. Third, really powerful snap for Caroline Marks.
She just looks so good at the moment. I think the board looks incredible too. That mayhem underneath her feet, it's just looking so whippy. It's just looking so responsive too. She's got a lot of drive and a lot of speed at the moment, and just closed that one out with that last wave. You know, she surfed so well.
So we're waiting for all of the numbers to come through. 4.97 for Lassa Gabriella Bryant. So that will not be enough. So it is already a foregone conclusion for Caroline Marks. Even though we're waiting for her last score, it will be Caroline Marks moving on into the title match to meet Molly Picklum for a world title, Flick.
Oh, it's just craziness. It's crazy behavior because, I mean, Molly's been waiting. We know she had the free surf earlier, but she has seen Caroline Marks come through the draw in blistering form, just, you know, opponent after opponent after opponent. It's just so scary, right,
That's
guys?
why this format so exciting. Well, there we go. Caroline Marks. So she started the day overtaking Bettylou Sakura Johnson, then over Katie Simmers, just defeated Gabriella Bryant, and now Caroline Marks wants to be Molly Picklum's nightmare in the title match.
Oh, this is crazy behavior. I just think, you know what though? I don't think Molly is so focused at the moment, but I couldn't think of a better matchup right now. Caroline's obviously in such good form, but hats off to Gabriella for the incredible season that she's had this year. The 3 wins, amazing.
We've got more on the way. Match number 3 for the men. It's going to be Jordy Smith versus Griffin Colapinto when we return.
It's been a long time since kind of felt this much energy, to be honest.
Jordy is on fire this year.
The South African Zappa Smasher coming out of a barrel, laying one down.
He gives it the double cobras. He gives it a little undercut.
Spanners up again.
Oh!
He's slamming on the brakes.
Come on! Off the buzzer, Jordy Smith.
He's going to take that breakout result here.
Drives up into a chunky section, and it's a huge statement laid down.
Griffin can lean into miracles. He can kind of do the impossible.
Pulls an air in the tube and comes out.
You're watching the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji presented by Corona Cero. The channel is lighting up with a lot of excitement as we're getting closer to our title match heats.
30 seconds.
It's been all about Yago, Dora, Molly, Picklum waiting to see their competitor. Molly knows who's it's going to be. It's Caroline Marks, who's been there, done that before. World champ in 23 in this format. Runner-up in the world last year to Katie Simmers, and here she goes again. On the men's side, it'll be Griff versus Jordy Smith to see who will be joining Yago. Joe Turpel with Richie Lovett, a man who's surfed in over 100 championship tour events. This is a big one. Jordy versus Griff for a chance to take on the world title.
Yeah, this is amazing, this matchup. You know, the power of Jordy, the experience of Jordy. He's obviously been on the tour longer than anyone. And Griffin is, well, he's got the momentum today. Put in an amazing first heat and has found himself in this matchup. And this one is pretty even, really, Joe, when you look at their weapons and what they're going to bring to the table here. Let's see who can figure out how to defuse the other. Again, I think Jordy's going to really try and utilize his sort of weight and power, whereas you know that Griff is just going to continue on with that real sort of, you know, innovative approach where he's just really flaring these turns off the backhand. Here he goes.
Way up the reef, we've got Griffin Colapinto swinging for the lip line. Already has a nice pace, good control. Gets back to the bottom turn, belts it again with a really heavy fin throw on the final section. Fins dried out nicely as he put him under the daylight here against Jordy Smith in match 3. Nice quick start. Member Smith starting off with priority, being the higher seed, and Griffin adapting his game plan well, just searching around this lineup and picked off a great starter.
And he started this heat way up the point, so I guess somewhat intuitive, just, you know, knowing that there was going to be a setup high and not a bad score on the board. So let's watch this one right at the top of the point. It's a quick snap off the top. The second one, the water just cutting a little deeper. Griff streaking down the line here, and this final turn, an extended tail drift re-entry on the backhand for Griff there, just drying out those fins for a moment. But man, he's got this maneuver on absolute lockdown, looks in control each and every time.
Griffin using a lot of the lineup, already on wave number 2. Throws the carve off the top, setting up the line, grabs the rail, looks to pull in super deep. Colapinto still traveling through the bonus section and covering so much of this beautiful reef underneath that mayhem, almost going the distance.
Holy moly, that was a really, really incredible tube ride given the conditions and what the wind's doing now. Travel time, man. He was in that thing for an eternity, and unfortunately just no exit. Not even a chance to bust through the doggy door. Wow.
Energy already starting in Griffin's favor. Let's see what he did here as he set up the down carve, just building down the line.
Yeah, Fiji flight cam, you can see here, just gets in that pig dog stance, and now just gunning it through, threading this barrel. You can see just chandelier down at the end, just not giving him an exit at all. Unfortunate, man, he was really locked in, but this just goes to show you the, you know, as the waves pick up, there's still the opportunity to get some barrels, and even though we do have this little slight onshore wind at the moment, you know, the way that this reef is set up, there's still opportunity to get in the tube.
Rolling into this one, Jordy Smith sets up just an up and out again. So 2 of those so far for Smith. He's got a nice position out the back to try to establish first priority, and Griffin just being so smart in that positioning up the reef to get a 617 under Jordy's watch. And then pushing down the line and almost pulled off a bonus just inside pit over shish kebabs. There's a bit of this
performance element in surfing where you have a game plan. You stick to the X's and O's and talk to your coach. And then there's that instinct where you just trust your relationship with the ocean. Griffin's relied a lot on that this year, especially in the back half.
Yeah, absolutely, and really seems to be in tune and in rhythm with the ocean. You know, and we keep referencing just how difficult the opening part of his season was, and it wasn't that he was out of tune. You know, he was getting some incredible scores, some incredible heat totals. A little bit of luck didn't go his way, but the surfing was always there. But it feels like, you know, really in the back half of this year, he's finding these good waves, and like you said, just almost competing on a subconscious level, and you just know where to go, you know where to paddle at a particular time without actually even thinking about it. It just seems to happen naturally. And, you know, you reference when you're in the zone, and for a surfer, that's really when everything is starting to happen.
Definitely felt like an unthinkable start to the year for Griff, but then was able to meet up with Jorts in the final in West Oz. Jordy Smith was able to pick up his second win of the season. First time he's done that in a year on tour, where he's won before, but never twice in the same year. Into his 18th season. And gosh, it's been special following this guy, just from a superhero world junior championship title, the famous bidding war for space on his surfboard. And there's a good reason why Garth Tarlow's with him. You know, but Garth's been with O'Neill for, gosh, at least 25 plus years, working with big talent, you know, from even the Florence brothers for about 15 years, you know, then acquired Jordy, which was more than just a job. It was a personal relationship that, as you can tell, they're still best of friends.
Yeah, it's a partnership that's served Jordy very well. He's had really good support throughout his whole career, and just given him the space to really chase down the dream and to capitalize on what he does best. You know, he's made it, you know, he's been vocal about the fact that he just loves surfing. He loves being here. You know, the world title, while would be just an amazing achievement for him, it's not the ultimate driver for him. It's the friends, it's the family. You know, he's got so many achievements that he's actually kind of ticked off the list in terms of his career. But certainly a sentimental favourite for people around the world who would love to see Jordy get that world title. You know, we feel like he deserves it. And certainly the form is still there. Incredible surfer.
Yeah, doing it all for the fam these days. It was really fun hanging out with Ziggy the other day. He is a really polite kid. There's the whole crew there. His wife Lyndall, that's baby Sunny in her arms. Lewin, his mom, grandpa life for Graham, G-Force. Still one of the best shapers in the world, all starting off in the shaping room with Jordy growing up with foam dust all over his diapers and just watching his dad make some beautiful crafts. And his mom's always been there for major moments in his life. I remember his mom found like a feather on the beach at J Bay that just she felt connected to. It happened twice, and he went back to back with his first 2 CT wins, which feels like a lifetime ago. A lot's happened since. One thing that hasn't changed is Jordy's form as a world title threat.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a look at the numbers here. You know, single digits all the way through. Couple of wins there. The El Salvador victory, you know, especially sweet, given that he was riding his dad's surfboards for that victory. And, you know, really has enjoyed this time being in the final 5 and tussled momentarily to have the yellow jersey.
Griffin up now, getting down the line. Nice, clean style, easy pace, redirect off the wall. Snaps it over the coping there. Patience and drive into the pocket. Hitting it off the top with the fin throw. Nice connection as he jams it back down to the bottom. Blitzes the lip line again. Total control and a laugh from Colapinto. Just proving that he is sticking to his mantra of taking it 1 lap at a time.
Wow. This is an excellent ride, Joe. We're going to see big numbers drop here. This is, you know, the best wave, without a doubt, of this heat. Griff just has really found form here out at Cloudbreak. And he continues to just, you know, toy with the lip here. Interesting from the really smooth conditions we had this morning to a little bit of surface texture, but his line is still the same. He still looks so solid and connected to the wave here. Big outstretched turn to start things off. Up and over the lip on that one, a functional maneuver to get to this one here. Now you can see the angle starts to get a little tighter. And again, just jamming more power in that turn as he comes through to the inside. Just continues to have this backhand snap on lockdown, but show different variations of it. So, you know, keeping the judges entertained from start to finish. Had good patience off the bottom with that one. I love how he's coming from behind these sections, gets nice and low, has all that power in that crouch stance off the bottom, and then comes from behind, hits the lip at that perfect moment, transfers that weight onto the forward knee, and then gets that tail flare and then re-engages again. His form is just absolutely perfect right now.
Numbers in for Griff. 7.83 Strider. How about that one?
That was incredible. That was some big boy surfing right there. That was just like, it's just like you're watching the development as he's on the wave, and you watch him eyeball the sections, and he's really waiting for it. He just gets himself down low on the bottom, and he curves it out, and then he waits for that thing just to stand up as much as possible. And the flow through each one, I mean, each one of those turns, he dropped out, airdrop, then went straight back into it, and then went for the drive again. He's really putting everything into it, you know, and Jordy, here's Jordy out the back. He's going to try, you know, hustle his way down this one, but it's really interesting to watch Griffin's power surfing and adding the technical abilities into it. And you guys can tell me if I'm wrong or right here, but then Jordy is so big that he doesn't really put all of his power into it. He's just putting his kind of weight into it. Oh, out the back, Griff in the barrel. Is he going to come out? What? No, he didn't come out. That wave was insane. Oh my gosh. I don't know, I'm excited. Sorry, get back to Jordy. His technical ability is incredible on the lip line, but I don't feel like he's pushing as hard as Griffin is at the moment.
Well, sometimes
you know, we'll have to watch it.
Yeah, Strider, it's an interesting breakdown. You know, when someone has a great golf swing, it's effortless, right? You know, and with Jordy having perfect technique, it can look effortless as well, where he can just demand so much water flying off the tail because of timing, his size, and he can use it to his advantage to just play with the criteria. You know, he's been so good at that throughout his career, where he knows how to build in heats. You know, right now it's his first time tasting this format, how quickly that he has to move into a high gear after watching all morning.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to be ready to go. As we just see Griff, let's see what happened in the tube here. I feel like he maybe gets touched by the foam ball. At this point, everything's running smoothly, and then yeah, just got caught a little deep. Didn't quite have that rail engaged in the face of the wave. Didn't quite have enough speed to bust through it. But yeah, back to your point, Joe, like Jordy's, I feel like his approach off the lip is going to be a little different to Griff's, where Griff is going to drift and slice. You know, Jordy's going to cut through a deeper line and perhaps just fill up the entire top of the wave off. You know, when I think of Jordy in my mind, I instantly kind of default to his forehand, because we've seen him take the win so many times on the forehand, but his backhand is so strong. And in the lead up to this event, we've seen you know, vision of him out here at Cloudbreak, out at Restaraunts, and he knows like his backhand is really lethal, and we just need to give him the opportunity here. 22 minutes on the clock, still plenty of time, but Griff just slowly starting to add a bit of pressure and perhaps more.
Griffin up now, under priority, trying to better a 6.17. Drives out that section, clean snap again for the Californian. Patience between turns and lights it up. Nice bowling inside corner to lay down the carve. Little stumble there, but recovers well over the shallows of this shallow reef. Griffin is just feeling the moment right now. Getting past Italo Ferriera in the previous match, and coming out guns blazing and identifying a spot way off the reef to get his start, and he hasn't looked back.
No, he really has just made most of his waves count. Wave choice at the moment is totally on point. So we get the Red Bull jet ski Back out, you'll just shift off the back sled, and that's the box position. You just jump on the horse behind the ski driver, and that's comfortable all the way back out. Let's check out the replay here. So Griff, little check turn, drives hard off the bottom, good extension on that first turn. And again, just watch how low he gets off the bottom. Compresses, waits for that moment, and then hits it tight in the pocket. Just keeping that speed and momentum out of the turn really well. Really hard, Joe, when you're up in the lip like that. This moment here to keep the speed down the line off the bottom. Really, really difficult to do, but doing it well. Here we go, Geordie.
Jordy Smith needs an answer. There's the carve. He's had to step off of his first 3 choices. There's the Geordie blow, but can't hang on. Went for the big drift. Incomplete. And now 4 tries for Geordie. And hasn't connected just yet. But he's got 20 minutes on the clock. And on the other side of that, Griffin just picked up a 6.5 to go with his 7.83. Let's see what happened to Geordie here.
Okay, Geordie, decent looking wave here. Beautiful snap to start things off. Just a nice crumbly little lip. Little check cut back, puts him right back into the pocket, and then just overextends a little bit. Catches that hillside rail. You can see the family there just reacting. And they would have been holding their breath through that maneuver. But just willing Geordie to get into this heat. Put a good number on the board. He at least needs to match something around that 6.5, 7 zone on this next wave if he wants to stay in touch with Griff.
In position now is Colapinto. He's continuing to keep his foot down, swinging for the lip line again. On the wind-up, belts it. Well-timed snap. Styling into that arc. Finds the power source again, doesn't waste time, jams it again. Just real smooth type of approach from Griffin Colapinto. Went through his quiver that he had at his beret just the other day. He brought some magic boards that have gave him good feelings this year, including the board that he did the big full route to a 10 at main break that got him towards the final with Jordy Smith. Well, young Caroline Marks is still on fire. She'll have Molly Picklum in the title match. She's on the boat with Ronnie Blakey.
Here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, Caroline Marks has just come in from a heat win that's going to now see take on Molly Picklum for a shot at a second world title. When you hit the deck, you said it feels like the last day of school. Well, the report's not written yet, and you can improve your grades. How are you feeling going into this clash?
For sure. No, I'm like B+ right now. I want to get an A+. Yeah, it's just funny. It's like crazy. It's the last day of the year, you know? Like, this year has been so busy, but has gone by so fast, and today has gone by so fast. So I feel like in a really good flow state. I'm just having fun.
Absolutely. Obviously, you had a couple of opponents on your run to this world title showdown that are here for the first time, and you used your experience really well. But coming up against Molly, who's felt the disappointment of losing out in the final 5 before, it feels like a new level will have to be reached. What have you made of her season, and how will you overcome her?
Yeah, for sure. Molly's had an incredible season, has been surfing amazing, and so definitely going to have to do really good surfing to beat her, and may the best woman win.
How are you feeling? Is it taxing turning up in these massive clashes heat after heat?
I don't, honestly, I'm just like feels like when I was like an amateur to surf 100 heats a day. I was like, you know, planning on surfing a lot of heats today, and I even free surfed this morning, so I'll be going on like my 6th surf right now. I'm just having fun, you know, it's, I don't know, I'm not really thinking about it. I'm just doing.
You look like you're having a fantastic time. We're looking forward to this heat. It's going to be one for the ages. Good luck, Caroline.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie. Wow, Caroline is certainly feeling it, and it shows, as Molly Picklum has got one ear with some music, one ear to Mitchell Ross, who got the call up for the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji as a coach for Molly Picklum, who's redefined that path this year, working with Chris Bond at select events like Abu Dhabi, J-Bay, hanging out with Tereba David to a huge win, one of her best of her career at Chopes, and now she knows her competitor. It's Caroline Marks. Back to this one. Griff will paddle into his 7th wave so far in the matchup, blasting it off the top and getting out of there.
Interesting. Interesting with priority, taking that little inside wave. Didn't need to do that. So potentially a little you know, opening of the door here that Geordie can walk through and start the shift in momentum in this heat. And again, I reference those tennis matches that you watch and you see the momentum shift between player, and this might be a moment here where Geordie can kind of alter the outcome of this heat by taking back some momentum. Waiting for a better wave, puts a good number on the board, start getting in rhythm with these sets as they're coming through, because at the moment, Griff has been in perfect sync. And we do see some lines coming around the corner.
Geordie Smith's been the most patient surfer in heats out of the final 5. Griffin's been the most active wave-catching machine this season. As he's up again. He'll stretch this one out. There's that big bottom turn, snap to slide. Perfect control off that section. Meanwhile, Geordie starting behind him. Griff's out, just Smith. Geordie crushes that section. Big power move from the South African. Winding up for a big wall, backhand float, tail drop, lands in the flats. And the Smith family all over that one. That's what they were waiting for. Sonny Smith looks like the most excited about that finish. And Geordie just put himself right into the mix.
Well, on cue, you know, that should have been Griff's wave. And he made that little error of giving Geordie priority, and Geordie has just gone, yep, okay, I'm going to capitalize on this mistake. I'm going to make it count. So Geordie's just come back into this heat. Let's see where this number goes, but that was some great surfing from Geordie Smith. We'll check out the replay in a minute.
Geordie Smith trying to become the second South African male to win a world title. First, Sean Thompson, who's incredibly close to his family. Here's what he did on the IC replay.
Wow, so Geordie, big carb to start things off. Patiently waits. That second one just detonating off the top. Really critical part on the wave to execute that maneuver, and then just goes for that big lip line floater. And perhaps an ode to the surfers of the 90s and 2000s when the floater was just in vogue. Have a look at this, just really riding the lip of that thing. We cannot take anything away from this final maneuver over this really shallow reef section here. Geordie, just beautiful timing there, picking the perfect moment to just jump off the lip there into the flats, and so much force that he had to absorb in the lower part of the body there to complete that maneuver. So Geordie, he's finding it now.
That was huge. As his son Ziggy would say, that was pro. Way to go, Dad. That is a huge just turnaround from Geordie Smith. Identifying a big wall. That was just that magic veteran pace, and look at the number. 8.67. After 5 tries, a series of falls, and just some waves he just was up and out of. Wave number 6, 8.67, now needs a 5.66 to take this one off Griff.
It's an interesting pressure shift, right?
Stomping a massive floater on the inside.
We can see Geordie's camp really starting to fire up now, but instantly a pressure shift. Up to this point, Geordie has been feeling the pressure. He was the one that had to produce. And with one wave and one mistake from Griff, everything's shifted. And now, well, Geordie almost in the box seat with 12 minutes on the clock, you know, only needing that 5.66, and with the advantage of having that 8-point ride now. Now the pressure goes back onto Griff.
12:15 on the clock here in match number 3. The number 2 seed, Geordie Smith, gets an 8.67. Colapinto catching the most waves, found the rhythm early, now feels the big man coming right behind him. And the winner of this takes on world number 1, Yago Dora, for a chance to be the world champ in 2025. A lot of space between Griff and Geordie. Smith will grab this one. Throws a quick carve off the top. Always has that real cool, comfortable pace. Third maneuver, just another little carve and release into the pocket. Just going through the motions on a wave that didn't really start running. But Smith being here several times in the past in a regular season format, in fact 7 previous times, has peaked at a quarterfinal in his career in Fiji competitions. Knows that it's a big playing field out there, and it only takes your top 2 waves to move on to the next one. Last of Jordy, 3.67, so he'll still be chasing a 5.66 at the moment. Griffin Colapinto out front. WSL finals continue right after this Bonsoy brew break. The Lexus WSL Finals Fiji presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by Tourism Fiji, strategic partner of the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Mofi, empowering you to live a life untethered. Power on. By Fiji Airways, official airline partner of the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Fiji is so beautiful. The beauty of the Mamanukas is there's so many different spots, there's so many different beaches, there's so many places on the water, and it's all in the same vicinity. This particular island group is a big playground. If you like fishing, if you like going boiling, diving, swimming, everything, snorkeling. Of course, you have the best waves at Cloudies, and then, you know, you have different other breaks. And I think if you're coming to surf Cloudies, it's really good to experience different spots and get an overall sense of like what it means to be in the Mamanukas. The beauty, though, of the islands is you go and you find a nook or you find a place that you love, and it's all about the adventure.
On the Fiji flight cam that you can see the whole playing field here called Cloudbreak at the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji presented by Corona Cero. It's a maxed out channel here with an incredible water patrol watching everybody driving the Red Bull skis and just so invested in the final event of the season. Rolling into this one is Griffin Colapinto, still with his lead over Smith. Crushes that section. So much control in the tail drift. Keeps the rails on the face for the second move, and another big hammer for Colapinto down the stretch. The man showed off his backhand and performance conditions last year in his win over Rio Waida, getting past Jack Robinson. He doesn't always have a performance powerful left to play with, and he's certainly showing the world that he's one of the best.
Absolutely, Joe. You know, three-hit combination there. And this is live action.
Jordy Smith's turn. Setting that one right off the top. He'll throw that one away. He's had a few of those where he's looking at it. A lot of times you can't break that down to a fall. He might have just saw the wave going flat, so he just decided to get out of there. But it was 2 waves ago he threw down the 8.67, which is still the best number of the matchup so far. And we're waiting for the last of Griff to come through.
Yeah, this will be a really interesting score, this one. Griff looking to better that 6.5. Let's have a look at the replay. You could see he just turned up the dial and put a little bit more emphasis on every turn. That first turn just magnificent as he just tags the lip. The second one just zipped out of it. And then the third, just the perfect exclamation point. But really in complete control. Just in these moments where he's drifting weightless, and you can see there just getting up and under it, like almost the body's inverted during those turns. Looks like he has just inched away a little bit further, Joey.
There's just this timing and pace to Colapinto. Reminds you why Andy loved going backhand so much on waves like this. His timing was just uncanny to make sections more vertical. Colapinto earns a 7.6. Extends his lead to a 15.43 combined total. And now Jordy Smith needs a 6.76 to move on. And he does have priority.
Yeah, 5.5 on the clock, so it's go time now for Jordy. This next wave, it's going to have to count. There's an emphasis on wave choice here. He's got to pick the right wave that's going to have the best pace on the backhand for him to do these big turns.
For all the fans watching out there on YouTube or Facebook Live, those streams will stop at the end of this match. A new live stream will start for the title matches and beyond. For everyone in Brazil, coverage will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com, the WSL app, and Global Play. For fans in the U.S., coverage will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com, the WSL app, and ESPN+. As we're down to 4:50 on the clock, Molly Picklum taking on Caroline Marks, the last two standing in the title race. And this one will decide who's meeting Yago Dora. Jordy Smith, 18th year on the championship tour. Qualified at an exciting time in pro surfing. Couldn't mention Jordy without mentioning Dane Reynolds. It was the favorites to watch, the new school taking over, and they had some big names to deal with. You were talking about the Andy era, Bruce on tour, Kelly, Mick, Joel, Taj. There's just some giants. And, you know, Fiji was on the calendar back then. A lot of Hobgood wins like Damien and CJ. Luke Egan got a front row seat to all of that as he moved on from the tour and started coaching guys like Joel Parkinson. These Goofies have had quite a day today.
Goofies are on fire today. And Louis, Luke Egan, coach for Caroline Marks. You know, they came early, Joey. They came here, you know, 5 or 6 days before. They surfed all through that big swell. The preparation was absolutely on point. See Griff showing a little bit of interest here for wobble through the lineup at the moment. So still some time to let this settle down. But Jordy in the box seat needs that 6.76. So that's a wave that, you know, he is going to have to do a couple of fairly strong maneuvers if he wants to get that score.
Griffin with so much respect for Jordy Smith. He said that on the podium back at Margaret River this year when they were in the final together. Jordy taking the win that time. It's actually 5-2 in all-time heats with these guys. 5 wins for Jordy, just 2 for Griffin in one-on-one matchups at the championship tour level. This one's certainly their biggest so far together. Their first 3 matchups, Jordy took all of them in a row when Griffin was just getting started on the championship tour. Griff did get Jordy back in Brazil this year for that second victory of his career. Got him a couple of years ago in El Salvador. But overall, it's been typically Jordy moving on with the victory. Right now, first priority in a season that's been one of Jordy's best. We're mentioning the athletes that have won titles in their 30s, from Mark Occhilupo in 99 at 33. Jordy's 37. Here he goes. Nice clean carve off the top. Smith on the windup. Bashes it there with some control, chasing a 6.76. Patient for that third section. Puts it vertical on the Paizel. Water off the tail on the wrapping turn. Pushes again on the inside corner. Creating space, putting a lot into that small inside section. Had the 8.67 on a big wall with a chunky section to float. Judges love those big critical sections. That one had that taper down the line. He doesn't need another 8. He needs a 6.76, Rick.
Yeah, he doesn't need the big finish, unfortunately, eluding him on this wave. Nice steady pace to it, though. Big carving turn off the top to start things off. A more critical snap as the second one. Does well to just sort of patiently wait for the right moment here. Stabs it up high, gets the board almost vertical. and then a couple of nice wraps to finish off. But there's that taper as the wave just sort of fizzles out into nothing. Look, there's a slight question mark around it, Joe. It's not just a flat yes. It's not totally convincing. There were moments on this wave, Geordie certainly stitching this thing together so well, showing great form, and Griff just kind of looking over at the coaching camp, looking at Tommy Witts and the boys, just saying, was it the score? Was it the number? 45 seconds on the clock, the whole year for both these surfers, coming down to this final score for Geordie.
35 seconds, numbers coming in for Geordie Smith. It is not enough. A 4.83 when he was chasing a 6.76. 24 to go. The man that's been committed to chasing down this goal for almost 2 decades. Putting together an incredible year, now has 10 seconds, and he's already looking at Griff. And looks like he's sending him a congratulations. Griff will take that and start heading back to the channel. The decision is in. Geordie Smith knocked out by Griff and Colapinto. Griff, the number 3 seed, will have a shot at the title match to take on Yago Dora.
Wow, this is exciting stuff, man. Just in both the men's and the women's side, we're seeing surfers coming up through the draw to meet the number 1 seed. And wow, congratulations, Geordie Smith, on just an incredible year. Thank you for taking us all on this journey. The sentimental favourite, unfortunately, being knocked out by an informed Griffin Colapinto, who has, up to this point, a perfect record out here at Cloudbreak when you consider the last 2 years of competing out here. And, well, what a matchup. And really, when you look at Yago and Griffin, these two guys have had the best form throughout the back half of the year. Incredible stuff coming up soon.
That was massive for Griff. He had a few chances down at lowers. Now he's got a big chance here at Cloudbreak. The first time he's entered the title match in his career in this format. And taking on this man, the goofy foot from Florianopolis. One of the smoothest cats you'll ever meet. Cool, calm, and collected. First time feeling this format. And enjoying it 100% with his crew, his family. That's all here in Fiji. Looking forward to the title match coming up next. It'll be Molly Picklum taking on Caroline Marks.
Griffin Colapinto just upset world number 2, Jordy Smith, and now he's in the title match for the first time in his career. Back-to-back seasons, finishing 3rd in the world off his home break, and now the stage at Cloudbreak, bringing out his best. Joe Chappelle, Flick Palmatier, as we anticipate the title matches to come, and for Griff, it's a big one. There's only been one Californian world champion on the men's side in history, and that's 3-time world champ Tom Curran. Griffin might be thinking about that right now, joining that conversation.
I'm sure he's definitely thinking about it, but at the same time, and he'd know those stats, but at the same time, I just feel like he's probably wanting to keep a lid on it, keep in that mode that he's still in. The job isn't done just yet.
Molly Picklum, Caroline Marks, the title match this year. Molly, unstoppable in the yellow jersey, taking on Caroline Marks, who had to kind of salvage her season in great effect at the final event at Chopes.
Yeah, Caroline has really clicked into gear, or clicked into the momentum that she's wanted when it's mattered most, for sure. I think, you know, she was outside that final 5 picture at Chopes. She had a big job ahead of her. She got the job done. And then today, what we've witnessed from her has just been absolute annihilation, really. Just from match 1 to 2 to 3, you know, it's incredible. And right now, I'm interested to see where Molly's headspace is going to be at, knowing the momentum Caroline has carried throughout this event today.
Big news again came out when we're at Jeffreys Bay this season to talk about rewarding regular season performance. Caroline's well aware of the stakes. Molly, wearing yellow, has a chance to win her world title in this first title match. If Molly wins, it's over. If Caroline wins, then it's best out of 3, like we've seen throughout the years of the finals format.
I'm nervous right now. I think we just know how much is on the line. I mean, Molly essentially is 2 waves away from a world title, her maiden world title, and, you know, when you think about the season she's had, the incredible performances she's had, and, you know, I mean, her worst result in the regular season was a 9th place. That's a scary stat. And then the back half of the year, absolutely incredible. Her momentum's been insane. You think to her performance at the last event at Chopes, the barrel riding, I mean, she's so well-rounded, but she has got to, you know, Caroline is going to give her a run for her money here because she is in blistering form.
Molly Picklum looks like she wants to use her priority. The formula is 2 waves. Will this be one of them? Molly drives into that section, under the lip and off balance, starts off underwater on a missed time backhand re-entry.
Wow, okay. This is going to be interesting where Molly goes with her headspace after this. I mean, you know, typically, I think she had the right idea that she chose a great wave. It had a beautiful cut to it. She was moving down the line with that first maneuver, but I just think, is this where Caroline, you know, puts her strategic hat on and sort of, you know, utilizes this to her advantage? So let's see what went down here for Molly. Opening wave of title match 1, she just gets that outside rail, just gets caught. So she goes up into this turn, tries to keep that down the line momentum, but catches the rail. So already, I'd say that momentum has just swung back towards Caroline. She's sitting out there with priority and taking off now.
Caroline's turn, handed priority for this wave. Throws down an opening hook on the face. Draws it back in the pocket. 2 quick turns and a speed line, and she'll kick out of a closeout. Molly right ahead of her there. So I feel like for Molly, she won't be too overwhelmed with Caroline's start. 31 minutes to go.
No, I think it's back to even now. I was a bit worried there for Molly for a second because you're thinking, okay, she looks at another wave. But yeah, okay, momentum's shifting, it's ebbing, it's flowing. I think right now it's pretty even. That score for Caroline, you know, you've got to be thinking it's not going to be factoring in this title match, and Molly will regain priority. So I think we're back to square one, Joey.
47 years of crowning world champs on the women's side. 23 have been won by Australia, and the bulk of those with 2 insane talents. Lane Beachley with 7, Steph with 8 being the GOAT, making up 15 of those 23 Australian world title years. Molly trying to define a new era for Australian surfing right now.
Yeah, this is cool. This will be a great moment for Australia if she was to get the job done today. I think, you know, since Steph, since Tyler, you know, that career, I mean, you think about the generations of women surfing, and, you know, the title was owned so heavily from Carissa to Steph to Tyler in those years. And then, you know, in more recent years, we've seen that new generation come up from Katie to Caroline. And I know for a fact, Molly, you know, these are her sparring partners, and she wants to be able to put her name on that world title trophy.
Strider Wazalewski off to a start already in the title match. We saw Molly go down, and then Caroline got a 4-1-7. Tell us where they're positioned right now in the reef.
Yeah, interesting. The positioning out here is they're all on the inside corner here, basically. But looking at those last couple of waves that kind of peeled through, I feel like they're doing work to get further and further out. But at the beginning of the heat, you know, Caroline was kind of staying way inside, and it was kind of Molly didn't want to leave her alone. Molly did not want to give her an inch. Like any kind of opportunity that came for Caroline, Molly wanted to take it away, even though Caroline was way down here on the end, like further in than any of these heats have been surfed. You know, Molly was not going to let her have any room, which is really telling to how, you know, badly she obviously wants to win this heat and take home the world title. But now I think we're going to see them stretch the reef a little bit more. They're going to start exploring a little more, get a little further out there and find those open faces and really kind of lay into some of those turns. You know, this inside section, I mean, that backside float that we saw Jordy do was probably one of the heaviest backhand floaters I've ever seen in there. I mean, that was bananas. And, you know, they would have saw that and known that, oh, that was an excellent score for that huge, you know, maneuver on that cupped out, heavy, consequential section. So they know that they got to get to here to do the inside work, to get those big scores, but they're going to have to do some work out the back as well. And so it looks like they're kind of stretching themselves back out there right now.
Great insight, Strider Wazalewski, longtime boatman out here at Cloudbreak, one of his favorite waves on the planet, and breaking down the playing field here for the World Title Showdown, the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, presented by Corona Cero. First time ever in surfing history having a World Title event here at Fiji and Cloudbreak. Molly Picklum and Caroline Marks taking trips on the down days to hang out at the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. Got in the water when they could, and Molly just has been just happy and cruising since she got better from feeling under the weather when she got here. So those down days were really helpful for Molly to feel like herself.
Oh, totally. I think, you know, if you feel a little bit under the weather, you're coming into this, you're thinking, please don't run on the first couple of days. And really, I mean, that's her forecast played out. And, you know, here we are at almost the end of the waiting period. And she looks fine. I think, you know, we've spent, you know, we did a little field trip to Tabby and we saw her there and she was looking pretty cruisy, pretty locked in. So all signs are saying she's back to good health.
Well, Molly started just getting messages after messages from a lot of Rip Curl team riders, you know, for the last few days. Let's check in at the Rip Curl headquarters in Torquay in Australia, right by Bells Beach.
This is so cool. I love checking in with these watch parties. Everyone's getting around it. Everyone is getting, so we're coming down to the pointy end right now. We're going to be deciding some world champions. You know, it is so exciting. And yeah, Rip Curl headquarters popping off, Joey.
Oh, and so many world champs in their stable. You know, Molly's picking up her phone. It's like, oh, two-time world champ Damian Hardman wishing me best of luck. Oh, three-time world champ Tommy Curran's on my side. Two-time world champ Tyler Wright. It just continues as we look at Molly now on the move. Patience down the line. Nice clean redirect to the pocket. Well-placed snap right there on the money. Super controlled surfing from Molly Picklum and her best wave so far.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, I think it's going to feel good for her to get this finish, to bank a couple of turns, you know, dust off that fall from earlier. And behind her, Caroline.
Caroline Marks has a lot of open face to work with. 2023 world champ is parking it inside the pit. That thing is going to rush on her down the reef. No exit available for Marks, but a nice idea there, Flick.
Yeah, to me, when she takes off, there's a level of comfortability that she had it from the first match today, but every single heat that she surfed, you know, her performance is getting better as we see a bit of a paddle right now from Molly, just really wanting to see if she can grab that priority.
And having some surprises for us at the end of the year, calling up Mitch Ross, one of our favorite humans on the planet, but I thought he'd moved on, you know, from coaching. He, you know, started doing some real estate, back in Newcastle and up and down the coast. And it was actually Molly who connected with him to look at some properties. And I think they just gelled. You know, his happy personality came out. He's got a brilliant surf mind, was a pro surfer for many years. And we often saw him right next to greats like Carissa Moore, you know, through a lot of those world title runs. And so Molly at the end was like, hey, join me in Fiji. Let's do this.
It's cool. He's come out of retirement.
He certainly has.
And I think it's a good fit. I think it's a great fit. And to your point, you know, he's been there with Carissa for ups, for downs, experienced this format, you know, and knows it intimately. And I'm sure that Molly has just been absolutely picking his brains, wanting to know, you know, what did this feel like? What did that feel like? And yeah, just tapping into that wealth of knowledge.
Griffin Colapinto in his first title match of his career on the boat with Vaughn.
Griffin, incredible start to that heat. You found such great rhythm. And then midway through, Geordie pulls it back with the highest scoring wave of the day. But you looked ready for that moment and right up for the battle.
Oh yeah, I started off so strong with the 6 and then the almost 7-8-3, and Geordie was kind of fumbling on a couple waves, and I was just kind of like, oh, just like feeling good, like wow, this thing's really shifted in my favor here, and then I think I got a little too comfy and I took an average wave, and then behind it he was on that bomb. I'm like, oh no, I'm like, mistake, you know, and it just brought me straight back. I'm like, okay, I need another 8, and then. Yeah, I took another wave that wasn't good, and Geordie had priority on it, and I got my 7.6 underneath him, so he kind of paid the favor back. And yeah, this format's pretty nuts, you know, like 2 heats already. Yago's got fresh legs. I'm gonna have to bring it.
That's right, mate. It must seem crazy that, you know, at the very start of this year, right up until the cut, a world title shot was really beginning to seem like a distant fantasy as you were struggling to keep your place on tour. Now here you are in the world title matchup against the world #1, Yago, Dora. I don't know how you can process that moment after the journey that you've been through, but it must feel fantastic.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, right now I'm just in the flow state of what today has on offer, and all that stuff's just in the past and in the future. And it's just enjoying this because the waves are pumping, and you know, this is what I dreamed of as a kid, you know, to do surf contests. I love performing for people and trying to do my best surfing in front of the camera and my friends and family and stuff. I love the pressure of that feeling, and to see like how that pushes you into a certain state of mind, almost like as if you were doing some crazy ayahuasca journey or something. I've never done that, but maybe this is the closest thing to it.
Yeah, mate. Speaking of friends and family, you know, you've got surf fans all over the globe, but America, and in particular California, would be absolutely frothing right now. Anything you want to shout out to them before you paddle out for this world title matchup?
Yeah, I got a bunch of my friends and family over at Cole Hauschman's house doing a watch party. So what up, crew? Fired up. Thanks for sending the energy. My beautiful girlfriend's been watching. She's been sending me good energy, and my mom and dad are out here on the channel. They've been throwing love hearts at me before paddling out. So, you know, I'm just really enjoying it, and yeah, excited to go surf again.
We look forward to seeing you surf. Best of luck, mate, in that world title matchup.
All right, thank you.
That was the sound too.
That was a great sound, Vaughn. Now, great pop, great connection with Griff. Griff is in his flow state, you can tell. Different thoughts come into my head when you hear him talk sometimes. I couldn't stop thinking of Andy there when Andy was in his comfort zone and flow state and just demoing the field. I think Colapinto's tapped into something really special today, feeding off his crew back home in San Clemente, California. It's been since Tom Curran won a world title for California, and Griff wants it to be his turn. Checking out the clips with Tommy and enjoying the watch party vision from back home. Griff, the biggest heat of his life coming up against Yago, Dora.
Wow, it's going to be an amazing matchup. And I think, you know, it's kind of telling hearing Griff, you know, with Vorno there, because he was like, okay, like Yago's got fresh legs. And it just goes to show with that increase of size of swell, like and Cloudbreak at any size is powerful. It's going to be taken out of him. But on the other hand, I think, you know, he's had the reps on the board. He knows what it feels like out there. It's been a long time since Yago warmed up this morning. You know, it's been a fair few hours. So as we look here to what happened during that interview, just absolute detonation here. Molly takes off, goes over the handlebars, and then both women get collected by this next set. So, oh my goodness, absolute perfection. Everyone, please mind surf this one.
Wow. Cloudbreak coming to life. As we knew, it was going to be building throughout the day today, and conditions just staying magical. Fingers crossed for a big finish this afternoon, just past lunchtime here in Fiji. Molly taking a fall, back in the driver's seat with priority as we check in for an update with Strider.
Yeah, just checking in. That was they got smashed. Those are some basically freight trains coming down on them, and they were just being completely annihilated in there. And then, I don't know, I'm a little confused on, they said that they suspended priority, and then I thought that Caroline had it going into that set as they got smashed. She did, and then it came back out and they gave it to Molly. So I don't know, it was an interesting call from my point of view for where I'm at. I was just wondering if you guys took a notice to that.
Yeah, Strider, good point. Yeah, seeing them get washed through. We'll get an update from the tower shortly just to get their call from upstairs, as they've got a big view of this entire playing field. So stand by for that update. Meanwhile, Picklum will be enjoying that first priority, and Caroline will have to adjust. Molly, being the high seed, start off with first priority. That hasn't really bothered Caroline Marks today, has it?
No, it really hasn't. She has absolutely, yeah, she has blistered it away through this format. I mean, just so much momentum. I think at the beginning of this heat, you know, Strider spoke to it earlier, but Molly was sticking so close to Caroline, right? And I think that could potentially have been a gameplay to, can we try and disrupt her rhythm here? Like, I don't care if she's sitting down the line, just try and get in her space and really take that first moment in the heat. And it's kind of been a bit funny how it's all worked out. You know, they've had that wash through set. You know, they've had a couple of missed opportunities, a couple of falls. You know, I think really right now it is still so even. Molly's sitting out there with priority. Still a chunk of time left on the clock. And that swell is looking super promising from that last set.
It certainly is. And just a quick update, we're getting messages from the tower. And when Caroline Marks needed to get the water patrol assist, that's when she had her priority suspended. Molly Picklum getting the lift out the back, was able to get priority getting to the takeoff zone first. So if Caroline was able to manage without the water patrol and punching through, maybe she could have held it, but that was a solid set. When you're getting smoked, you're probably going, okay, save some gas. Let's get back in the lineup with some of the best watermen in the world watching on. Caroline knows that she's in a must-win situation to keep this run alive. Coming from title match 1, where we've seen Caroline be the #2 seed last year. She won a world title as the #3 seed. This year she was #4 seed against Bettylou. And seeing this perfection from the Fiji flight cam. Molly Picklum with the lead and has 16 minutes to see if she'll do it in one and take her world title.
Wow, it just looks so dreamy out there right now. And as a, you know, just a everyday surfer, someone who's watching this, like, this is as fun as it gets, like as rippleable as it gets. You can lay into it. There's still that inside section that's, you know, offering up a couple of chews as we look to a bigger set now. That one just a bit tapered, but it really is the dreamy day for just some fun out there.
Oh, absolutely perfect. Molly's, you know, kind of went into tube hunting mode, showing that she is, if not the best, one of the best backhand tube riders in the world. As we look at her dig into this one using priority, she's got a big canvas to play with here. Surfer from the Central Coast of New South Wales throws down the car, belts it off the lip, and controls a two-turn combination.
Nice two-turn combo. I think, right, she's locked in this score, okay? And then I think from now on, obviously she's going to know this, but in the context of what this heat means, yes, it's one heat away, but I just feel that she's going to be wanting to search for those waves that are going to be a little bit more stretched out, that's going to, you know, offer a few more maneuvers down the line. But I mean, it's good signs. Let's break it down here. So this one, and it was probably the second wave of the set, third wave, nice and smooth faced wave. Just a bit of cruisy turn here, but it was all the setup work for this moment. And a couple of completions now. I just think now that she's got these couple on the board, the 5-3-3 for the one earlier, and then this one probably coming in somewhere similar around that, I think she's going to want to wait and to really capitalize on this heat.
Paddling into this one is Caroline Marks, 2023 world champ. Deep bottom turn, crushes the lip line with the airdrop. It's bottoming out. Caroline with her head down, beating multiple sections, and the mayhem pops out in the middle of a dreamy two-bride. That was the turning point of the matchup. The turn was brilliant, and she was deep and covered so much of the reef. Very, very close to a giant score.
She comes out of that thing, this whole heat is turned on its head. That was crazy. From, to your point, Joe, how deep that bottom turn was, how critical that set her up to be for the first maneuver. Just, oh my goodness. That was moments away from a great score.
Caroline Marks knows what she has to do. And we saw that last year in the format where she needed a big 9-6 to push Simmer. She's knowing if she gets drained through this reef, gets into the excellent score, leaning into that frontside advantage, could pay off.
This thing stayed so open too. I mean, she did so well. She traveled so far, such distance, just kind of got a little bit clampy there. Didn't really have an exit for her, but yeah, to your point, Joe, she comes out of that thing. That's an excellent score, and then Caroline, big advantage.
These two haven't had a ton of matchups before on tour. Just 3 previous, 2 this year. Molly getting the recent one in the semifinals at Tahiti, and Caroline getting the first one this year, the semifinals in Portugal, where she went on to win.
Yeah, I think, you think about, I said it before, but just how young they are. They're going to be having so many more matchups. Looks like Molly might be having another little look here.
Molly Picklum, last score 5-1-7, rolls in a clean section, throws it in the pocket, ejects quickly, 1 turn option, as her total out front will remain the same. 10.5 combined total. Caroline with priority just chasing a 6.33. Remember, if Molly can win this first title match heat, it is all over. Caroline trying to push it to best out of 3. She does have priority. She's only chasing a 6.33. We're going to take a quick break, see how the title race goes right after this.
Shit. Right into live action. Important wave for the matchup. Caroline Marks needing a 6.33. Little cut back into the pocket. Deep off the bottom. Ton of speed crushes that section off the lip. Pelts it again. Caroline Marks letting it all fly. Nice open face hook to
kick out of a dreamy one. Picklum's going to need to answer. World number 1, Molly, getting to her feet, grabbing the rail. She's barrel hunting. Picklum super deep, and that one's just going to run off without her. Advantage Caroline Marks on that last exchange. Picklum 2 looks trying to get barreled out here. Hasn't been effective. And Caroline finally found that gear on that last wave. That has been unstoppable today.
Wow, okay. This is a big moment in this heat. I think, you know, Caroline, she's only chasing a 6.33. For me, it's the best wave of the heat so far. She surfed it so well, and it's just reminiscent of the performance we've seen all day from her. To me, it just looks like the placement of her turns, there's variety here. She just looks content in her surfing and very confident. I mean, that turn was massive. Backs it up with this one. For me, I mean, she's got the lead here, right? This is where I'm going with this. There's, you know, I think, you know, you just compare it to Molly's 5.17, the 5.33, and Molly going again.
Picklum, late takeoff, controls the rail, trying to set up another pit, but she's still out front, forced to jump off. It was obviously the weapon of choice at Chopes when you're not looking for turns. She just got so many backside pits at what she calls the best win of her career. But not quite working out in this first title match at the moment against Caroline Marks, who just took the lead and just threw down the best number of the matchup, a 7.33.
This is dangerous right now. I just think it's just crazy. Caroline right now has just tapped into I know, sort of like another dimension, really. I don't know where she's getting her energy from, because this is, you know, she's been out there, you know, I think she said this would be her 6th surf today since her free surf, you know, and if she was to win this, she'd have to go again. So, I mean, she has tapped into something else, like the energy she has, the way her board's carrying on the waves, her mayhem looks incredible. Her wave selection too has been on point. And the confidence levels, I think it's been pretty evident all week throughout, you know, the time that she's come here to, you know, Momi Bay to Tabarua, and just witnessing her on, you know, the island and here, and just how content she is, the confidence levels, it's translating into today's performance.
Molly Picklum, second priority and in second position in this first heat. The first title match. Picklum needs a 6.18 to turn this around. Remember, if Caroline does win the first title match, it goes to best of 3, so it's not over yet. If Picklum can come back and find that score under priority, she'll be the world champ. And we've seen Caroline as a low seed in the past, and she's been victorious going all the way. You know, we haven't seen her come in as that #1 seed. We see this advantage of coming for everybody. She said on tape, hey, I'm ready to be everyone's worst nightmare. And even told you the day before this day, it was like, hey, it's like Christmas Eve. Like, she was firing at all cylinders, feeling her confidence inside her, and probably knew how this was going to play out so far.
Yeah, I think so. It's kind of like you get this, I think when you're so connected and you feel so at ease, you kind of get this sixth sense that you kind of know what's going to happen. Almost like, this sounds silly, but it feels like you can predict or almost be so connected that you know what's going to happen. And I've felt that energy from Caroline all week. It could be due to the fact that she already has the world title. She already has the gold medal, you know, and that relieves a lot of pressure as we see Molly having another look now.
And down the line, it will be Caroline using priority, keeping the Australian off this wave. Quick little jam there. More of a punch off the pocket quickly from Caroline. Fading little cutback on this inside corner, so it didn't have a lot of bulk to it. So it was probably a smart move for Molly to kind of force Caroline into that one, as the wall didn't quite bowl out for her there.
Yeah, I think that was a great decision by Molly, especially at this point in the heat. She needed to regain some control. It's been interesting. I've watched Molly from the start of this heat. I felt there's been a little bit of a level of urgency from her, and rightfully so. She's watched Caroline come from that from the 4th seed all the way through this draw, and I've just felt she's just been like, you know, hunting the barrel as well. And yes, it can be the point of difference out here. If she's to stick one of those tubes and come out, I mean, total game changer. But right now, just with that little bit of fluff and a little bit of texture on the wave face, haven't really seen too many exits really offered up. So I'm wondering right now, that could have been a very smart decision, and maybe things might start swinging Molly's way.
Very dominant year for Molly Picklum. 5 final appearances this season. That's the most on tour. Highest top 2 single wave scores of the year. 9.77 she had in Tahiti. 9.6 as well. Now with priority, 4:45 to go. Strider, what does she have to do?
Well, I think she's got the helmet, she's got the full suit, and she's got the barrel riding skills to do it. She's basically prepared to do it her way, which I would think would be in the barrel. I mean, you can see that she's been looking for it. She's been trying to find it. And, you know, her corners asked her to get on a more open-faced wave, something that's going to give her the ability, like a more peaky wave, to actually do some better, like, in the lip line surfing. But you can see that she's head down prepared for a heavy day. And I love it. Uh-oh.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, interesting take there. Strider mentioning she wants to do it her way, and she's been barrel hunting, and then her camp, which includes Mitchell Ross, wanting her to get on a big canvas to lay down some tracks. So potentially maybe switching gears here, but she's got 3:55 to go, needing a 7.18. Last of Carolina, 5.17. You see the improvement to a 12.5 combined total.
Yeah, she's chinking away at this thing. She's improving the heat total. It's going to be interesting. I think right now she's still got a little bit of space between herself and Molly as well, and she's still hunting. That last wave that came through, she had a little look at it. But you know what? On the flip side of that, Molly still doesn't need much. She's only chasing a 7.18. She's got priority, 3 minutes on the clock, a couple of big backhand hits. She could get the job done.
So much support coming through for the Australian, a very popular human being, a popular surfer, a big part of the Rip Curl family. The watch party continues in Torquay at the Rip Curl headquarters. They are sending Molly some energy. A lot of watch parties going up the coast and all the way up to her hometown of Terrigal on the central coast of New South Wales. But Molly spending a ton of time in Victoria, working with her team managers and all the Rip Curl family, which has a huge legacy of just supporting world champions. And Picklum, as close as she's ever come in her career to achieving that goal. 2 previous appearances in the final 5, finishing equal 5th in both of them.
Yeah, it's the best position she's come into finals to date. I think, if I can be completely honest, I feel at the start of this heat, I said it before, there was a little bit of urgency there. There were a couple of mistakes, just a little bit out of position on takeoffs. And I think maybe that energy of Caroline might have been a little bit, got the nerves up, I think. And there's been a couple of moments in this heat, you know, they had that big wash through set. There was a couple of little funny things with priority. And momentum Caroline has just kept on carrying it through. And Molly, I think at the start of the heat was also trying to interrupt that and maybe got, you know, a bit focused on that as well instead of just her own surfing. So still not chasing a lot, and it's not over. Got a minute 40 on the clock.
Molly Picklum still first priority, needing a 7.18. If she can't find it, then it's going to best of 3 as Yago Dora prepares. First time he's in this format. First time he's worn bright yellow in his career. Put it on for the first time at the final stop of the regular season. Taking on Griffin Colapinto, who's also entering his first title match. Guaranteed both these guys will get their best result to date in their career, finishing in the top 2 in the world. Will it be Yago continuing the Brazilian dynasty as they've been bulldozing pro surfing for the last decade, with Medina at the top with 3 world titles, Toledo with 2, De Souza, Italo with 1 as well. Yago trying to put his name on that list. Still 39 seconds for Molly. And she will have a chance to regroup, talk to her camp on what happened there, what she was seeing, and compare it to their surfing lines. And Molly would then have to get on a roll. The whole idea of winning 1 heat, that's in the first match. Then it's just best of 3. So It would come down to Caroline just needing one more to take the world title, and Molly would be forced to win 2 in a row.
It's crazy. I've said momentum so many times today, I need to think of another word. But it swung completely into Caroline's favor right now. She's the one with the advantage going into this second title match. It's amazing what she's been able to put together today.
Caroline is on that scary type of roll, creating nightmares for the final 5. From Bettylou to Katie Simmers to Gabby Bryan, and taking the first off Molly Picklum. What a day. That continues. Now Caroline in the position where she needs one more win over Molly to take a second world title. Oh yeah, Florida's here. Taryn Marks. Her dad is so proud, screaming the loudest on that boat. And Caroline will have a chance to catch up with Luke Egan. And now Molly really feeling the pressure here in Fiji.
For sure, she will be, but at the same time, I feel like Molly will welcome this moment in. And, you know, we've heard her talk about she's not afraid to fail. So, and she wears her heart on her sleeve. She's going to give it her all. I have no doubt about that. And I have no doubt about her, turning this around in the next heat and coming, once she gets that feedback, yeah, turning this thing around. So, next one is going to be super telling.
Caroline's in her happy place. She said she's just in love with surfing. She could surf all day. She's got plenty left to try to close out this year against Molly Picklum. Up next, first title match, Yago Dora versus Griffin Colapinto.
Draining barrel. Yago Dora puts on the gas and comes out.
He needs to be in that conversation of the best high-performance surfer in the world. It's just all moving up for Yago Dora.
Yago Dora, your men's champion.
He loves that. Look at the control.
My last 2 years have been so good, but also like coming so close to winning a title.
Big spring load and full rotation and a perfect landing for Griff. The stage is set for the first title match with Brazil's Yago Dora wearing yellow meaning he's #1 in the world, taking on Sacramento, Californians Griffin Colapinto for a shot to be a world champ. Neither of these guys have made it this far in their career. It is on. It's a Cloudbreak. Here we go. Joe Chappelle with Richie Levitt for the call. This is a big one for both of these athletes, working so hard in their seasons, and they couldn't have got here in different ways. This was amazing to see their routes they took.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Griff just tripped and stumbled like I just did then at the start of the year, but you know, has found his way all the way through the back half of the year. Incredible, and his performance to date today has just been on point. You know, he's barely made a mistake. The surfing has just been impeccable, and we know that Yago's up for the challenge. His performance through the warm-ups has been amazing. He's been in form all year, been showing really good form, so this is going to be an incredible matchup. Goofy first natural. Here we go.
The Goofy has been paying off on the women's side, with Caroline Marks proving that multiple times throughout the day as she took the first one off Molly Picklum. So same scenario here for Dora. Being in yellow, being world #1, he could end things right now. If he takes this win, he will become a world champion. If Griffin gets it, it goes to best out of 3. And the difference is, we're going, what's the advantage for these guys? Coming from deep, feeling the conditions, and just building like Caroline has done. You know, Griffin's had those reps in and taken heat wins over Italo Ferriera, over Jordy Smith, where Yago's got fresh legs. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, it's, you know, talks to momentum. Griff coming in. Everything's already clicking and happening today. Yago, it'll be all about containing those nerves and just, you know, just finding form straight off the bat. The advantage here for Yago, he does have priority. He is in the box seat, so really important for him to start this final off on a positive note, with a good wave, with a decent score, and that sort of picks up his momentum straight away, and he can somewhat diffuse the role that Griffin's on.
Yago Dora just had a 33rd in pipe to start, you know, 7 months ago. And that was after the announcement that he's going to have a new coach with his friend Leandro da Silva. But he didn't hesitate to actually, in the post-season interview of the loss, just say, you know what, that doesn't define where I'm at. He just basically rinsed it off so fast and used that extra time to work with Biolis. Matt was there on the North Shore of Oahu, and Yago is actually really happy to connect with Matt. And Matt was on the beach watching him surf. They went through boards, and actually the benefit, I guess if you call it, from losing early gave him more time to really set up his quiver for the rest of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a lot goes into this. There's Matt Biolis right there, aka Mayhem. Lead role in Lost Surfboards, and been working just so intimately with all his riders, and obviously with Yago as well. Here we go, opening exchange.
Griffin Colapinto doesn't have priority. He did this well against Jordy, where he went way up the reef and found a way to get started. This time it's just an up and out. And Yago will still manage his priority with these waves just kind of rolling through. And what are you seeing in the conditions right now,
Yeah,
Ray?
just thinking that, Joe. You know, you can definitely see more wind on the face of these waves now. Just starting to, you know, perhaps just change the lip line, but Griff finding a nice smooth one.
Absolutely flying down the line. Beautiful bottom turn, tags it well to start. Deep off the bottom again. There's the wrap from Griff. The California throws some water off the tail. Nice lean back off that bottom turn just to set up a real stylish approach. So after an up and down, he just finds himself a way to start off with some clean backside maneuvers.
Almost a carbon copy of how he started the heat against Jordy, way up the point. You can see where he's pulled off here is basically where Yago's sitting in the lineup. So starting way up the point and just trying to do the same thing that he did with Jordy, just applying that early pressure, take that early lead. And now he'll really start to get into this priority rotation. Let's see, sort of second, perhaps it was the third wave of the set. So nice and smooth. As you alluded to, Joe just jamming so hard off the bottom. Look how he leans into those bottom turns. That opening maneuver, again, that textbook tail drift backhand snap that he's been doing. He has that totally on lockdown now. and can just tap into different variations of it. Feels so comfortable controlling that drift of the tail just so well. Perhaps Yago will, he's going to get his account underway.
First wave for Dora. Here's a fun-looking left. Yago on the wind-up, super smooth, attacking the carve, right back up to shut it down, showing that he's able to fire himself up in his first matchup of the day. Doesn't look like he needs any sort of warm-up, so all that prep watching has put him right into gear.
Wow, that was an incredible fight back or answer back from Yago Dora. Cross with an uppercut on that wave. Just really hacking into that first turn and then just so quickly getting up to that finishing maneuver. So showing no signs of nerves here. Let's check it out on the replay. The IC replay, Yago Dora streaking down the line, gunning for speed, compress, big committed rail hack, straight up into a closeout re-entry. And the little stand tall claim just to show, yep, I'm in perfect sync here. I'm ready to go. And Yago Dora, two-hit combination, that's going to be a great score. I think it's actually going to be higher than Griff's opening number of the 517. Look how much lean and angle he had on that front side hack, and the way that he got off the heel and straight onto that toe side to get up and onto the roof of that wave, just incredible.
So much flair, so much precision with so much speed as well for that two-turn combo strider.
Oh, you know, you guys were talking about it. You had all the question on if he's going to be ready or not coming into this. He's more than ready. He's world title ready. I mean, that transition from that top turn then to the closeout was just bananas. The way that he actually clicked up, I mean, that wave was so vertical, it's so square right on the inside shelf, and just blasted through the lip on that thing and flew out, free fall, just, I don't know, I love it. I thought it was a great sign for him starting out this thing. And the wind, you guys, has come up a little bit south, which on this inside bowl is offshore. So I think we might even see a couple of mean barrels come running down this line right in front of us. I'm just getting excited. This is what we came for, and it's producing, and I'm excited. I don't know about you guys, but I'm kind of losing it a little bit. I think this could be a real banger right here.
It certainly is. Already starting off that way. We're right there with you, Waz. And good intel on that south wind being offshore towards the end bowl. Fascinating. 7.33 for Dora. Interesting, Rick. You know, you're thinking about Cloudbreak specials. You're not thinking about that last wave. It was short, it was compact. It's a two-turn combo. But the way he generated speed with so much confidence and in a big, bulky section there, I mean, it was undeniable.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of the judging criteria now. It really is not about length of ride, it's about the intensity and the dynamic nature of the maneuvers that scores. And, you know, you cannot deny, like you said, just how, you know, critical and on edge those two maneuvers were, that combination, the flow that he had between the two turns. This was Griff, as we were talking to Strider. Just quick in and out there, nothing happening, nothing of consequence down the line, so Griff opting to go quick in and out, but looks like Yago up again.
So use of priority there from Griff, and then Yago into this one, leans back off the top. Nice full rail work, changing his pace to the tempo of the open face, and Yago steps off. Griffin coming out of the pocket and a stumble.
So perhaps a little bit of fatigue starting to come into play here, but what I did notice, that second wave, Joe, it does have that cleaner face to it, the cleaner line that Strider was alluding to. Also the tides running out as well, and again, more action.
Yago Dora picking it up again, going for a big drawn out smash off the lip. Got that mayhem back underneath his feet, but too late for the end section. But you can tell he's just guns blazing, all out on every section. Always trying to pull off his turns. You notice that about Yago. You know, above the lip, even if he gets awkward, he always has the intent of pulling it, which makes him one of the best guys, obviously, above the lip, because his make rate might be the best on tour these days.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, this guy is grounded in sort of the free surfing game. You know, he really started his career as one of the most exciting free surfers on the planet. He took that approach and molded it into this sort of competitive arena and has just honed it over the last couple of seasons and is on top of the world right now. 25 minutes and potentially the new world champion. And out in front at the moment, perfect start, 7.33, so out ahead. So opening exchange, he got the edge by just over 2 points. So everything going to plan at the moment.
Griffin Colapinto did mention to Vaughn Blakey on the boat that Yago would have fresh legs, and that last wave for Griffin is 21st on the day, where Yago has only caught 3 waves here in the matchups. Did have a couple in the warm-ups this morning, but obviously a ton of time to relax and get fired up. Here comes Griffin holding back.
Yeah, you can see that wind puffing around again, almost an offshore look to the waves at the moment. But as I was saying there, as the tide runs out and this lagoon starts to draw out and the reef starts to expose itself, it almost settles the amount of little bumps and ridges on the face of the wave. May even see some barrels down this end section. But definitely the swell pulsing now, which was expected. Great matchup so far.
Yeah, they've had a lot over the years, Rick, and a couple of big matchups they had in 2025. For these guys, they've had 8 previous matchups at the biggest platform of pro surfing. And in 2025, it's been all about the Yago show. And it was even during Griffin's magic run in the back end of the season, where Yago Dora was able to get him twice. Got him at Jeffreys Bay in the semifinals. Yago beat Griff as well on Griffin's home break at Lower Trestles.
Yeah, that was an incredible win there for Yago, and not overly unexpected, really, given, you know, the most high performance wave in the world, arguably, and Yago with his aerial approach just on the left had it on lockdown. But really even stats, Joey, as you're looking at the heat averages, right around 13. Yago just with the slight edge, and then max heat score. You know, Griff with the edge, and obviously max wave score, 8s and 9s, very, very close there. So very evenly matched. Great to see these two battling it out.
Glorious view of the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. That's where our host set is, right there, coming to you live. Pristine, magical conditions to enjoy in paradise. That could be you in one of those berets over the Momi Bay there. A few different places to eat, a few restaurants, buffets, happy people. There's an infinity pool that rolls off into the ocean, which is a perfect place to watch the sunset go down. 22.5 on the clock here. Yeah, interesting when you look at those matchups. Griffin's only beat Yago once in the ocean. Got him another time in the pool at the Surf Ranch. And that one win was back at Narrabeen in 2021. So for Griff, it's been a long time since he's got the edge on Yago. Chattering on the face and was patient to find the pocket there. There's the whitewater crumble from that wind change. And now he's getting into a more groomed part of the wave. Inside section, really hollow. Colapinto is going to force his way out.
Houdini work there from Griffin Colapinto, and pure strength and determination to bust through that doggy door. And by that we mean that final chandelier as the wave comes down. You're locked in on the backhand, and Griff just straightening up and having to bust through that curtain. We thought he was gone, and then just popped out the whitewash. So yeah, some drama at the end of that wave. This is going to be a good score.
Love how you saw it nice and onshore, crumbly for those sections to attack, and then it got groomed on the end bit.
Yeah, it was almost like there was this ridge running through the wave as it was traveling down the point. Griff just really good timing as he picks his moment here to get up high in the lip. And then from this moment on, just saw this wave starting to throw. Gets into that pig dog stance, and right there just sees a tiny little gap. And now punches through the lip and has that celebration. But you can see lots of sort of bump and ridges on this face of this wave that he had to negotiate. Nice snap there. Just keeps that connection to the wave. Little awkward through this section, and then it starts to bowl up. That ridge disappears. It starts to rifle off in front of him. Some great vision there. A couple of seconds in the barrel. So good fight back from Griff on this wave.
Colapinto looking for his first world title this year, being the first Californian to win the Triple Crown back in 2017. His rookie debut couldn't have gone better. 10-point ride, 3 big chambers that he pulled into at Kira up on the Gold Coast, and he's been marked as a title threat ever since. Went through some injuries, learned how to take care of his body and also his mind. Dora as well, just so hooked on his craft. I talked to him back in Brazil, and he's like, you know what, if all these venues were flipped and all those rights were lefts, the standings would look a lot different. And one thing he was talking about is having a big open face carve that the regular footers have, like a la Ethan Ewing, Griffin, where they can get a big score on the open face. Dora has that power to get excellent numbers just for a big old meat hook. And he just knows that if he gets the chance, he can unleash it. That's why he was really looking forward to Cloudbreak.
Absolutely, and we saw that on that opening wave, Joey. And, you know, you do not get to #1 and wearing that yellow jersey unless you have all those weapons, all those maneuvers, the different variations, and the power, that foundation power that we see in all the great surfers who win world titles. They all have it. They've got that variety. Here we go, Griff on the inside.
Colapinto grabs the rail under priority, looking for some shade. Not too much there, so he'll step off. It's way before 6.33. Late takeoff for world #1. Dora into his first move. A nice clean top turn wrap in front of Griff. Lays into a big section. Perfect transition. Lay it down again. Dora hustling to finish this thing up in the tube. It's just a little bit of a pocket vision there. But the man is in sync with the rhythm of Cloudbreak. His first time ever in the Final 5. And world #1 is getting rid of a 3.5. His best friend, manager, Daniel Cortez on his feet. Staying calm, staying comfortable. And saying a prayer.
Yeah, he's saying a little prayer to the man upstairs, just wanting this to obviously go. Be run and done in one heat. It's looking good. Let's check the replay here. And Yago had work to do. Instantly gets into a beautiful carve to start things off. Mixes it up, a little layback hack. I love how long he sat on that bottom turn. Critical step. Real aggressive angle change on that third turn there. Watch this. From the water angle, gets the layback hack. Sits on that bottom turn on the toe side rail, gets an aggressive slide on that third turn, right tight in the pocket, and lets go of it at the perfect time, but just generating all that speed off the bottom, Joe. And showing a lot of power and flair on that third turn. And then gets a little chandelier, just tucks up into the barrel, and then makes it out through the curtain. And the celebration there, so feeling it, showing no signs of nerves whatsoever.
Yago Dora turns in an excellent score on Griff, an 8.33 to go with his 7.33. Griff with priority now needs a 9.33 to push this to best out of 3. Yago can win his world title if he keeps this lead in the first title match. So he's got 17 minutes to hold off Griff, and it could be all over.
Now's when you need to control the nerves. He'll be sitting out there just in the box seat thinking to himself, this plan is going perfectly right now. I've got an excellent score. I've backed it up. I've got a really healthy second score. Now it's good decisions. He needs to get into this priority rotation, put pressure on Griff, try and get him to, really give up that priority and then start to put the pressure on. But now,
under
we
priority.
see Griff. Yeah, here we go.
Yago looks, but forces Griffin to use it here. Colapinto starts off with a little backhand slash. And looks like he's not interested in committing to the rest of that wave, so he steps off. Priority goes to Dora with a giant lead.
Yeah, so again, you know, you feel the momentum just with Yago Dora at the moment. Griff has just been so good in the lead up to this final heat and has just been on an absolute roll. And perhaps fatigue is maybe starting to come into play. because we're just starting to see these little errors in judgment, just in wave choice from Griff. The form is still there, but have a look at the size of this set.
Swell still building here at Cloudbreak, and the momentum building for Dora. Almost a misread on that first section, but he recovers. Now he's got the downtime, but he will emerge out front, and he decides to get out of there. Smart decision from Yago. He was ready to tee off that thing. Griffin's turn, late on this one, he goes down. Fatigue could be playing a factor. Griffin has had the energy of just catching a lot of waves this year. Really evident in his game plan, catching the most waves out of the final 5. 275 waves ridden in the regular season, compared to Yago's 246 has he accomplished world number 1. What happened here?
What happened here? So just a late drop from Griff, almost goes into that pig dog stance. You wonder whether if he had been able to get that heel side edge and tucked under the lip, he would have almost been safer up in the barrel there. But it was just such a late takeoff. Perhaps if he was a metre or two out further, could have stroked into it earlier, set his line. And a real paddle battle here. Just Griff trying to stay out in front of Yago. Yago pushing him here with fresh arms.
Griffin still pushing, trying hard, man. You'd wonder if he's just feeling exhausted, knowing that the world title's on the line. Griffin tries to push into an extra gear. Yago changing his route.
He's got in his slipstream, and he's actually overtaken him on the inside here. So, you know, Griff also took the last wave. So the fact that Yago's out in front, they are shoulder to shoulder at the moment.
Completely wrapped up. Dora earning priority for that paddle battle with Griffin, changing his line and going underneath him, and world number 1 will control the next set.
Aggressive, real aggressive stuff from Yago, Dora, and why wouldn't you when you're in this position here? Now Griff just needs to stay composed. We know he is the king of just staying mentally strong, staying in this moment. He's not easily rattled.
Wow.
Let's hope he can stay in this. We want to see a good battle all the way to the end here. 9.33 is the requirement from Griffin Colapinto.
Let's now catch up with Strider. Wow, Griffin's putting a lot of energy into this one. He really tried to battle for priority, Strider.
You know, you guys kind of touched on it, just that he fell, you know, coming into that one big bowl. And if he would have taken off just a little bit, maybe had an extra stroke, but I think he was paddling a little slower than he would have, obviously, if it was his first heat. And then, you know, coming up, getting behind the section, having to fall off and jump off at the bottom. And then Yago, you came from way behind on that and actually just got in front of him. The change of the route, you could just see the fatigue in Griffin on the way back out. I mean, you know, it's been a long day for the boys, but they're still going strong, and there's massive sets coming on the outside. The wind is about to start howling from the south right now. I can see it way outside. It's looking pretty hectic, so this is just going to turn into a really interesting last third of this final heat. I think we're going to see some big barrels on the inside. When the wind picks up like this, we start to see this inside section suck out, and it leans in this way, and it just goes offshore. So it could be some 10s that go down in this heat alone, which is going to be really fun to watch.
Nice breakdown, nice anticipation of what might happen in the back end of match number 1. And if there's some 10s in there, Griffin can use one. Needs a 9.33 to come back in this one. And Yago Dora is going to try to keep him off that, since he does have priority. And there's a little whitewater chipping in there. No takers, Rick.
Yeah, I was going to say, you feel like it needs to be done in 2 waves, don't you? Because that 7.33 is the low number for Yago. You almost feel like that's probably going to get replaced, given his current form that he's shown in this heat. So Griff needs to really get a two-wave combination, excuse me, from here.
Yago Dora, the closest he's ever been to accomplishing his dream. He's got 11 minutes to try to keep this total ahead of Griff to enter the dynasty that's been the Brazilian Storm. We'll take a Bonsoi brew break. We'll be right back.
How about this afternoon here on the Fiji flight cam, seeing a huge packed crowd in the channel. Red Bull Athlete Zone floating there. All eyes on the lineup as history is being written as we speak. Yago Dora, 9 minutes away of becoming a world champion. If he can hold this lead over Griffin Colapinto to add to this legacy, that has been the Brazilian Storm. You know, starting off with a man named Gabriel Medina in 2014. That was the first Brazilian world title. Since then, Gabby's gotten 3, Felipe 2, Italo with 1. Adriano, who's close to Yago's family, with 1 as well. They're sharing the love in Brazil. And now is it going to be Yago's turn? Griffin's trying to change that script right now. Well, just a little wave to kick out of. We'll see if that's going to be a position change.
See the second wave of the set. Looks like Yago's interested in this one.
Dora looking to better 7-3-3, deep bottom turn, tags it. Lights up a big section. Overcooks it and goes down. Priority goes right back to Griff. The speed he's getting is just remarkable. Board looks magic for Yago Dora. Just signed a deal with FCS in the lead up to this event, and he kind of goes back to all the things that happened in a pro surfer's career. He had contract negotiations going on at the start of the year. Changed his coach. His dad's here as well with his family, his mom, his sister. But he just wanted to do it his way. He had a vision for this season. I'm really impressed with how he's carried himself from start now to what's almost the finish at 7:30 to go.
Yeah, you know, really kind of coming of age as a man, making his own decisions, identifying his own path and what was going to work for him, which shows an incredible level of maturity there. And everything's, you know, clicked. He's not one of these guys that'll come out and just vocalize the fact that he's going to win the world title and that's what he's gunning for. If he's asked, he'll tell you yes in his own kind of mellow, roundabout way. But, you know, talking to Matty Bemrose, who obviously is, you know, connected to Volcom and is very close with Yago and that whole team, he just said, mate, this year, this is a different Yago. He's so set on a world title. He knows exactly what he needs to do and what he wants to do, and it's all just coming to fruition right now.
Yago Dora, 29 years of age, 7th year on the championship tour. He also has his girlfriend Issa here hanging out with him as well. One of his best friends, an amazing cinematographer, Loic Worth, made the trip over. So his support crew's kind of been building and growing. Some staying here at the Fiji Marriott Resort Moby Bay, some over on Tavarua with him. Staying in one of the newer berets that can fit a lot of people in it. He all kicked off his career on the CT with the wild card, you know, at Saquarema. We saw him beat Kolohe Andino, John Florence, Gabriel Medina, Mick Fanning on road to that semifinal. Right then you're going, okay, he's ready, but he knew the hard work was just about to get started.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just chatting to his manager, Daniel, the other day. Dan, we just had a little exchange, and he just said he's so ready, you know, everything's just going to plan at this stage, and he feels good, and it's sort of translating in the way he's surfing. So sure-footed, steady through his maneuvers. A real reflection of where his mind's at the moment. Coming down to crunch time here, just over 5 minutes to go. And you feel like Griff is going to have to put a good number on the board. He is in the box seat with priority at the moment. A couple of lines starting to creep around the corner.
You look at the score that Griffin needs, a 9.33, and you're reminded of the magic that he delivered this year. 10-point ride in main break. Remember the wild ride he had on the foam ball at the box? He's done that in different ways where he's kind of created his own destiny, visualizing what's going to happen next. Can he continue? Can he push back in the back 5 minutes? I mean, this guy had the toughest start to his season that he's ever had in his career, and then turned it all around and accumulated the most wins out of anybody on tour. Starting from Margaret River, 18. You know, no one in the field had that kind of run that Griffin had.
No, it's unbelievable. He's had the best form in the back half of the year, without a doubt, coming into this final series, you know, and the surfing has been there right up until this point, and even in this heat, you know, we can't take away from what Griff's brought to the table. Some incredible surfing as a good set starts to stand up outside. I think he'll go under this first one, look for a smoother face on the second or third. But it's time to pull the trigger, you would think. Griff, make the magic happen.
Griffin thinking about it, looked at that one. He's just trying to weigh his options. You don't have a lot of time to look. You're trying to anticipate, will that have a nice, beautiful wall on it to perform on, knowing that he almost needs to max out the scale. Yago with a lot of separation just underneath Griff with 3:30 on the clock.
Yeah, that swell line not quite wrapping around the point, sort of just breaking down the point. There wasn't enough wall on that set for Griff to really get too excited. Now we will patiently wait for the next set.
It's about 10:40 at night back in Florianopolis in Brazil. They're always ready for an all-nighter, especially if it's for a good cause like this. Watch parties happening back home for Yago Dora. And all the people that are really close to him made the trip out here to Fiji, knowing that he had something different coming to the top 34 at the start of the season. Yago camp right there, focused on the horizon and the lineup. Daniel Cortez's manager looking up to the heavens. What a day. Whole crew back in Brazil, spending a lot of time with this guy. He's a popular human being, always cool, always polite. Kind of got known as an aerialist in the early stages of his surfing career. And when Red Bull would throw on those air shows and invite all the best air guys like Chippa Wilson and Noah Dean, all they had was amazing things to say about Yago. As we look now at Griffin, chasing a 9.33 to force it to go to best out of 3. Throwing a little slap there on the crumble. He's got to hope this thing really bowls, but it doesn't. Yago has priority and 1:50 to shut it down.
Wow, okay, here we go. So a position of power here in the final minutes for Yago Dora. All he really needs to do is hang on here. He has priority. He can cover Griffin Colapinto. And really easy to get behind. This guy here is so likable. Just got a great energy about him. Both these guys just, you know, have such big fan bases around the world. And Griff, if he does go out here, you know he's going to get his chance at a world title in years to come. But at the moment, the momentum seems to be going that of Yago Dora. And just watch how he's taken the inside position here so that he's going to cover Griffin with whatever wave Griff looks at. Yago, with priority, can potentially take it from him. Under a minute to go, staring down the barrel of a world title, Yago Dora.
52 seconds. The Dora camp is just watching, mesmerized by this late decision. Griffin goes over the falls. Dora takes this one. Lights up a beautiful top turn carve. Perfect transition. Wraps it, tags the whitewater. It's starting to go flat, so he'll step off. Griffin just jumped over the falls behind him, trying to sneak that wave off him. He will have 22 seconds to look for a miracle now.
20 seconds to go. We may have our 2025 world champion. Griff, is there anything outside? He's looking at this one, paddling into this, the final wave.
Griffin Colapinto sets this one up. Drives off the bottom, attacks it well. He's got the speed section, redirecting his line, then back into the pocket again with an air job. Pulls up and under. Colapinto not giving up just yet. But the section clamps down on the Californian, but putting together a big effort. 2 big turns, but then getting shut out in the closeout. It's starting to make us feel like we know the outcome, Rick.
Oh, my goodness. you can't help but wonder if Griff made it out of that barrel. He could have potentially got that score. Yago, he's just wondering whether this is actually official yet. Cortez is losing it. He knows the official result. His boys got the world title.
Meanwhile, Yago just ripping this wave through. Everyone's losing it. Tears on the faces of everyone that's backing this young man from Brazil. As we have officially run out of time. Judges waiting to make it official, but the feeling is there. Griffin needing a 9.33. It's not gonna be enough. From the heart of the Brazilian storm, rises a new force. Yago Dora is your world champion.
Just amazing. And, well, on the men's side, in this final 5 format, it's intact. The #1 surfer going into the final 5 has retained that #1 position and secured the world title. Yago Dora is your 2025 world champion and deserving. You can't say that he didn't deserve this. You know, he's put in the work, he's had the results, he's got the wins. And the celebrations in Brazil would be going absolutely berserk right now.
The party will stay up all night back in Florianopolis throughout Brazil. They've just brought another incredible surfer to the legacy of Brazilian world champions. It's what we've been living through since 2014. It's only been John Florence who's picked up 3 in this era. Now his name's going to be next to De Souza, who's a family friend, Italo, Felipe, 2-time champ, Gabriel Medina, 3-time. Let's hear from our world champion with the Waz.
He's getting a hug from Leandro right now, his best friend and coach over here. And these guys have worked so hard to get what they have here, and it's been pretty amazing to watch. Yago's been on fire all year. This moment's a beautiful thing. The Brazilian flag is still waving up at the #1 spot. Yago, dude, I'm talking, you are the Lexus WSL Finals champion, Fiji, presented by Corona Cero, my friend. Oh my God. You started out in October of 2024 training. Yeah. You were healthy all year. You got the #1 spot right at the right time. And last night there wasn't a seat in the restaurant, and you found a table with Chief Druku looking down on you. And it was the writing was on the wall literally for you.
It's unbelievable. The signs were all there for me, and I felt something special this week. And since I got here in Fiji, I knew something. It was going my way, you know. It didn't matter whoever I was gonna get in the finals, things were gonna happen, and I was gonna come out with the win. And I'm so happy. I have no words. It's unbelievable.
How about a few words to everybody back in Brazil that you know they're watching, that you know they're proud of you. You've just brought home a world title for Brazil again.
Obrigado a todo mundo que me acompanha, todo mundo que de alguma maneira me apoia ou já me apoiou na minha carreira. Isso aqui é fruto de muito trabalho e dedicação, e estou feliz demais de levar esse título para o Brasil, para os meus amigos, para as pessoas que estão do meu lado, e obrigado.
Couldn't have happened to a better person, Yago. Congratulations, we love you. Right on, brother. Back to you guys. We're gonna let him go, get gathered up and enjoy this moment.
The Duke Kahanamoku Trophy belongs to Yago Dora in 2025. He had the vision, and all the hard work all paid off. And it was all on the line, and Griffin Colapinto was coming for him, but he held him off and was able to do it in the first title match. Griffin also finishing with his best career result today, finishing runner-up in the world today.
You know, such good surfing from Griff today. Pulls up into the barrel. This thing, you know, perhaps if this just had stayed open and let him out, it may have gone close to that score. It definitely it felt excellent, and just so close. And you can see Griff just, you know, grimacing at the thought of that world title just slipping out of his fingers there at that very moment. So, you know, congratulations to Griff. An incredible effort to come all the way through and to meet up with Yago in the final. You know, that's just testament to just his talent. And you just know he's going to get the world title at some point.
Let's start the party. Your 2025 world champion, Yago Dora.
I always believed, even when I thought hits were not going my way, I believed until the last second. Of course, there's a lot of fear, like before making those big decisions, you're always scared that it might not work, it might not be ideal, but it's really good to see the results that came out of it. I have this crazy drive to getting better each day. For the last 3 years, I've reached that level of like, okay, I feel like I can win, I can be world champion.
Draining barrel, Yago Dora puts on the gas and comes out.
He needs to be in that conversation of the best high-performance surfer in the world. It's just all moving up for Yago Dora.
Yago Dora, your men's champion.
Having the chance of losing everything that I built this whole season. If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying. It's the world title on the line. It's everything I dreamed of.
He loves that. Look at the control. He just cannot stop his air game.
Big aerial reverse. He's not done. Gonna do it again.
Yago Dora, your champion of the Lexus Trestles Probe. The heart of the Brazilian Storm has a new force. Yago Dora, your 2025 world champion.
What an epic story for Yago Dora, our 2025 world champion. A long road for Yago Dora, and deservedly so. Came in here as the #1 seed. Now he's a world champion, bringing another one back for Brazil. Caipagro, Flick Palmentier. So we got our men's champ all set. Time to see who's going to be crowned our women's world champion. We're in title match #2 right now between Caroline Marks and Molly Picklum. Caroline right now up 1-0 on Molly Picklum. Now, since Molly was not able to win that first title match, it now goes best 2 out of 3. So an opportunity right now for Caroline Marks to get a second world title.
The pendulum swung right into Caroline's favor here. Molly had the opportunity. She could have just got it done in that one heat with the 2 waves. Caroline got that win, and yeah, momentum to Caroline. She's had it all day. That swell's definitely increased that little bit this afternoon, just that bit more. So we probably have to adjust a little bit more to that as well. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this one unfold and seeing if Molly can bounce back from that last heat and sort of shift that, you know, her mindset and get her head back in the game.
Well, Molly certainly has had an incredible season, just coming off a win in Tahiti. Has a lot of momentum coming into here, but that momentum, I feel, has been stifled a little bit by the charging Caroline Marks. She started off at the first match of the day, and she's been unstoppable so far. Here's Caroline on her first wave, just with a quick snap, and that's going to be it for the 2023 world champ. Molly Picklum right behind her. Easy carve for Pickles. Hangs it off the top for a second. Paced approach. Third turn, gaining momentum. Nice wave down the line as it funnels around this reef pass. And a great completion. Opening advantage on that opening exchange goes to Molly Picklum.
That's going to feel good for Molly. You know, you rewind back to that title match 1. You know, this wave right here, I mean, it's really the best wave she's had all afternoon. And to just string those couple of maneuvers together, there was one money turn in there too. That would have felt really nice the way she connected. But already, I mean, this is great signs from Molly Picklum. I like that we get to see that back-to-back exchange. To your point, Carbs, obviously advantage Molly. Seems like to me that she's just gone back to that, you know, the bread and butter. Just let's bank a couple with just a few turns here. Let's break down this one. So sort of swoopy start out on the face, but then sets up for these couple of turns here. I think it's the third maneuver. This is the one that I really loved. It was just super critical. Got a little bit of a release of the fin there, and then gets the finish. This is a much better start for Molly Picklum. It seems to me that she's gone in, she's recalibrated, she's spoken to her team, you know, Coach Mitch, and just been like, right, what do I need to do? And to me, it seems like she's got her head back in the game.
Yeah, well, Molly's gone from, you know, the quick start or the quick road to a world title to the long road right now. So this is going to be a challenge no matter what. You know, we're going to go to that third title match. But Pickles, her first mission, just to tie it up right now.
Yeah, she needs a win here for sure. And I mean, this is a great way to do it. I mean, that first wave was really positive signs, Skyper.
7-point ride, you can see there, Flick, from the judges, pretty unanimous. We throw out that 6-5 and one of those 7s and average out the rest. So nice start for Molly Picklum and a great comeback.
Yeah, it's really, really good to see. It was a bit worrying, you know, that first title match. I think Molly, this is just my, you know, analyst opinion, it looked like to me she was very concerned about wanting to use that priority in a strategic way to really hang on to Caroline. Whereas right now it seems like, and she was choosing sort of more waves, that she was hunting for the barrel. Whereas this heat, I mean, to me, it's evident. She's like, okay, I have such a strong backhand. Let's just bank off a couple of turns. Let's just lock in a good solid score. I can do that with just my, you know, my bread and butter surfing, and that's the top to bottom on the backhand. You know, I'm sure she'll still be open to the barrel, but, you know, let's just lock it in. Let's just play this a little bit more safe.
Yeah, I think coming off that win in Fiji, where she had some outstanding barrel riding, to your point, Flick, she was really looking and seeking, and the barrels have been really, really tricky today. They've been running, they've been changing shape, they've been clamping at the end, so switching up the approach, maybe not tube hunting so much and just going straight for turns, so far has been a winning recipe for Molly Picklum in this matchup. She certainly has the momentum. She's got a big lead over Caroline Marks, and I think this is going to be the first time we're going to see Caroline kind of, you know, on her back foot a little bit, because she's really been kind of the aggressor in all of the heats, all of the matches up until now.
Yeah, that's my exact thoughts too. It'll be interesting to see how she responds, because every single heat today, you know, I mean, she was in that first one with Bettylou. She was always, you know, she had that, showing that little bit more of tenacity, a bit more assertion in the heat. She was sort of running away with it. She was always in the lead. So this is going to be a really good test for Caroline. I think she's definitely up for the challenge. You've also got to wonder, you know, this is her, so this is her sixth heat of the day,
yeah,
plus a free surf. So is fatigue potentially going to play a part in that? You can see, you know, it was a little bit evident for Griff in that last heat. You know, I think 6 surfs is serious, and we always speak about this, but a heat, especially when you're deciding world titles on the day, like today, you know, is worth about a 3-hour, you know, you're putting 100% into this, and you know, when you compare that to a regular free surf, it doesn't compare. So as we see Yago coming up onto the boat.
Dad Leandro, who has been, actually had to back off as a coach, just become a father figure and a loving father this season, and that formula worked out for the Doras. Mom Michelle also on board. There's Mom. And the Dora family, who've been, you know, staying here at the Fiji Marriott Resort here at Momi Bay, made their way out onto that Red Bull athlete zone, the floating athlete zone, and what a beautiful moment. Isa, his partner. And another world title for Brazil.
Wow, it's so, it just makes you emotional watching all that. You just see, you know, obviously how much it means to them, but you know, there is so many micro moments throughout the year that make up, you know, this one incredible moment right now where you're crowned world champion, and it's just so visible for all the family, the friends. You know, Issa, his girlfriend, I know his sister's here too. Also, she's also named Issa. He's got his whole family here, and it's so special to be able to share that and watch it all go down. It's just, yeah, makes me emotional, Pipes. It's so cool to see.
As he should be. I mean, we are, you know, we are attached to this. Hey, look at, it's been on tour. We started January 27th on the North Shore, right? We're ending September 2nd here in Fiji. You get involved, 219 days of championship tour action, traveling around the globe, all, you know, for the crescendo right here in Fiji. And for someone like Yago Dora, well earned. I dare say he was the most well-rounded surfer this year in all kinds of conditions, whether it was lefts or rights, big waves, small waves, hollow waves, whatever. It was Yago Dora, and he deserves that world title 100%. Molly Picklum right here already has a 7-point ride to her credit, and this is a good-looking, smooth rolling wave for Pickles. A couple of nice hacks on the backhand to open up. Wave funnels down through the inside, cuts that one a little bit short to try to wide out in front of the whitewater. Not able to do so, but some quality turns outside, and she will have a nice backup score.
Yeah, I think she's going to put away a nice score just off just because of the first couple of turns, right? That 2-turn combo was super strong, really dynamic in the pocket, and she's going to be, you know, putting that bit more pressure on Caroline.
Yeah, she will. It'll be a soft combo, I feel, for Caroline Marks once the score drops. One more look.
Yeah, let's see. This wave had a funny little walk through it, but she read this beautifully. Just timed these couple of turns really well. This one in particular just drives straight up into the lip. And, I mean, it's just going to back up this 7-point ride beautifully, put a bit more pressure on Caroline. I mean, if she finishes this right here, she's on her way to another pretty good, solid score, maybe even rivaling her first opening wave. So I think this is another beautiful way to back it up and apply the pressure to Caroline.
Taking a look at the replay right here, and as we're coming on this replay, and check out this technique in slow motion, Flick.
Oh, it's as good as it gets on the backhand. I mean, from where she started that bottom turn, how deep it was, and it just really set her up for just set it up beautifully.
Comes in as a strong backup, a 6-point ride, and as we suspected, puts Caroline Marks into a soft 2-wave combo of 13 points. Caroline Marks coming into this heat, we talk about, you know, hey, do you still got gas in the tank? You know, do you still have the endurance? Caroline Marks has already ridden 20 waves up until the start of this heat. So for Caroline, it's her time to dig deep. And for Molly Picklum, very easy for the world #1 right now to put in the afterburners and take this to 3.
Totally, I feel that for sure. I think there is no doubt. I mean, Caroline has got a lot of energy. She's still super young. All these women are. But let's not forget, she also had a free surf this morning. So not to mention those waves or how many she caught then. So she's been out on the boat all day, you know, every single moment. And it takes a lot out of you. We were sort of talking about it before, just the kind of energy it takes to put together a heat, let alone, you know, a world title match. This is, you know, these women's second one. They're going to be feeling pretty gassed. I mean, and Caroline, most definitely.
Yeah. And you said pretty young with Caroline Marks, just 23 years old. You know, Molly Picklum, just 22 years old. Actually, there's no one over 23 years old in the final 5 for the women. And I feel this is I'm going to ask you the question. Is this an illustration of the next chapter of women's professional surfing? Are we just seeing the next chapter turn in 2025?
I think, you know what, I think we saw it when Caroline won her first world title, you know, her maiden world title. I think that for me was the switch. She won in the years when, you know, we had Steph and Carissa and Tyler. That was their moment in the sun, and they were so dominant. And Caroline was the first to break that, right? And really the floodgates opened, because the year after that, Kate, as we saw Molly just have a little look there, but then the year after that it was Katie, and then now we've got, you know, Caroline again, Molly, and I feel, yeah, this is most definitely that shift in the generation, Kypes.
I agree. Here we go. Gets this one under priority. Pickles looking down the line, looking for a barrel, looking for that section to come through, grabs the rail on the DHD, comes the funnel, spit out, and here comes Molly Picklum on the comeback right now.
She had been searching for that tube in the title match one, the whole heat. I mean, that is going to feel so good for Molly. That is going to do wonders for her confidence.
She's good. She's looking to take it to 3 in a big way right now. She's going to have the 2023 world champ Caroline Marks up against the ropes after this score comes through. Caroline already in a two-wave combo, but it's going to get much more severe after the score drops on the IC replay.
Oh, you could just see, you knew what she was eyeing off. The tube queen is just eyeing off this section. She does such a good job at transferring all that weight forward just to really make sure she finds the exit there. She'd had a bunch of attempts in that title match one. She couldn't find the exit. This was a great read, and it's just going to feel so good for her because, you know, she said she wanted to win in her way. I mean, this is the way she wants to do it, right? She wants to get tubed.
That technique was pure Silicon Valley. I'm calling tech. That was tech tube riding right there at its finest because that wasn't the easy line. She had to be very, very patient for when she entered the barrel, and then it was a tech way to find the exit on that spinning funnel, and she's got a number that checked in. Check it out on the score bug right now, Flick.
Holy moly.
Look at that. 8.83, way excellent. 3 9s in the mix. Throw away the 8, throw away the 9s, average of 2 9s and 8.5. 8.93 for Molly Picklum, and now she's running away with this title match number 2. And what was a mild combo for Caroline Marks has now turned into a severe combination of 15.83 two-wave need.
Yeah, this is serious. Looks like she's going to have a look here.
Caroline looking to make a comeback. Marks draws off the bottom, snaps off the top. Good opening turn. Double pump bottom turn, looking for another section here. The wave is running away, losing some ground there, and a wasted effort by Caroline Marks. Unfortunately, that wave did not pan out to her liking.
Yeah, definitely not. I think, as we see this set just absolutely stomp through the lineup. I mean, that swell that we were talking about earlier today, we were wondering, okay, it hasn't quite filled in yet. It has definitely showed up this afternoon, but looks like Cara might just be getting caught here as well. I mean, all this adds up too, you know. You think about the heat she surfed, the warm-up surf, you know, she did get caught in the, you know, the title match 1, they both got caught by that big set. Just, it's just all energy that's being expelled right now, and even just like, you know, the getting back on the ski, getting back out, the adrenaline's pumping through your body. You're trying to quieten all that. You're trying to, you know, reset the nervous system, but comes a time when it might actually be tapped out when you put so much in throughout the day.
Yeah, just getting this flight cam footage from high above. You can see how far back Caroline was pushed by just relentless whitewaters and the power of Cloudbreak. Finally on the back of the sled of the Red Bull jet skis, going to get into a little bit safer water there before she can get onto the saddle and make her way back around to the peak.
I picked up that guy from the airport, Dora. Have Dora?
So dominant performance so far by Molly Picklum. You know, and that could have gone one way or the other. I mean, she could have got defeated. She could have got, you know, paranoid, down on herself. You know, the world title right there. But Molly taught, you know, maybe whatever happened in between heats, you know, the advice from the channel and the reset did the work for Molly Picklum.
Totally. I think she would know with that performance, you know, that everyone's so good at this level. Everyone is so worthy of these world titles. They're the best, you know, 10 men and women in the world right now. And she would know, even as that title match 1 was unfolding, that, you know, she would have been disappointed in that performance, because she's someone that, you know, when you know, waves of consequence are on offer, she wants to be in that conversation of pushing the limits all the time. And she would not have been satisfied with that opening title match. That, you know, just with the attempts she had, there was almost an over the falls, the getting caught, she was out of position. It's not the way she would have wanted to start, but this is much more like the Molly Picklum we know.
Well, Molly with a tremendous season to get into that yellow leader's jersey, and did not want. And you know, in the conversations we had with Molly, we saw the tape that she said, hey, she doesn't have, you know, she's overcome kind of the fear of failure. So the failure is not even in her mind. It's just the potential of glory and success that she's aiming for, and that's a good place to be in.
Well, I think what was also telling from that piece was where she's like, my life is so good, and I know that. And I think that speaks volumes to the maturity and the kind of character that Molly has, is realizing that, yeah, world title is amazing. And at the end of the day, it's, you know, my dream, as we see her now taking off.
Well, Molly can just feel through this wave. Looks to better a 7-point ride, already with some huge numbers. And just staying busy out there, which she should do, surfing under the priority of Caroline Marks, maybe trying to bait her into something, staying warm. But you don't need to, on the other hand, you don't need to have that excess energy by duck diving a bunch of waves. But I see the approach there by Molly Picklum. Yeah. There's a Luke Egan in the channel, who's the coach for Caroline Marks. And he's got to feel the grip right now, you know, as a coach, when his surfers out there, you know, having a chance to go for a world title and finishing it off right inside of this heat, but it looks like this is going to go to 3. I mean, it's early to call it.
Yeah.
It's 14 minutes. It's early to call it, but you just feel momentum sometimes in these matchups, and you feel that what's going to eventuate as the clock ticks down.
Totally. I think, though, you know, obviously don't want to count anything out, but yes, momentum has definitely swung towards Molly. I think regardless of whatever the outcome ends up being today, you know, Caroline should be extremely proud. Her whole family, her camp, everyone around her, what she's been able to achieve, even coming into the last regular event of the season in Tahiti, sitting outside of it, not even in that conversation of fighting for a world title, to now, you know, she's either going to finish up number 1 or 2 in the world is insane. What she's been able to do and flip that momentum and run with it in these last few weeks of the season has been amazing. But just knowing her, she won't be satisfied with that at the same time. You know, she'll be able to have, time to reflect on it. But I just know how hungry she is. You know, we've been seeing her a fair bit around, and she's just looks so confident, so hungry, so ready for this. So she's not going to go down without fighting.
Yeah, as we came into this Lexus WSL Finals Fiji presented by Corona Cero, we did have a rules update on the approach here with the Final 5. World number 1 can win the world title by winning title match heat number 1. We saw Yago, Dora just do that. Otherwise, in the case of the women, the title match is best of 3 heats, which we're going to go to. Looks like we're going to go to those 3 heats. And for every WSL final heat, the higher seed will start with priority in that heat.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's going to be interesting, right? I mean, let's just say hypothetically it does play out that way. We do go to the 3rd, and it'll be interesting to see, you know, Molly take the confidence from this. It's just crazy to me to think that, I mean, where is Caroline going to find this energy to, you know, compete for the 7th time this afternoon? It's pretty radical. But when the waves are that good and you got Cloudbreak to yourself with just one other person, it's a pretty good deal.
It sure is.
And you're competing for a world title.
It's all in. This is the end of a 9-month run, and that's when, you know, friends, family, competitors all can enjoy themselves, like Griffin Colapinto and Yago Dora, who've just had a tremendous year, both of their best years on the championship tour. And Molly Picklum continues to rip Cloudbreak. Meanwhile, oh my goodness, that second turn was just upside down for Molly Picklum, pulling it all together right now. I mean, finding another gear. Maybe she wants to reserve some in the tank right now, knowing that no matter what, you're going to go to a 3rd title match heat.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, the 8.83, the excellent score we saw, obviously that was the tube, and that was amazing. But a couple of these moments on for her opening wave, the 7, and that last one, when we talk about turns, if she's able to string, you know, multiple maneuvers at that degree of difficulty together, I mean, she's going to drop another excellent score just on maneuvers itself. Like, I mean, the technique there has been flawless. Definitely has cleaned up the mistakes that were happening in that first heat, registered, you know, where she really wants to, you know, place these turns on her backhand. It is that bit different on when you know, your backside out there and you got your back to the wave as opposed to being a goofy. But yeah, she's definitely cleaned that up, and she's looking so good.
Yeah, that, just the commitment, you know, just for someone so young, but just so committed. And for Molly Picklum, just really changing, you know, we saw a couple of years ago the turn at Sunset, which was the best turn of the event, both for any surfer in the event, right? Mm-hmm. And the commitment that she's able to put to single turns sometimes, and just the fact that she does not hold back and it continues to push performance levels is just incredible for me. So I agree with you, Flick, that she can do it. It doesn't matter. It can be a barrel, but she can get excellent scores just off turns alone too.
Yeah, I think she's so well-rounded. The performance I saw from her at Chopes, you know, a couple of weeks back was incredible, just on the tube riding forefront. And it's amazing to see. It doesn't matter, like, I mean, you spoke to it, Kais, but whatever section it may be, from, you know, this heaving slab to, you know, this consequential section over shallow reef. I mean, Molly Picklum is not going to hesitate. There is no question in my mind. You know, she's going for 10s or 2s. And I mean, that's what makes her such an exciting surfer to watch.
Exactly. And you've touched on it also, Flick. You know, we have 11 events in the regular season on the championship tour. Only one time, at Bell's, was the only time that Molly this season did not make finals day. Every other event, she quarterfinaled or better throughout the entire season.
It's nuts when you think about that. Consistency, outrageous. Even when you look at the points coming into this, you know, I mean, that's long gone. We're here at finals fighting for a world title. But you look at that, and it just is a demonstration of how much she owned this year. It was Molly's year, without a shadow of a doubt. And I think she's grown. I mean, we spoke, you know, she's had, you know, changes in her team. You know, she worked with Micro for 10 years and, you know, learnt so much from him, was such a sponge, and they worked so well together. And then, you know, end of last year, beginning of this year, made that change and decided to sort of go out on a level of self-discovery and really find out who she is and how she wants to operate and make this work. And, you know, that's a really scary thing to do, to go away from, you know, a formula that was working, essentially. You know, you've had wins, you've had finals appearances, and to be like, no, I'm going to back myself here. And what's happened and what's unfolded, you know, when she has done that and she's realized, holy, I really, that confidence that comes from doing that is next level.
It sure is. Well, Molly Picklum in the front right now. Can she maintain that lead? It's a big lead. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back for the end of Heat 2 title match here in Fiji. That's right, it is the world title match, heat number 2 between Molly Picklum and Caroline Marks. Is going to go to the best of 3 between these two surfers for 2025 world title. Molly Picklum with a huge lead right now on a big comeback, 8.83, 7-point ride back up. Ferriera along with Flick Palmentier on the call here at Cloudbreak via the Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay set. And we've been discussing just the tremendous year of Molly Picklum and that she's been able to put together, and she's been able to put together a really, really big Heat 2 in these title matches.
Yeah, it's been so impressive for me to watch her really readjust after what happened, which, you know, definitely did not go to plan. She would have just been hoping to get it done in 2 waves. And, you know, essentially she was falling, she made a couple of mistakes. She's really cleaned it up and she's locked in a couple of great scores. And she found the tube, which is what she was absolutely looking for. And she mentioned it, she wanted to do it in her way. And obviously her way's getting pitted, and she did it.
Yeah.
So, living the dream.
And just having, you know, that light approach we've noticed with Molly on tour, you know, changing coaches and stuff, but always having, you know, a lot of the stuff she's brought her partner Austin with. And those two, they're a good time. They're having a good time. You know, you can't just lock yourself down and just be about the gym and surfing heats. You got to have a good time too to get the whole experience.
Well,
and mentally, and to lighten yourself up mentally.
That, and in other words, life goes by, and I mean, the best moments are, you know, the moments that you share with people that you love, guys. And if you're not in having fun along the way, I mean, what's the point?
Good call. Good call, Flick. Yeah, try to drink in every day, enjoy every session, enjoy the sunrises, enjoy the sunsets. 4 minutes and 30 seconds, and this is looking like we're definitely going to go to a Heat 3 in these title matches.
Oh, totally. I mean, really realistically for Caroline to get a wave now, I mean, what does it take? She catches a wave, that's 30 seconds, another minute and a half back out on the ski. It's looking like it's very unlikely at the moment, so about to watch it all go down in title match 3.
And what about strategy-wise? I mean, if you're Caroline Marks, ksmaybe just reserve some of your energy knowing that you're going to have to surf again.
Yeah, that's so true. Not taking that advice.
Well, Marksy, not one to back down. And I feel this is just going to be a wave just to get, get back mentally, put a couple of good turns in, little twitch of the tail and some release right there for Caroline Marks, but she's destined to go into a Heat 3 on this title match.
She's not out of the flow and the connectivity. Yeah. That was just really evident, right? I think this heat hasn't gone her way. And I mean, she's had a lot go her way today, right? And not every moment is going to do that. I think, though, that was a good demonstration just to see, hey, no, she's still so connected. Boards look great. She looks great. The placement of her turns. So I think we're going to have a real showdown in this next title.
But I talked to you about strategy before, and that right now, Caroline is expending some energy. She's getting, look at what's happening right here. She's getting on the back of the Red Bull ski, but she got worked by a couple of rogue waves coming through here. And all of this burns fuel. Totally. Not just in the Red Bull jet ski, but in Caroline Marks.
Yeah, totally. I think obviously she's on the ski, but even being on the ski sort of gets that heart rate up. You're on this, basically a water horse that's going, very fast, and it's all very exciting. So, I don't know if she's going to, it looks like she might be going back.
Well, this one, for Team Molly, they're feeling pretty good right now, I have a feeling. Molly Picklum really showed coming back in a big way with that 7-point ride and 8-point. And no one else other than our crew from Torquay. That's the Rip Curl crew over there in Torquay. They're all off of office duty right now. They're all supporting Molly. Great job over there to all the great people over in Torquay. By the way, we're going to see you guys in the beginning of the 2026 season for the Bells Easter Classic, April 1st, 2026. That whole crew's going to be there for us.
Yes.
Love those guys in Torquay.
Yeah, it's so good. I just love the support. And I love that Molly's been able to turn it around, and she's keeping the dream alive, and it makes it more fun for us to call. It's going to 3. Yeah. Caroline, buckle up, because you're going to need to save some energy. Molly, good job at keeping the dream alive.
Yeah, if you want to be a world champ, those are the things that you have to do. Actually, I feel that's the one trait when you look at the history of world champions throughout the history of surfing. We're going to be celebrating 50 years, by the way, next year of professional surfing. But when you look at that list of world champions, one trait that every single one of those champions have is the ability to grind back, the ability to not be put down, and the ability to come back from a deficit.
Oh, totally. I believe that wholeheartedly. I mean, it's those, I think they're the moments that you live for, right? They're the ones that where you have to fight harder, the win almost feels sweeter, yes, it's great to have these moments where, everything's going your way. You drop like Molly at Chopes, it was incredible to see. But sometimes where it matters most is when you go back to the boat, you've had that loss, you need to sort of refocus. And I feel like that almost says more to the athlete and, I guess, the person you are, if you're able to pick yourself up and put yourself back together again, reframe, and get the job done. So, yeah, Molly did such a good job here to, get one back up on Caroline.
It'd be hard to reframe any better than that 15.83 heat total for Molly Picklum. And so with that also, just because this is a foregone conclusion that we're going to go to Heat 3 of the title match for the women, is that we will be doing, letting our surfers take a bit of a break before getting into that Heat 3. We're not going to go anywhere, though. We're going to continue with storytelling over here and look at some highlights throughout that break, but we will be having that break before we get into Heat 3 of the title match. But we're going to stay on air because there's so much to go over today and for the season, and looking forward to what we have in the future as well. So lots going on. There's the results. Title match, Heat number 2, Molly Picklum dominant. It's going to take it to 3 with Caroline Marks.
Wow, that heat total is serious, right? I mean, I'm just wondering now, has this momentum totally shifted? Has Molly just done enough right now to break that? You know, is Caroline really tiring, and can Molly run away with this third title match here? It seems to me Molly's going to take a lot of confidence, especially now that she's threaded a tube, because she was looking for so many of those. She was denied in that first title match. You know, she found the exit in this one. Yeah, I'm super interested to see where this goes.
Yeah,
got a little bit of time to reset, so.
Momentum with Molly Picklum, but Caroline Marks certainly will have to get back. You can see her right now. She's talking to Luke Egan, her coach, in the channel, and it's going to be reset time for the 2023 World Champ to try to seek another world title as we fly above the flotilla here on the edge of the Reef Pass at Cloudbreak, Fiji. And the swell continues to fill in. Mitch Ross also getting some words in with Molly Picklum. Whatever he said after Heat number 1 of the title match, just say, hey, do that again.
Yeah, that
You know what you
works.
just did? Go and do that again.
Oh, yeah, totally. I mean, and a replica of that would be great. I mean, you've got to be thinking, though, that, you know, Luke's going to say some great words to Caroline. She's going to try and reframe as well. I mean, and Caroline has been in this situation before. You know, it was a different sort of way it played out, but with Katie last year at lowers, and she has felt that, you know, of going to 3. So I think, yeah, it's Caroline's got experience, but she is going to be feeling pretty tired.
.227 local time, and 2:44 is our low tide right now. So we got a little bit of tide draining. So by the time we come back to that Heat number 3 of the women's title match, we will have an incoming tide. We'll be past that low tide mark. Taking a look here at the matchups that we saw so far today, Flick.
Oh, yeah. So match 1, Caroline just run away with that momentum that she's had all day. Title match 2, Molly Picklum absolutely fought back. We saw her, you know, convert on that tube, which she was hunting in title match 1. She scored the excellent ride. She also had the backup of the 7, which we saw her string together some beautiful turns, and it's all coming down to this moment, title match number 3, and we're going to see who, you know, basically regroups, regathers their thoughts, and who can come back out and get the job done. It's coming down to this moment.
Well, we're going to take a break right now. We're going to come back with more insight and anticipation of title match number 3 for a world title for the win. It's all happening here at Cloudbreak at the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, presented by Corona Cero.
Can you imagine watching the sunset floating in the middle of the ocean? Cloud 9 is just 10 minutes from Tavarua. You'll spot a little wooden bar surrounded by a few boats floating on the horizon. What can't you do here really is the question. You've got a floating platform in the middle of the ocean. So you can jump off the top platform, you can go snorkeling, swimming, you've got everything at your disposal. It's such a clear view. So when the sun sets, you're in the perfect spot. You've got a clear vision with no obstructions. I definitely think it's just a really great afternoon sesh. Once you've finished on the water, you go there, you watch the sunset, and you have a cold beer. It's perfect.
Look at how beautiful this is from the Fiji flight cam. We're coming live from Cloudbreak, Fiji. One of the most phenomenal waves in the entire world, and the site of the Lexus WSL Finals presented by Corona Cero. And we have had quite a day, and the day's not over yet. We're here from the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. It's beautiful here. We have Flick Palmentier, Richie Lovett. Rich, thank you for joining us back here. And I just want to reflect on how rad it is in this women's final that we're going to the title match 3 between Caroline Marks and Molly Picklum. Back and forth action.
Yeah, it's definitely been back and forth. It was like in the first match, Molly didn't even really turn up, and in the second match, it was the opposite. You know, Caroline didn't really turn up, not obviously taking anything away, but just what I'm saying is it was totally dominated by you know, either the competitor here. So it'll be really interesting to see who stands up in this third title matchup, because this one is the one that matters. This is for the world title, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, great point, Rich. And Flick, look, it tied 1-1, but to Richie's point, I mean, one was all Caroline, one was all Molly. Who's going to reset during this little reset time and come back out firing and take out a world title?
Yeah, if I think just to, you know, how the day's played out, Caroline has surfed a lot today. Yep. You know, this will be her 7th heat, right? Which is insane. And if she can get this job done, I mean, she's going to have to dig very deep because her energy reserves are going to be very low. I'm sure she's getting some water, some electrolytes into her right now. But if she manages to do this, it'll be an amazing feat. I think Molly has definitely disrupted the flow of Caroline right now. And especially after finding the tube, which she was just so headstrong on. And she found that moment. You could visibly see how stoked she was. I think I think she's going to take confidence from that, and I think if Caroline can get it done, I'll be really impressed.
Yeah. 8.83 for Molly Picklum on that barrel, by the way, Rich. That was incredible.
Yeah, it was a great ride for sure, and she had the luxury of having those decent scores already on the board, which allows her to obviously free up and take those chances, go for the barrel. And if there's one there, she's going to find it. She loves that.
Yeah. Well, we already have a men's world champion crown, and people throughout Brazil are chanting Yago because Yago Dora came out in a brilliant form, came into title match number 1. All he needed to do as the top seed was win this first title match, and he did it. Flick in a big way with the rail game of Yago Dora.
It's really cool because since that rule change a couple of months ago, all we've been saying is all the number 1 seed needs to do, they're 2 waves away from a world title, and Yago was able to do that. I mean, he came up against Griff, though, and I was like, okay, Griff's in fine form, and I was thinking this is going to be really difficult, but as soon as I saw Yago stand up, I just knew that he had been saving that. You know, he wasn't showing us that in the practice serves. He did look a little bit slower. He clicked up into a different gear in this title match 1, and yeah, it was incredible to see.
The power on these turns, Rick, the angle of execution, massive.
Yeah, 100% on, and you could just see, like Flick said, from the outset, there was no nerves, no hesitation. He was locked in and ready to go, and you know, that's kind of in contrast to what happened in Molly's opening heat, right? She wasn't quite in touch with everything, but you know, Griff, he started this heat really well, right up the point, same as what he did with Geordie, got a really early start and an early lead. Things were looking good, but then the cracks started to form, and Yago just stayed solid and just showed us great variety. He just didn't stick to one maneuver. He was really connected, surfing the waves exactly for what they offered. really good choice of maneuvers and everything, and then, yeah, got it done. Just a couple of fantastic scores.
It's another big one from Brazil on the men's side, who has had a stranglehold on world titles for the men since 2014. Only John Florence able to break that stranglehold. It's other than that, it's been all Brazil every year for over a decade now. There's the final numbers flick between Yago and Griffin.
Yeah, for me, as soon as I saw Yago take off on that 7, that opening wave, he had just clicked into this different dimension, and he just looked so calm as well at the same time, which is a really difficult thing to do, knowing, you know, that you've been waiting all day for this matchup. So I was just so impressed with how cool he and calm he was able to stay.
Yeah, absolutely, and did it with a healthy heat score total as well. You know, one excellent ride, one close to excellence. So, you know, he earned the victory, he earned the win, and, you know, a very deserving world champion for 2025, I feel.
I think the most well-rounded surfer that we saw in 2025, Yago Dora was, and he just showed it. He came in #1, got the job done, a well-deserved world title. I don't think anyone can put any doubt to the 2025 world title going to Yago Dora. But another person that started off the year really slow, you know, and we were talking about like not making the mid-season cut and then put on the afterburners. Griffin Colapinto needs to congratulate himself, you guys, off of a tremendous 2025 season, finishing #2 in the world. Let's hear from Griffin. He caught up with Ronnie Blakey.
Here with this year's world title runner-up, Griffin Colapinto. Griff, I mean, you were amazing today. Ultimately, you fell short. It is very hard to surf your way to that world title showdown, but you've got to be proud of the way you performed today.
Yeah, I'm super proud. That was an epic day of surfing. The waves turned on for us. And yeah, I'm so stoked for Yago. I know like the past few years he just came short of making the final 5. And you know, I know he's gone through a lot of adversity lately. And yeah, just to see him get the world title, you know, I think he really deserves it. And yeah, I'm super happy for him.
It feels like when someone gets a breakthrough world title, a maiden world title, and other people are kind of close, it actually fuels the fire even more. You want it even more.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm fired up. I know that little carrot will still be dangling for next year, of course. I'll be fired up. And yeah, it's just funny. Like, I could feel like there was a funny little part of me that was just going, like, I know that the format's changing next year back to, you know, how it was before, where there's not final 5 and it's just whoever does the best throughout the year, like Yago did and finishes in first, wins the title. I had this little like mental thing going on of like, he almost deserves it more than me.
Yeah.
Whereas like I was kind of like trying to get over that. Like in the final, it's just like, to get psyched to like really want it was like kind of hard. So I don't know, just gonna we'll look into what was going on there. But yeah, I'm super happy with my performance today. Felt like I got to surf so many rad lefts, and we don't get to surf high performance lefts much on tour, and today was the day for it, so I'm stoked.
Sure was. I want to take you back to just before Bells Beach. You'd had a really tough start to the year despite surfing incredibly well. You were sitting 26th position on the ratings, below the cut line. Your run since then has proven how resilient you are, how mentally strong you are. It's setting you up beautifully for 2026.
Yeah, thanks, Ronnie. For sure. I feel like now that's just like a little extra in my book, and I can feed on that for next year and any year or coming up, where if I'm going through a little rough patch, like I know it can go away pretty quick. You just stay true to your process, and that's what I did. I just kept doing what I was doing, and I know there were some people telling me I should do this or do that, and I wasn't listening to that. I was just like, no, this is what feels good, and I'm gonna keep doing it, and it ended up paying off.
Another great year for you, filled with incredible high-performance highlights, some unbelievable big wave performances as well. It seems like you're refining every part of your act each season.
Yeah, thanks. No, for sure. My goal is to be the most well-rounded surfer in the world, so anywhere that I find a weakness, I'm trying to figure it out and get better at that.
Brother, congratulations. Yeah. Second in the world. You really came from nowhere this year. It's an amazing run. Can't wait to see you next season. Have a good break. You've earned it.
Oh, thanks. Can I give a little shout to all my friends at home watching? Thank you so much, guys. I know you guys are supporting big time today, and I'm just so grateful to have good friends in my life and family, of course. And yeah, can't wait to be home with all you off season and get after it. Woo!
Yeah, brother. Yeah. Well done. Cheers. Thanks, Johnny. Congratulations.
I like the Roddy Piper on the way out there. Griffin Colapinto, number 2. Your thoughts on his year, so Flick?
Extreme lows to extreme highs. It was unbelievable, really. I mean, the fact that we were even questioning if he was going to make the cut, you know, coming into Margaret River is unbelievable, considering the back half of the year that he was able to put together. It speaks volumes to the kind of athlete he is, that he and his mindset, which we talk about so much, and he should be proud of himself.
What do you think, Rich?
Hugely impressed. You can't not be impressed by what he's achieved this year. For me, at this event in particular, probably the best backhand surfing we've seen on the tour in a long time. He's really taking that backhand surfing to a whole new level, and the creativity on and around the lip. We all know his forehand is messed up. He's incredible in the air. He charges. You can see I'm kind of ticking all the boxes, right, in terms of what we expect in a complete surfer and a world champion on this tour. And man, he's going to be there next year for sure.
Yeah, I think he should be one of the contenders for the Mophie Charger of the event. We're going to find who is the Charger of the event in the Corona Cero post show, but we're not done because we still have women's title match number 3 upcoming. We're stepping away for a little break in anticipation of crowning a women's world title. Will it be Caroline Marks? Will it be Molly Picklum? We're going to find out in that title match 3 coming up. We'll be back after this Bonsoy brew break. Fiji sure is a happy place, and if you haven't ever visited here, you should. Over 300 islands to chain, only less than a third of them inhabited. You can always find your space, or you can find the wave of your life out here at Cloudbreak, Fiji, where we are anticipating women's title match number 3 here at the Lexus WSL Finals, presented by Corona Cero. And we're just catching up with all of today's action. I'm Kuiper Guerrero, that's Flick Palmentier. Rich Love is also joining us. The title match for the women, Flick, going to the final and third title match. We have been extended, and that means a battle between Molly Picklum and Caroline Marks.
It's cool as fans and people watching and you know, us commentating. Really, it's what you want to see, right? It's come down to this final moment, and this is the final moment of the final heat of the year, and it's all going to be decided. The momentum was definitely Caroline's way, that's for sure, at the beginning. You know, I mean, she's blistered through this this format today, absolutely. And then, you know, she had that first win over Molly. Molly was able to get one back over her. I'm just so interested to see where everyone's head's at. The first 5 to 10 minutes of this heat are going to be super telling to, you know, is Molly continuing the confidence of her tube piggery, or is Caroline going to interrupt that and disrupt the flow?
Rich, interesting to see Caroline coming off of the Red Bull Athlete Zone, which is the floating boat, and looks like Molly chose to stay in the water.
Yeah, potentially just staying out there just to try and, I guess, keep those feelings, keep it going like she's still in a heat. It's just a quick break, whereas I actually think it was the perfect strategy for Caroline to actually go back to the boat, maybe get some water, reset, almost feel like it's that first heat of the day again. You know, because it did feel like a bit of a rope-a-dope moment where she was just kind of just getting punched around, really, in that last heat. And she really needs to reset and sort of change the flow of things. She's got Louis Egan on the ski with her there, so just some last-minute advice as they go back and get ready to do battle.
Yeah, well, all day long, starting from match number 1, Caroline Marks has been rolling through the competition, including title match 1, Flick, against Molly Picklum, where it was all Caroline Marks. Let's take a look back at title match number 1.
Title match number 1 was so interesting, right? I think we're all saying, okay, is Molly going to get the job done in just these 2 waves? But things just, for me, there was this weird sense of urgency from her. She had moments, don't get me wrong, but I felt urgency. I felt a little bit of, you know, she felt a little bit tentative. She wasn't backing her decision-making, and Caroline just continued with the momentum. I mean, started off like this, and she had control from the beginning, and she commanded it the whole way through the heat.
You know, at this point, Rich, I was thinking, is Caroline just going to mow her way all the way from match number 1 to a second world title? Looked like she was on her way.
Felt like it was going to happen that way. And credit to Molly for actually, you know, stopping that momentum. But at this point, Caroline was just so in sync with the set. She knew what waves to take, you know, really leaning into that sort of front hand power gap that she's got. And obviously Louis and the crew just spurring her on. Florida crew just really getting behind her. And yeah, all the momentum was with Caroline Marks in that opening heat.
Yeah, 12.5. It was a strong, and those numbers are deceiving because just every rotation seems like it was in Caroline's favor in that title match number 1 as we look at the numbers there, Flick.
Yeah, totally. I think, yeah, exactly, you've nailed it. I think, you know, Caroline, what she's been able to do today, I mean, this was her 6th heat of the day. She also had the free surf this morning. I mean, at this point, she caught 20-something waves. And it was pretty remarkable, really, to maintain that energy level and just be that precise and that on your game up until that moment was amazing.
Well, title match heat 2, that was a whole different story. That's when all the momentum, just the bulldozing of Caroline Marks got just a stop sign, a roadblock, because it was all Molly Picklum rigged.
Yeah, it absolutely was. And I was actually on a break, and Joey and I were watching this. And we just kept going, oh, Molly's up again. And it was like, where's Caroline? Like, where is she? And it just seemed like Molly was just in perfect sync. No matter where she went on the reef, the waves were just coming to her. So really good, you know, wave knowledge and just, you know, waterwoman sense to really pick up. Then she got this little tube right on the inside. And great score there. That was the excellent number. But yeah, it was all Molly Picklum in this second heat. Caroline had last little moment towards the back half of the heat. But really, this was just a way to get back into the boat and rest up for this third match.
And Caroline got mowed over by a lot of big sets in this title match, heat number 2 against Molly. So used a lot of energy, but look at the giant numbers, 15.83. That's a near excellent heat performance by Pickles.
Yeah, and the way she did it was pretty cool. I mean, she was just hunting for that tube in that title match 1. She couldn't find any exits, and I was kind of thinking, okay, what are you doing? Like maybe just alter, just go to turns, or you're only 2 waves away, you know, from, you know, winning a world title right now. But I mean, she's backed it up here, and she proved me wrong. You know, she wanted to find the barrel, she did find it, and I'm thinking that now she had that moment, she's going to run with that confidence, because I mean that's what happened in Tahiti. The moment she's getting tubed and she feels connected, look out for the opponent.
Yeah. Well, you guys, let's go to a couple of hot cats on the Red Bull Athlete Zone roof. I'm talking about the Blakey brothers. What do you got for us, boys?
Yeah, Kibes, what a day we've witnessed so far. The surf has been absolutely pumping. We just saw a completely dominant, authoritative performance from Yago Dora to shut it out and get himself his maiden world title. On the women's side, the world #1 was less convincing in her first heat, but all year on, Molly Picklum has proven to be ultra resilient and has got herself right back in it. We're going to a decider.
Yeah, it's so unreal. We've got 2 East Coast grit merchants absolutely sending it to Lux. First of all, Carolyn Marks. Her run through this event is undeniable, and it looked like she was just going to go on with it. But I have to say, you know, you do get some intel when you're just feeling the energy down here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. And as much as Molly was trying to contain her energy, she jumped off the boat, she was sucking in big breaths. She did look a little bit nervous. If not nervous, then definitely full of adrenaline. So I think that spoke a little bit about her performance in the first heat, just shaking off that energy, recomposing herself for an incredible fight back in round 2. We knew it was coming. She was never going to lay down. And now these 2 world-class athletes are going to do battle for the World Championship in this final matchup. Wow!
Yeah, you know what my mind goes to as well is the fact that Molly's coach, Mitchell Ross, has been in this position before. Carissa Moore's last world title, she lost the opening clash to Tatiana Weston-Webb. It went best of 3. And when Carissa came in, she just said, wow, you just woke up the animal. And that's what happened to Molly just now. So Mitch has got her well prepped to win that second exchange, and we're so happy that the season is finishing this way, Kipes. A world title decider, the last heat of the year.
That's right. I just tapped out Kaipo, Ronnie. Joe.
Oh, yeah, Joey.
Hey, bud. Yeah, no, that was great. I was just feeling that energy. Great insight of these 2. And like you mentioned, Mitch Ross has been there before. He's been in that situation, dealing with world #1, trying to make it happen here in the 3rd title match. Mitch is in Molly Picklum's side. Luke Egan is in the side of Caroline Marks. Let's get ready.
Here we go, everybody.
Molly Picklum taking on Caroline Marks. 35 minutes on the clock. Scored on their top 2. It is coming down to this. Caroline forcing it to the best of 3 as the challenger all the way from match #1. And Molly Picklum had to pick herself up, losing that opportunity to finish it off like Yago did in her first chance. But we're about 35 minutes away from knowing who's the world champion in 2025. Joe Turpel with Flick Palmatier and Richie Lovett. 2 incredible surfers that enjoyed their time on the championship tour. For Molly, she's shown a lot of grit, Flick, and something you can relate to. Really growing in the heaviest waves on tour. Being resilient, being consistent as well. But never has she been in that #1 role. She's learned a lot in the last hour or so here in the lineup at Cloudbreak.
Yeah, she's definitely learned a lot. I think, you know, she hasn't been in this title match scenario yet. I mean, she hasn't felt that pressure of what it's like. As we see maybe a first look here.
First wave will be taken by Molly Picklum as she draws that beautiful arc. Well timed off a hard lip line. Late to the end section, but she gets it. Started off with falls in the first match. That's all in the rear view now, Richie. She's looking solid.
Looks like she's just picked up exactly where she left off in that second matchup. 2 really good turns on that wave. And she has delivered the opening blow for this final exchange here. between these two in 33 minutes time, we're going to know who is the women's world champion for 2025.
Look at that. It looks like we've got a new era, definitely a new generation these days for Australian surfing, with a very creative route there from the Water Patrol. Got a solid team out there watching the best surfers in the world, taking advantage of all these Red Bull skis that we have as we take another look at this approach flick.
Yeah, already this is great signs for Pickles. I mean, smooth open face here just allows her to lay that rail in, and then that turn, sorry, but that was hypercritical. It was so last minute, the way she was able to stabilize coming down from that and go with that momentum, because that end section has just got so much power. So, I mean, this is great signs for Pickles.
Yeah, don't be sorry. Molly certainly wasn't sorry. She just wanted to attack that wave unapologetically, just hammering that final section. But I love that opening turn, that big extension, held that rail line all the way through it. So looking good. Opening signs of this heat for Molly. She's feeling it. She's right in the zone. It's exactly where she needs to be. Now let's see what happens here. We're going to have to get a fight back from Caroline Marks. You know, it's been a good... Yeah, well, it's been the entirety of that last heat and the break before, since she's had that feeling where she's been connected and found herself a good wave.
The whole rhythm is a big thing in professional surfing, and sometimes it's hard to force and find it back. Caroline didn't have much in the second match, and she knows what it feels like to go back-to-back with those wins as she took it off Carissa Moore a couple years ago. And you'd wonder if fatigue became a factor. Griffin talked about it. And he didn't even start in the first title match, where Caroline did start in those smaller performance conditions, and it's just had a steady rise throughout the day.
Yeah, I think, you know, also in the beginning stages of the day, you know, the adrenaline, it kind of kicks in, right? But there's only so much, like only so far that's going to stretch. I think right now she's down to those last resources. I think, I'm not sure if it wasn't, you know, if it was because she was tired in that last heat, or she just wasn't really seeing the opportunities that she was wanting, but there is no doubt about it right now. Her arms are going to be feeling tired. They're going to be feeling a little bit noodly, and she's put in the, you know, she's been paddling a lot. She's been, you know, putting in the hard yards. So I just think, yeah, for her to get this job done, she is going to have to dig deep.
It's all coming down to this. A paddle out front here from Molly Picklum, setting that bottom turn, swinging hard in the pocket. Her second ride of the third title match, and she'll have a wild closeout re-entry, but she stays centered over that Darren Henley surfboard. A big whip there off the top from Caroline, and just a very short little stab off the lip, and she kicks out. Caroline's first wave so far in this final deciding title match heat. Molly already had the 7, and she'll have a decent backup setting up here, still with 30 minutes on the clock. You look at the entire season for Molly and how brilliant she has been, and, you know, burning that fire even stronger, trying to wait for her first win of the season, came in the back half, which might have been at the right time, Flick.
Yeah, it was definitely the right time, because it put her in a beautiful position, right? She's wearing that yellow jersey, which is amazing coming into finals. But even if you do look at her whole year, her worst result was a 9th. She made, you know, every finals appearance. I just think it speaks volumes. I mean, you just look at those final, you know, the scoreboard at the end of the year. I mean, she was almost like, what, 10,000 points at least in front of, you know, Gabby, if not more. And it just, I think, you know, when you have to back yourself, when you've made so many changes internally to your support system, who's coming on the road with you, she's going to draw a lot of confidence from that. Like, especially this year, no matter what the outcome is today. Just to, I think the message is back yourself and trust in your process and what feels right for you.
Molly Picklum jumping off the Red Bull ski. Great team of Water Patrol from Azza Graham, Chase Hardacre, Clinton Ringrose, Michael Chan, Ryan Clark. You might recognize that name if you're from Australia. He's a TV star growing up, then pro surfer, then amazing ski operator and grabber. Joella Eparama. We've got Sivanilo, Seni, Semiti, and Yuri Kropp out there watching the title race unfold and making sure they're catching more waves than dealing with the reef. Richie Lovett, it's been interesting how we've got some parallels with the title race with the world #1s. You know, Dora changing his camp and support crew slightly. making those adjustments. Same story was for Molly Picklum this year as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, she's been teamed up with Glenn Micro Hall for a long time now, a lot of years, and they've had a lot of success for sure. But for this event, you know, just Molly taking a different path and, you know, calling in the talents of Mitchell Ross, who's a good buddy of mine, obviously has had a lot of success with Carissa Moore. As we see, here we go, Caroline Marks up and riding.
Caroline starting to dance down the line.
Wow, wave choice, Joe. It's been the determining factor. Sorry to jump in there, but the wave choice has been the key to Molly Picklum unlocking and creating unsteadiness with Caroline Marks, and she's just keeping herself busy and keeping riding waves, and it's building this pressure for Caroline, and perhaps making her second guess and question her own choice of waves here. So she's made a couple of mistakes already, and Molly's building a healthy scoreline already.
Strider Wazulewski, has this well peaked yet?
I can see it. Oh, thanks, Joe. Is that you, Joey?
That's me. You fired up?
Yeah,
you seen
buddy.
some sets? What's happening out there?
I'm fired up. We were getting, Sam was snorkeling. He had some great fish looking. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm really fired up. And I wanted to jump in on, you know, Molly's dominance and through that last heat and how, you know, solid she's looking right now. You know, Caroline came out of the water and had a down low with Luke, and she was just completely out of sorts and out of steam and kind of like, you know, not feeling her placement in the lineup was where it came to, and basically went sized up on the board, nailed a Red Bull in the athlete zone, and now she's back out there. But I feel like, you know, she has not settled back into this lineup yet, and you can see the comfort from Molly. She just looks like she's looking at everything as an opportunity, and I feel like Caroline needs to start doing that as well, because she's not giving it the go. There's not like looking at a wave and identifying it and saying, okay, let's just go, let's just try it out. And I feel like that's what Molly's doing, and she's coming away with some scores. So we got to get Caroline a little bit more involved out here if she's going to try to win the world title.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, a lot to digest there for Caroline Marks, you know, and good to note that she did go to a bigger board. You know, you've got to rise with the swell. And the names she's dealt with today are just so impressive. It's the best of the best in 2025 from Bettylou this morning. Getting past Katie Simmers. That's like a crazy rivalry on tour. That was the showdown last year with those two. And then Gabrielle O'Brien, who's proved to be the most powerful surfer on tour and the most successful when it comes to event wins, you know. That was Caroline's road to then meet up with Molly, then to take the first win in that title match, Flick. It would make sense that she'd have to try to adjust her rhythm to find that fire once again.
You know, the steam has to sort of, you cannot keep that same momentum. It's almost impossible, right? As we see Molly.
Molly grabbing the rail, hollow pit right there that she's enjoying, extends that line, it spits her out. Winding up for a big closeout hammer. Everything's working for Picklum.
Wow, it's really starting to get interesting now, and Molly Picklum just, Caroline was covering her. She wanted that wave as well, and Molly with priority just took it.
What a read from Picklum, looking so strong and so convincing with the lines that she's taking. There's no hesitation. There is no like feeling out the lip line or trying to find the pocket. And her happy place is in the barrel. We know that. And she's able to use that right now, Flick.
Yeah, she is a tube fiend, and we're seeing it just play out right in front of our eyes here. I think what happened in that first title match is she was just feeling out the pace of the barrel and maybe not quite reading out this wave, though. I mean, for me, the barrel was great. That floater on that inside section, just how much projection she got, it was insane. I think this combo here, this is potentially going to be, you know, right up there. I mean, it was a hefty score, it was a hefty section. There was a lot of consequence on the line there, and there was no hesitation from her.
Great pig dog stance here from Molly Picklum, right in the slot, just perfect pace. Comes out, and a high risk maneuver. I just love the commitment. She's really going for it. Which tells me that the confidence is high. You know, she's ready to stand up and take this moment. She's ready to earn the victory, and you can see the celebration there. She is just loving this moment. And this confidence is only going to build in the back half of this heat. Still plenty of time on the clock, though. 23 minutes to go, and a big number just dropped.
8.83 for Molly Picklum. A 7.0 as a low score. And now Caroline Marks is comboed. 23 minutes to shut this one down for world number 1. But also the same amount of time for Caroline to try to find the rhythm here at Cloudbreak. That's gone away from her in the last 2 heats.
This is going to be really hard to shake. This is going to be really hard to sort of, you know, shift that pendulum the other way. I think right now Molly has clicked into that other gear. This is the fierce competitor in her. This is the Aussie battler that it does not give up. I mean, she has fought her way back, you know, fair and square here. I mean, prior to the Central Coast, right here, right now. I mean, it's going down in this title match, and you know, the whole of Australia is going to be really proud of Molly right now.
I'm wondering what's happening in Torquay, Australia right now. Gosh, the entire Rip Curl headquarters got to just enjoy the show today. This is an important part of their job. There we go. There's a lot of happy Rip Curl employees right there, enjoying Molly Picklum, their longtime team rider, on the edge of accomplishing her big dream. Into this one, though, it is a world champ named Caroline Marks trying to fight back in this heat, attacking well, and held to one major move. Trying to break the combination. That turn looked great, but she needed a bit more than that, Rick.
Yeah, she sure did. And again, the wave choice just off a little bit. You know, she's picking these waves that aren't giving her the opportunity as they have all day. And that's to get her rhythm going, to get that beautiful front side carve, those clean snaps going. And again, she's just getting punished here on the inside, having to deal with some whitewash as she gets back up on the ski. So more energy just being extracted from Caroline. And this is almost a carbon copy of what she was dealing with in the other heat in terms of Molly Picklum's scoreline. She's got, you know, the excellent ride and almost an excellent ride as a backup. So some deja vu here. And not in a good way for Caroline, so she really, really does have work to do to try and pull herself out of this hole in the last 21 minutes.
Kind of feels like to me, you know, that whole morning conditions, yes, they were picking up throughout the day gradually, right? But then as these title matches rolled around, the conditions sort of, you know, the winds fluffed up. I mean, there's a lot more texture on the face of the wave. It's a lot bigger. And I'm kind of wondering, you know, is the condition change maybe, you know, obviously she's very tired too. She surfed a lot. This is her 7th heat. But, you know, Molly's come in and this is all she's known, you know, these sort of conditions. Yes, she surfed a warm-up surf earlier, but she's just been like, right, I'm adapting. This is where we're at. Whereas Caroline's sort of expecting maybe, you know, conditions to earlier that day. Whereas, you know, we did hear it from Strider. She's made a board change. But sort of that's kind of where my brain's maybe going a little bit with this. But yeah, I mean, because at the moment, Molly's got the great read on the conditions at hand.
And the great numbers, 2 of the best numbers of today here at Cloudbreak. Molly Picklum 883, and her 883 came in the previous matchup as well. So a couple of those top in the charts as the top scoring athlete here at the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, presented by Corona Cero. Caroline Marks right behind her with her 7s. Molly, the highest scoring athlete this season. And she likes catching a lot of waves. Caught 192 waves this year in the regular season. The most out of the final 5. Caroline Marks at 150. But today, she's been put under pressure of performing from match 1. So just on today, Caroline catching 24 waves. Molly Picklum on 15 waves. So you think about it, Caroline's been fairly efficient, you know, going through all of those previous matchups, but it is Cloudbreak. It's a huge playing field, and she needs to find that little extra fire in the back 20.
Yeah, I think to your point, Rich, also it's a wave selection thing, really. She's not choosing waves that, you know, are going to allow multiple maneuvers. We've just seen the one term. We've seen, you know, waves that are running off down the line without her. She really needs to find some of that open face.
Yeah, well, the tide's almost completely drained out, and when she started today, she was competing when it was dead high tide, and things have changed, and you know, it's that adaptability, but she really needs to reset. Her heat basically has not even started. She needs 2 waves, so She needs to steal that momentum and that rhythm that Molly has right now, somehow wrestle it back off her. And Molly's got priority at this point in time, so big ask. Not out of the question, though. I'd love to see this go down as a bit of a battle. I'd love to see Caroline really take it to Molly and make this thing super interesting as the final heat for the Championship Tour of 2025.
Caroline Marks, youngest to ever qualify for the Tour, which is crazy to think that she's still just 23 years of age. Getting on tour, she was only 15, came out just as a super grommet and finished in the top 10. Got famous for a crazy backhand to almost made the final at Bells in her first try. Was able to beat her heroes, Carissa Moore and Steph Gilmore, for that famous win for the first prize check. That was equal prize money in surfing history for the men and women. A world title, runner-up in the world last year, and the worst she could do today is finish runner-up once again. I mean, Caroline's made a huge statement, and you know, with her mind, that competitive headspace that she credits her brothers for giving her when she was a kid, right now she's going through the paces, thinking about how she could turn this thing around.
Yeah, I think hypothetically, right, even if you think about her whole year, I mean, we were talking about it, you know, the Dawn Patrol shows, the practice sessions that we had, she only scored one excellent ride. So for her to be, and really coming into Tahiti, she was outside of the picture. She fought her way in, and now she's, you know, worst result, looking at a second in the world, you know, from the year that she put together is pretty insane, really. I mean, and she should be proud.
Strider Wasilewski, we've got 1640 left, well, in our season on tour this year. Are we going to see a comeback, and what are the waves doing while we have you?
I think we could see a comeback if she gets involved on these hollow inside sections. It is just throttling on this inside shish kebab's bowl, and absolutely just, I mean, wave after, I'm just watching this one go by, just, oh, out the back, here comes the set, and it's just like, it definitely can happen. I mean, two really quick waves in here, you could stack up a couple of 8s real quick, but we have to get her back on the horse. She is not catching that many waves, and it's been kind of to her demise, and I feel like she needs to just get back in it and really start to feel the flow of the ocean again, because Caroline, since that second heat, just hasn't been here. She hasn't, almost checked out. So whether that's fatigue, whether that's just mental capacity after a long day, we'll find out when the horn blows.
Thank you, Strider. Strider's got the best view in the house out there at Cloudbreak, seeing just lines stacking up out the back and anticipating a comeback charge from Caroline Marks. Caroline's got her family out there in the channel, her younger brother Dawson, her dad Darren, her mom Sarah, so proud of her, always by her side, giving her words of wisdom to support. Just so many talented siblings that ripped and competed back in Melbourne Beach, Florida. Caroline moving to California, right by Lower Trestles. So you can see those USA hats there and a Florida flag. I thought they had a blow-up alligator they're going to bring with them. A lot of alligators in the state of Florida. But so much passion. These guys have been here through all the lay days, checking in on Caroline, making sure that she was switched on and ready to go. And Flick, that announcement from yesterday on how Caroline was feeling is just so clear. To when she's confident and she knows what's coming, and she's so hard to beat. It's just now, is it the longevity of the day that has taken her rhythm, or is it just Molly's been that #1 surfer all year?
I think it's both. I do. I think it really is both. I think Molly's tapped into the #1 form, but Caroline's succumbing to, you know, being that #4 seeder and having to surf, you know, this is a 7th heat. So I think both are true. I think that also, you know, if I even just reflect a week back, you know, as we see a paddle here, Caroline looks like she's making a move.
Caroline Marks, important ride under priority. Her goal here is to break the combination. Swinging into a little top turn redirect. Bottom drops out. She looks to stall, misses the pit, so she has to get out of there. Situation will remain the same. Caroline, 2 previous appearances in this format, and she's done some damage. Winning the most heats in the history of the Final 5 format. already winning $300,000 US, and it'll be at least $400 if it's a runner-up finish today. As we look at the title match history, you look on what's happened. The first edition, 2021, that went to a third and deciding title match when Tatiana Weston Webb was maybe one turn away from winning a world title that year. That was intense. Steph Gilmore then blitzed as the number 5 seed all the way through the field to take that record-breaking 8th world title. She did it in back-to-back matches. Then it was Caroline's turn, number 3 seed. Ended up beating Katie Simmers, who was a rookie that year, then got past a 2-time world champ Tyler Wright, and then back-to-back at Carissa Moore in her new home break at lower trestles. Caroline showed up again, though, and was able to show up as the number 2 seed, went right into the mix with a 9.6 to put pressure on Katie Simmers. That went to 3 last year as well. And Caroline's proven to be that just danger factor in this format, creating nightmares for a lot of the seeds today.
Yeah, she's done that for sure. And you look at those stats, right, and it is just a perfect illustration of why she was so calm all week, you know, why she's just haven't, you know, she was probably the most social, just getting amongst it and feeling, I guess, you content with knowing that you've already done a lot in this world, in the surf world, and I think it just allowed her this platform to not feel the nerves when it came into that first matchup today with Bettylou. You know, she's like, oh, I've been here. I've done this so many times before. You know, I felt this pressure. I'm on my forehand. There were so many things going her way, and she really ran with that momentum.
11:50 on the clock. We mentioned Glenn Micro Hall, the first super coach for Molly Picklum. That's basically family right there. With Micro working with Molly for several years. There's some classic photos of the two. They both look really young, you know, over the years. And man, they had a lot of fun. The famous story of Molly not even being able to land a floater in Bolito after the cut. And then Micro took her golfing, taught her a new headspace, and then she went on to win that event. And that's just been a huge story for her comeback to becoming what might be a world champion today. 11 minutes to decide what's happening with Molly and Caroline and our season here in 2025. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back.
Big section right here. Bang! Molly hammers it. Not done yet. Back up into it again.
Molly is feeling it. Nichols is on.
Molly Picklum locks in and gets blown out at backdoor.
In your first one, they say is like the hardest one to get, but you know, in saying that, I want more.
I have a dream to win a world title, and let's make it 2025.
Nice view of Cloudbreak on the Fiji flight cam with 9:20 to go in our season here at the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, presented by Corona Cero. Molly Picklum with priority and a sizable lead still over Caroline Marks. Caroline still comboed, meaning she needs 2 new waves to try to come back for a world championship. Molly defining a new generation on tour, a new generation of Australian legends and world title contenders. We know what goes on over there, you guys, with the high performance centers and everyone just putting everything they can to create world champions in your incredible country. And, you know, for Molly, that could come with a lot of pressure, you know, being the next big thing. not knowing what Steph Gilmore's plans might be, with Tyler Wright having 2 and still looking committed. It just feels like this whole tour has been redefined, and Molly's been handling it really well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think the big shift was Caroline winning that world title a couple of years back. You know, the conversation was Steph, Tyler, Carissa, and then, you know, the door got broken down by Caroline. She was the shift, really. And then, you know, they had Katie after that, and now, you know, potentially we're going to see another new world champ.
So many great stories of world titles over the last 47 world title years on the women's side, from Margot Oberg back in the day to Lynn Boyer. Australia having just some dynasties, obviously led by first Lane Beachley with 7, then to Steph Gilmore with 8. Wendy Botha changed her flag from South Africa and then won 3 more world titles for Australia. Molly representing North Shirley board riders as well. That camp is got some big names like Joel Vaughn, who enjoyed his rookie season on tour this year. Bonnie always giving us the NSB hats and how proud they are of Picklum over the last few seasons on tour.
Just a little shift in positioning here, Joey. I just noticed that Caroline made her way a little further up the point, perhaps just trying to get away from Molly Picklum here, just create some space, try and find a wave under priority. We're down at this 7-minute mark. And it really is going to be difficult for Caroline now, unless she finds a wave in the next 2 minutes. It's going to be very hard to break this combination and to take the win, steal the win back off Molly. Looks like there's a couple of sets outside. I just saw some swell lines starting to approach. Molly sticking with her, staying close.
Saw that CT by the numbers, wins by combo. Molly just picked up another one in the previous title match. She might add another one to close out her season. She has had more wins by combo than anybody else on tour this season. And that's how Picklum would want to wrap things up this year, with a devastating win. You know, couple that with the highest single scores of the year. I mean, talk about feeling like a champion. I remember Andy was once asked after one of his 3 world titles, if you win a world title, are you the best surfer in the world? With no hesitation at all. And he said, yep, absolutely right. You'd think Molly would be feeling that way right now after a year like this.
Oh, completely. You know, I was just looking at her, you know, the back end of the year as we see a paddle here from Caroline.
Caroline has to give way to the priority of Molly Picklum. Nice patience off the bottom, arcs it beautifully off the lip line. Nice speed and channels another hack under the lip. Got a little squirrely off the tail riding out of it like she was doing a papa wheelie. But she is in tune, so she survived, Flick.
Yeah, you know, she's found the magic right now. I think, you know, she is sticking to glue to this board this afternoon. You know, she's really, you know, ironed out those few little mistakes from title match 1. I mean, you know, from the 7 to the 883 to the tube that we saw in the previous match, I think right now she seems unstoppable. You know, that was a really difficult section to stick, and I mean, she just adjusted. She got really far back on the tail of the board, and she stuck it.
Yeah, well, it was a good intention from Caroline to make Molly take the wave, but it was a good one. You can see there just carving on the backhand off the top, resets off the bottom, and just gets a little squirrely, gets caught on the tail a little bit, does a wheelie. She rode out of that thing, but she stayed on a board, and that was the most important thing. I've got a question mark whether it's actually going to surpass the 7-point ride, but you can tell she's feeling it. You know, she's just in this moment right now. You can see the stance, like, really close together. She manages to shift that front leg forward, regain balance, and some great surfing again from Molly. And this is what she does. She has these big finishing moments on the wave. Think back to Sunset, think back to Jeffreys Bay, and now we're watching it here at Cloudbreak. You know, she gets to these final maneuvers and puts them drama and theatrics behind it.
So true, Rick. You think about big sections, she's going to swing for him. Austin splashing water. That's her boyfriend there, whistling. He's not afraid to let it fly. He's probably singing a song right now, just feeling the energy. Mitch Ross behind him.
Wow.
He's got some happy people in her corner. And
check the score.
Numbers are locking in. It's an excellent heat for Molly Picklum. The combo just got more severe over Caroline Marks. Had the 8.83, now an 8.10 to go with it.
Well, the judges really buying into just the drama of that final maneuver. It was a two-turn combination. The first turn really clean and committed. Lots of power in the carve. And then the drama of the second turn basically convinced them that the ride was excellent. Boyfriend saying that's it, knockout, no more bets.
Trying to contain himself. I think that's impossible for Austin, what we've learned. He's going to be smiling, he's going to be screaming, he's going to be having the best time. Showing up to a lot of the events with Molly this season. And often getting voted as having the most fun in between heats. Finding karaoke machines. We saw them whip past us on the Red Bull ski, staying back at the Fiji Marriott Resort, Moby Bay. So they would have woke up on dark to get out here. Mitch Ross, what a legend.
It's tripping me out just how the momentum of Caroline's day was just, we thought she was going to run away with it. All the way through, right from the first heat, she just was in complete control. The plan was just executed perfectly. Even got the first win, you know, and then somehow credit to Molly and her cam for just, you know, shifting that energy, shifting that momentum, being able to take it back. And then she has just owned these last two heats in this final series. And she is just under 2 minutes away with a combination of 16.93. You would think it's near impossible for Caroline to steal this away now.
I think it is, if you could factor in a ski ride, you know, the wave itself. I mean, we are seeing a set on the way, but whether or not she gets another roll of the dice after this, it seems impossible.
Minute 30 on the clock. Caroline with priority starting to move away from Molly Picklum. Was out of the mix of the final five and towards the back couple of events of the season, and Caroline gave herself a chance by being the 4th seed to start in title match number 1. Got past Bettylou, Katie Simmers, Gabby Bryant, took the first on Picklum, which made things very intense in this format. Forced a best out of 3 decision. Molly bounced back in the second title match with some great words from Mitchell Ross, her coach in the channel. And now she's just got to be going, is this happening right now? A lifelong goal happening very quickly in her career. Falling off of the midseason cut as a rookie, building herself into the final 5 the last 2 seasons in a row, and looking at Caroline Marks and finally starting to let this moment sink in.
Yeah, Caroline conceding there and congratulating her friend and fellow competitor. Austin and Mitchie Ross starting to celebrate. They know this one is in the bag.
22 seconds for Molly to enjoy the end of the season and what's been a remarkable year in 2025 for the Australian, marking a brand new era for Australian surfing world champions. As we close this one out and make it official, a surfer that's been fearless in the heaviest waves, unstoppable all season, Molly Picklum, your world champion.
So good. Just the victory lap right now and the feeling that Molly's going to have. The whole year's worth of work has amounted to this moment, and when you've had such a good year that she has, you're not wanting to entertain the thought that it might not happen, but there is that potential for, you know, for that dream to be taken away and for Caroline to sort of crush that nightmare. But I'm just so impressed by the way she turned it around there, and she really got the job done.
Giant world title bonus checks are coming out of Torquay, Australia Pinnacle headquarters right now, and they're going to be happy to send those off to their new world champion, adding to their legacy of supporting world-class surfing. North Shelley board riders. What is it, about 1:30, almost 2 in the afternoon, back home in Australia. Jughead is probably leading the charge with that crew, and Ethan and the rest of them. Wow. Party starting in North Shelley.
Hey, the Central Coast right now is absolutely popping off. Oh, wow. This is such a beautiful moment, you know, sharing the support. You got Austin, the boyfriend there in the channel. They've had so much fun all year. She has not stopped squealing. I just love it. And she says this, she wears her heart on her sleeve, right? I mean, if she's, you know, any emotion, she says it, you know, from being scared about something to being excited about something, she hasn't been afraid to be vulnerable. And I think it's been so special this year that she's let us in on all those moments. And, you know, it was pretty telling, you know, that piece that she had with WSL saying, hey, I'm not afraid of failure, and my life's already amazing. With the world trophy, the world title will be the cherry on top, but yeah, this moment is so special for her.
Hey, Torquay, how you guys feeling over there? Congrats.
Go, Rippy team.
You guys
cheers.
Yeah. Let's go.
How good is that?
Oh man, this is so cool. And you know, one of the interviews with Molly where she was saying, you know, I whatever happens, happens, and I'm okay. And she wasn't okay, man. She wanted this world title, and you can see it. It's all coming out now.
Striders with the champ.
Molly, Pickles, Lexus WSL Finals, Fiji, presented by Corona Cero. You are the 2025 Women's World Champion!
Oh my God! I cannot believe it! I cannot believe it! I came here with a dream, and I felt like, oh my God, we're gonna get smoked right now.
We're good.
But yeah. I don't know, I have so many people to thank, and I felt so much support. But I mean, I didn't make it easy for myself. I was like pretty excited and made it hard, but I then just locked in and did what I've done all year, and I cannot believe I'm a world champion! Oh my God! Oh my!
You know
I'm
what?
so stoked to bring it back to Oz too, because I remember like 17, 18, I looked in the surf and I was HPC, and I was like, oh, I want to bring that back, you know? I want to bring one back to Australia, and oh my God, I'm so honored that I did!
Congratulations. I think it's amazing to, after the first heat, to just re-establish yourself and just go out and not only win, but you smashed your opponent.
Yeah, I know. She like got me good, but I was still kind of there for the first heat, and then I don't know, I just found my form that second heat, and to combo her, she made one mistake, so I mean, it may have been different there, but then to do it again, it just like really solidifies it for me. There was no like ifs or buts about my year this year, and I'm so grateful to be taking the trophy home, and oh my God, I'm trippy. It's like a dream.
The dream come true. The dream is real, and you've done it. Congratulations. Why don't you go celebrate with your loves?
I know, and a huge thank you. I know Fiji was a weird one, so many people couldn't come to be here for me, but I felt all your guys' support, Mum, Dad, Kobe, everyone at home. I love you all. There's so many people to thank, my team. You're the world champ, baby! I don't know, the list goes on, and to Rossi and Fletchy and Owen in my corner this week, we had so much fun, and yeah, I don't know, I'm going to come out with some crazy speech, I'm sure, later.
Go get it, Molly. Enjoy. Back to you guys. World champ.
What a day. Run. What a season. What a year on tour for the World Surf League Championship Tour. It's all wrapped up here in Fiji for the first time in surfing history. Yago Dora winning earlier his first world title, and a first world title for this young 22-year-old from the Central Coast of New South Wales. 2025 belongs to Molly Picklum, and the celebration starts on the Corona Cero Post Show.
fear of failure and the desire to win. That's exactly what is being a human. I want to win. It's scary that that may not happen, but you know what? I've learnt this year that I'm happy with my life, I'm happy with my choices. I love this job, I love surfing, and I think that's the world title trophy that every human being wants.
Good golly, Miss Molly at backboard, knows how to Picklum, coming out clean.
I think she's got everything that she needs to be a world champion. She's got the skills, she's got the ability, she's getting wiser with age.
Molly finding the most consistency.
Comes up the bottom again. That one's got some venom to it.
Out of anybody else on tour.
Molly is feeling it. Pickles is on.
I don't turn up ever to lose. I have a dream to win a world title, and let's make it 2025.
Bang! Molly hammers it. Not done yet. Back up into it again. That wave perfectly came together on the bank, and so did she. Let her hear it.
Big hack off the top. This is why Molly Picklum has the yellow jersey on, folks.
Let's hear it for Molly Picklum. A new era for Australia begins. From the Central Coast to the world stage, Molly Picklum, your world champion.
Ah, I hope you're gonna miss us. It's the Corona Cero post show. It's the last one of the year. Why? Because it's the end of the year. We got world titles won and earned here in Fiji. There's a beautiful shot of the fish bar at the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. That's where we have the host set. That's where we have all kinds of amenities. That's where we have bures over the water there in the lagoon. And that's where we have Flick Palmentier, Richie Lovett. We're capping off an incredible, incredible finals day. And we're going to celebrate an incredible year on the championship tour. Molly Picklum came out. She deserved the world title. She earned it the hard way today, Flick.
Wow, I mean, for it to go to 3 matches is pretty incredible. And for her to pick herself up, and after that first one, when Caroline ran away with it, and to regroup, get back in the channel, you know, have a moment to herself and fight back in the way she did, especially getting that tube, I think it was just true Molly style.
Oh yeah, and just a warrior the whole way. She had the armor on, she had the long jane with the jacket on top, with the helmet, the whole thing coming through. Excellent scores, 8.1, 8.33, not just one time, 2 times. Rich, that was incredible performance.
Yeah, amazing stuff from Molly, and you know, deserved the victory. And something a little bit poetic about both the #1 surfers on the men and women's side, you know, going through and getting the victories. You know, Yago took the fast track and got it done early. Molly sort of got, you know, hit to the floor, but got up and then just fought back, you know, and got the victory. Amazing stuff.
Let's look at a vision of our day, finals day for the women. Also, Caroline Marks, again, a runner-up to a world title, and Caroline did it the hard way as well, started from that match #1 in the morning all the way to the title match up against Molly Picklum, but nobody could overcome Molly.
Oh, no, I mean, Molly was too good today for sure, but Caroline, you know, she has to be proud of herself. She wasn't even in the conversation coming into Tahiti. She wasn't in that final 5 picture. I mean, she fought her way back there, and then what she was able to do here to go to #2 in the world with potentially one of maybe, you know, maybe not her best year on tour today. I mean, she has to be proud of herself.
Taking a look at the waves surfed here. It was a title match. It went to 3, Rich. Molly Picklum, though, after a slow start in Heat 1 of the title match, she came back on fire in Heat 2 and 3.
Yeah, absolutely. In the first heat, just only managed to find a couple of waves. The form was sort of still there, but you can't deny the fact that that Caroline really took charge and commanded the first of the exchange. And, you know, she basically was on a roll at this point. Was just full of momentum from the morning, and looked like she was going to take it in 2. You know, she was just in such good form with incredible surfing like that. At that point, Louis Egan was all applause. But then the momentum shifted, and it went all in the way of Molly Picklum, and you can visibly see how different the conditions started to change.
Yeah, I was literally just about to say that. I think that's what it was. I feel like Caroline was so used to those other conditions. The wind kicked up a bit here. You know, it was a bit more, you know, surfer v ocean, and just really trusting that ocean knowledge, which Molly really lent into. She also, this moment here for me, she'd been hunting it in the first title match. She made it happen here, true Molly form. She wanted to win this way, and she did. She locked in, you know, the 8.83 for this. I mean, it was just a beautiful wave, incredibly surfed, and I think for me, that's where the momentum definitely shifted here, and yeah, Molly just started to run away with it. And Caroline, also, let's not forget, this is going into this 3rd title match. This was her 7th heat of the day, so things were getting pretty tiresome for Caroline.
Found the tube again. Molly Picklum got an 8.83. Combo going upside down on the re-entry, backed it up, Rich, with an 8.1. Went excellent in Heat 3 of the title match to earn herself a world title.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we touched on it, all the drama at the end of these waves. This is what Molly does. When there's a situation where she needs to pull something off, she stands up. She makes it happen, goes for the big move, and gets it done.
And, you know, look at those are the giant numbers that we're talking about, but a well-earned world title for Molly Picklum. If we think about her year as a whole, she made 10 finals day throughout the entire season, Flick. 2 wins, 3 runner-ups, 2 semifinals. I mean, she was the dominant surfer when you look at the the overall vision of the tour this year and a deserved world title?
I mean, this is the format, right? To your point, Rich, it's poetic to see her get the win. If she didn't get the win with the, the year that she'd had, it's going to sting, right? And I think it was incredible for Molly. I think, it was the difference, really. She's been in this final scenario before. She was there at Trestles, but, Fiji really looks good on Molly. It suits her. This is, the waves where she really she loves these kind of waves. She loves reef breaks. She loves to excel in the waves that, really test you as a surfer and your ocean knowledge. So I think it's quite, fitting that she wins her first world title here at Cloudbreak.
Yeah, I love the fashion. I love that she made us kind of wait for it too. I love that she didn't just do it like right away, and she joins a group of esteemed women and then she's going to have her name etched forever into the Duke Kahanamoku WSL Champions Trophy. Look at the list of names that Molly Picklum will be joining, Rich.
Yeah, it's just incredible, and obviously we see this this new group of women: Caroline, Katie, Bolly, all the fresh names. But then it's anchored by the real greats of the sport: Steph and obviously Carissa and Tyler. They've been so dominant over the last decade, and even more. And then obviously we go back even further to the greats like Lane Beachley. But you're right, Kype. She has etched herself in history. I don't think she'll actually realise what she's done. She's still tripping out on the fact that she's the world champ, and I feel like it's probably not going to sink in until a little later on this afternoon, or maybe even tomorrow when she wakes up after the celebrations tonight.
All right, hey, let's give a cheers to
Yeah,
Molly
cheers.
Picklum. This is to you, Molly. This is a Corona Cero to you. We're going to take a break right now. We'll come back from the break. We're going to talk about the men's world champion, another exciting subject, and a new world champion for Brazil. Right back in the Corona Cero post-show.
Presented by
Yeah, that's right. We're back in the Corona Cero post show, and we are celebrating with Yago Dora. Entered the surf world as the skinny goat, and now in 2025, he can call himself a world champion. Yago Dora. What a moment, what a performance, what a year flick for Yago Dora.
This was really cool. You know what? I think it was actually you or Joe asked me at the beginning of the year, and I'm not going to say I told you so, but you asked me who the world champ would be, and I actually said Yago. Just going to say it. But
we'll roll the tape.
Thank you. But it was just, I believe, you know, he's been barking at the door there for just, you know, the last couple of years, finishing 6th, finishing 7th. He's had those crazy moments with Jack Robinson where he's just missed out. You know, they were sparring partners, and it just feels like, you know, this is such a beautiful way to, you know, finish off the year because he's had such a commanding lead over the whole year. You know, he's been so well-rounded. And, yeah, I think, you know, just a deserving world champion.
Not to mention, he had to come back from an injury. He had to come back from so many different things. You know, had a broken foot. Didn't know if he had the confidence to come back. Came back, nearly missed, you know, that Final 5 2 times. Came back, had his first chance in the Final 5, had his first year and first taste ever of the yellow jersey, and won a world title, and a deserved world title for Yago Dora. Let's take a look at our bracket for this Lexus WSL Finals. Everybody building up to match up with Yago in those title matches. It was Griffin Colapinto, but Yago just did it. 2 waves and a world title.
Yeah, got it done, and a little different to the women's bracket where we saw Caroline come from right at the start all the way through to the final. We saw a couple of surfers sort of chop and change. So Italo obviously got the win on Jack and looked like he had a bit of momentum there, but then Griff just with some amazing backhand surfing just really stamped his authority, getting all the way through, and then eventually meeting up with Yago in the final. Really cool matchup between the natural footer and the goofy footer, and Yago just looked on from the opening turn on the opening wave right here, just a 2-turn, real heavy combination, and then just found these gems. Really good wave choice, showed great variety there. I love how he mixed it up there, showing all this layback hack and power, and just that ultra smooth style. He's bringing style back, baby. I love it.
Yeah, you know what was cool for me is that we didn't see this gear of Yago in these practice sessions. He just was idling, and then all of a sudden, you know, this first title match rolls around and he just clicks up into that next gear, and it was beautiful to watch. And yeah, you nailed it, Rich. It's style, and it's beautiful to watch.
It's being well-rounded for Yago Dora. 8.33, 7.33 in that final, and Yago coming through. Not just for the air game this year. I feel the evolution of Yago Dora surfing into this world title was becoming a completely rounded surfer. He entered in 2017 as a wild card, mostly based off of his free surfing and his air game, but he has evolved into a multifaceted surfer. All that, those numbers right there, 8.33, 7.33, those weren't done on the air. Those were done on the face, Rich.
And like I said with Molly, you know, it's always good to get a victory with big numbers and go, yep, I absolutely deserve it. You know, I came in as #1, I dropped some solid heat scores, I earned the victory, and that's a very satisfying feeling.
And knowing that it's a marathon, not a sprint. If we look back to the beginning of the year, stop #1 on the championship tour, Yago Dora got dead last, had a 33rd at Pipe, okay? Had to regather himself. Ended up having 2 wins in the season, runner-up in J-Bay with some excellent surfing. I mean, what a year, and again, I've repeated myself. A deserved world title for Yago Dora. I would actually, now that the event's done, I would have been disappointed if it went any other way, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, he's just had such a dominant performance, and the back half of the year was incredible. The work he's done on his surfing was also equally amazing, and the rail work for me is how he got the job done. It was beautiful to watch.
I agree. Let's hear from Yago Dora, and well, while this world title kind of sinks in, Ronnie caught up with him.
The winner of the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, presented by Corona Cero, and your 2025 world champion, Yago Dora. How good does that sound?
It's weird. It only happened in a heat. I was actually expecting to be like feeling a little bit longer, but Griffin is really dangerous out there, and he looked on point the whole day. So I'm glad I was able to win the first one and really make that advantage work in my way. And I don't even know what to say right now. It's just, it's crazy that a whole year gets decided in a heat like that, and I'm really glad it came my way. I'm beyond the moon right now. I'm so happy, so happy.
Mate, unbelievable, an incredible finals performance, and everyone has been talking about your form this year. You put together an amazing season, but it must be nerve-wracking. Even as cool as you were in the lead up to this final day, being the #1 seed and watching someone like Griffin Colapinto get on a magic run, and he is similar to you in that he taps into that flow, and he just seemed to be, he really seemed to be coming for you, didn't he?
Yeah, for sure. Griffin looked on point. Like I said, since his first hit in the morning, he was the guy to beat today probably, and we know his potential out here. He won last year. He was reaping today, and yeah, I knew I had to believe in my own surfing, and if I had the right ways, I was going to come out with the win, and that's what I did. I tried to start strong, and that worked out in my favor, I think, to build the heat after that, and yeah, just things happened the right way for me, and I'm so happy.
Incredible trust in your performance. The amount of power and risk you threw into your first wave was remarkable. It just felt this entire season you had a lot of trust in yourself as an individual. You weren't leaning into the same team and part of the same crew. You really went it your own way, and well, it's paid off big time.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really glad I did. You know, it's a big responsibility to do things by yourself, do your own decisions, and I'm really glad I did. I made the right decisions, and things started to work out my way, and I feel this strength and this will that I never felt before, and it just feels better than ever, you know. I feel like there's more to come too, so I'm really happy.
As a surf fan, you want your world champion to have some of the biggest highlight moments from the year. It just felt like your surfing was, you know, twice as good as it was last season. Were you feeling that throughout the year?
Yeah, for sure. I felt like way more confident this year, and I was doing the right heat strategies. I think even on some heats that I didn't need to surf that good to advance, I was able to get the job done, and those are the important ones at the end of the year. And yeah, I'm really glad. It's weird because some heats I get like 2 massive scores, but sometimes you make that hit with a 4 and a 3, and that's the ones that make the difference in the end. And that difference for me this year, I felt like I was having amazing hits the season prior, but this year I was able to put everything together, have amazing hits, have the struggling ones, and make those, and yeah, just the pieces came together, and yeah, just finishing off on that last heat.
What was it like for you to fall into the arms of your family, your partner, and also your manager, and even your shaper here getting a world title today? How was that?
Yeah, it's so cool, you know, being surrounded by the people you love, the people that love you and want to do good and do your best, and it's really important for me to have all of them here at this moment, and yeah, it couldn't be better to share this win with all of them. It's incredible.
I'm going to rattle off a couple of names for you. Medina, De Souza, Ferriera, Toledo, Dora. What's it feel like to add your name to that list of absolute champions from Brazil?
It's an honor, you know, to join that list. Those guys have been massive inspirations for me since I started surfing, and it's just so cool to even be on tour with them is an honor, and to have the chances to battle them for titles, for event wins, and now for a world title is incredible. And yeah, I'm sure we have a lot more years in front of us, and there's still going to be some amazing battles, so I'm really excited. I'm so happy about this, and just makes me more excited for the future.
Beautiful, man.
It's a great moment. And there you go. I mean, Brazil, they're getting used to holding parades for world surfing champions. 8 out of the last 11 world titles won by Brazil, Rick.
It's a wild stat. It's tripping me out, but not surprising. You know, the Brazilian Storm is the real deal. And really, in the over the last decade, only one man has been able to stand in their way, and that's John Florence, you know, and he's been able to do it a couple of times, 3 times to be exact. But, you know, it really has been a dominance from the Brazilians, all the names that Ronnie rattled off there. And then before then, it was, you know, sort of Mick Fanning and Joel Parkinson. And then we go back into the era of Kelly as he was tapering off his world title years. So, you know, it has really been an interesting decade or two. And let's see if next year somehow one of the other countries can wrestle it off the Brazilians, because they are dominating, man.
We got an exciting year next year, but still wrapping up this year, Flick, we had a lot of Chargers at this event. Mofi nominated the Charger of the event. Who could it be?
Well, there's a couple of Colapintos on screen, but only one that was competing in the final situation. So Griffin Colapinto, Charger of the event. Today, really, you said it, Rich, it was the best backhand surfing we've seen on a left, you know, for a very long time. And it was beautiful to watch. I think he was very tapped in. He was, you know, I've said connected so much. He was so connected this whole event. And reminiscent, you know, he won this event in the regular season here last year. He's got great feelings here, and you know, had hard opponents throughout this event. You know, he had Italo, then Geordie, and you know, eventually, you know, succumbed to Yago. But what we saw out there was just beautiful backhand surfing.
And he did it in an excellent fashion, Rich. Against Italo Ferriera, 16.33 heat total. Against Geordie Smith, 15.43 heat total.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
They're not small numbers at all. And I think, you know, I'll stand by what I said. We're seeing the progression of backhand surfing out here at Cloudbreak, and really, you know, Griff's at the top of that list. I think back to Andy and Kelly, not taking anything away from what they've done out here, you know, but Griff's just pushing it a little bit further on the lip. You know, those guys perhaps have it in the barrel, but on and above and around the lip, Griff is just bringing this creativity to the backhand that's amazing to watch. He won it last year, second this year. Pretty impeccable record out here.
Yeah, we're charged for you, Griffin, on your best finish on a championship tour. Runner-up in 2025 was a great year for Griffin Colapinto. We're going to take a break right now. When we come back, we're going to talk about some of the new people on tour. That means the rookies, as the Corona Cero post-show continues right after this. Corona Cero post show. Beautiful Fiji. What a day, what a place. New world champs in the way of Yago, Dora, and Molly Picklum in an epic day of surfing at Cloudbreak.
Place where dreams come true, Kipes.
Such good stuff, and thank you for joining us for the Corona Cero post show. This is the extended version for the end of the season, the final stop. I'm gonna miss y'all, by the way. I'm gonna miss you guys too.
It's gonna be a long 7 months.
Well, we'll find some other events to do. But anyway, hey, look, it was a great season. We had a lot of things, but I like a flick that we get to see, you know, the Shaper rankings, right? And gosh, this one guy out of San Clemente, California, can't take him down. Matt Biolis, the Lost Crew, look at the number at the end of the year compared to the rest of the field.
It's absolutely insane, right? I mean, who is going to challenge Matt Biolis? I mean, you look at even this World Title Showdown, you had Caroline, you know, runner-up in the world. You got Yago, world champ. You got Griff, you know, runner-up. I mean, just the stable, the caliber of surfers that he's had on tour, you know, even if you think the number of surfers that he's got, that trust in his, you know, board building and the team behind it, it's undeniable to me.
Yeah. 2026, I think we need to find a way to have a kind of a player cap or something. Maybe to like,
handicap.
Maybe, you know, maybe make it a little bit, you know, so like if you don't have the giant team, you're just capped at a couple players. I don't know. I'm just spitballing ideas.
Yeah,
and
maybe
stuff
maybe if you nominate your surfer at the start of the year and you're allowed 2 or 3. Maybe.
Yeah, we'll work on
that. We got 7 months to work on it, buddy.
we got some time. Another thing that's exciting about every single year, Rick, is we get to see new faces.
Yeah.
And we get to see new, and that's another thing. Hey, the year is over for the CT, by the way, but we still got the Challenger Series coming up, and that's going to determine the new faces on the 2026 Championship Tour. Some new faces on the 2025 Championship Tour. All compete for the Rookie of the Year, and France took the Rookie of the Year this year, Rick, with Marco Mignot.
Yeah, and I really feel like this guy improved throughout the year and his time on tour. I was a little bit skeptical about how he was going to do and if he was just going to get sort of swamped by the more established names. But this guy's got some rad weapons, in particular this forehand rotation and the air game, just incredible. And sort of going into the tour, again, you know, really sort of unproven in the bigger wave, heavier wave locations, but he stood up, man. He really just dug deep and a real astute student of the game. Did well at J-Bay as we look through all these highlight moments through the year and had some great results there.
Yeah, and proved us also in some barreling conditions.
Yeah, this was impressive for me because, you know, coming into Tahiti, there was that little bit of a question mark, but he just answered that well and truly. He just absolutely charged. And yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing next year just the confidence that you take, because that was a big rookie class. I mean, there was a lot of those men that qualified that year, you know, and, you know, right in it to the end with Al. And I mean, just, you know, I could rattle off a number of names right now. But for him to take that win over those guys, I think he's going to take a lot of confidence going into the second year on tour.
Look at the upset heat wins. That's including beating Jordy Smith at J-Bay, which was a huge accomplishment for a rookie. Looking forward to see how Marco Mignot evolves over the break and shows up for his sophomore year on the championship tour. Yeah, look forward to seeing how he develops. Another person on the women's side, we've seen her since she was just a Grom. Already had big,
still a Grom.
Had just aspirations on her. And I expect big things for the women's Rookie of the Year, Erin Brookflick.
Yeah, I mean, we'd seen Erin coming from a mile away, right? The clips on social media that were going viral, you know, the airs in the wave pools, and we were just thinking, okay, when she qualifies, she is going to do some serious damage. I think when she did qualify, I think there was already, you know, people were making a statement, she's going to win a world title in her first year. Now, that comes with a lot of expectation, and she was pretty, when she didn't start the year how she wanted, right? I think she was expecting big things of herself, and there was a lot of expectations of her. She had a breakthrough moment on the Gold Coast, right, which is where things started to click into gear. She banked a couple of 9-point rides in the backhand, and I think that's when that self-belief sort of came through. But, you know, when that moment happened, she was pretty vocal about, no, this isn't the start of the year that I wanted. Like, I was expecting big things for myself, and I put high expectations on myself. And it was pretty visible, you know, you could see that she was wearing that emotion. But when it came to chokes, I mean, she was absolutely threading the needle there. I mean, she also was with an outside shot at still making this, you know, finals here in Fiji. So, I mean, incredible year for her on tour. I think she's got so much left in the tank. She's only 18 years old. I just, you know, Kelly was saying it, you know, she was here warming up with, you know, the women and the men, and, you know, in those warm-up sessions it was a lot bigger, and he was saying, look, you know, if she was in this draw, I would be putting, you know, you'd be putting, you know, your money on her. It's just crazy, right? She's insane out here, and when someone, you know, like Kelly Slater is saying that about Erin, you can expect big things from her in the future.
I think the natural talent's there for Erin Brooks. What we're going to see from her is how she constructs heats in her sophomore year. When she puts that all together in 30, 35-minute kind of windows, because already the natural talent's there, I think that's when we're going to see some big success. But it seems like we have the arrivals coming up soon of our champions, our world champions, because they are getting a ride on the Red Bull jet skis all the way out there from Cloudbreak, all the way over here to the beautiful Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay. And the good news is we got a nice bay to greet them. There they are.
The chariot into the lagoon here at Momi Bay. I mean, this resort here is absolutely stunning, just zooming along. It just, what a great feeling, you know, you're flying your country's flag, you've just been crowned world champion, and you're coming into the Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay to accept your trophy. It's the thing you've always dreamed of.
What an entrance, Rick. Look at this entrance.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. I mean, we started hearing the crew singing a couple of minutes ago, and that can only mean one thing, that we're getting very, very close to crowning our champs here. They've done their little victory lap, and well, look at this for service, just dropped off at the dock. And we'll get things underway here. But yeah, this it's just the celebrations are just going to ping pong around this zone. It's going to hang here for a little while.
This is a great place to celebrate, I'm telling you, with the Fiji Marriott. It's got everything, Yago, Dora, Molly Picklum, just starting to feel maybe the reality of a career-long goal, actually, a career-long goal.
Oh, I mean, these are the moments, right? This is where you can start to lean in. I mean, they've been on the water all day. They've probably got, you know, they've been on the jet skis, they've been on the boats, and now they're on land. They can lean into a little bit of dance, a little bit of playfulness.
Well, they can just let their guard down. You know, you have this competitive wall that you put up all year round, and it's a shield that you, and a bubble that you kind of stay contained with. You've always got your guard up. You're always thinking on edge, and literally right at this moment, it's just let it all hang out. It's done. There's no more heats, no more jerseys, no more nothing. They can just let go, and tonight's going to rock on at this joint for way into the early hours.
Let's listen.
Let's go. Ladies first.
Thank you. Give me the sunnies or?
That's good stuff right there. The harmony coming out of all of our wonderful friends here in Fiji. Oh man, the smiles, the warmth. That's good stuff, man. I don't know how else to put it. It gives me chicken skin every single time, especially over here. I feel the mana of Fiji, the beautiful sound, the serenade that we got. While we're just getting close to our awards presentation. We're going to take a break right now. We're going to be back with more of the Corona Cero post show. We're going to come back with the awards presentation, and we got much, much more on the way right after this. Corona Cero post show right here from the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. We're on the host set. That's the beach there, one of the many beaches that we have surrounding this beautiful resort. Yeti. You score a 10, you get a Yeti 110 stuffed with all kinds of Yeti gear. That was the rules all year long here on the championship tour. Carver Girl, Flick Palmentier, Richie Lovett. And we saw great waves. You know, we're going to talk about the top 5 waves of 2025, but we saw great waves in Margaret Rivers. We saw great waves in Burley Heads. We saw great waves in Pipe, J Bay. Any favorites for you?
Oh, I mean, I'm a West Australian girl.
Yeah, WA.
WA.
All right, good enough. Let's get into our top 5 waves of 2025. They all happen to be 10s, Rick. Starting here with Felipe Toledo at Burley Heads.
Yeah, this was the return of form for Felipe Toledo. Just an incredible barrel into alley-oop, landing on the roof, drops down through it, and gets the completion. But yeah, Felipe was just on fire at this event, in particular this heat.
He sure was. Yeah, they wanted a 10.
They got it.
They got a 10, Rafael. Another angle. Draining Burley Heads. What a wave, what a final, what an event over there on the Gold Coast. Number 4, this one's for you, Flick. The West is best. Griffin Colapinto goes best with a 10 here.
This was his event, right? I mean, not only did he have this Hail Mary moment, the full rotation over, you know, the bricks at the end section at, you know, Margaret River main break. He also had another crazy moment at the box. This was his event. I mean, it was incredible to watch. He ended up getting second in the end to George, but yeah. I mean, wow.
Should have given him a 10 for the box, too. Number 3, Connor O'Leary at J Bay. Could you surf on the backhand any better than this, Rick?
No, you really can't. And, you know, I always thought Occy was the best backhand surfer out at J Bay. And Connor O'Leary is fast coming up the list. Look at this sort of really vertical attack. Found the barrel, big swooping turns of the big fella from Cronulla, and just hammering those waves. Well-deserved 10 in my mind.
I think so. I agree. So did the Dog Pound. They absolutely loved it. Number 2, Baron Mamiya at Pipeline Flick.
This thing's next level, but we are so used to seeing this guy do this at his home break. I mean, this thing, the way he contorts his body to fit into this, you know, the tube, how late the takeoff is, it's so critical. But it's just second nature for him. He almost feels like he could do it in his sleep.
Number 1, Jack Robinson on a backdoor monster, Rick.
Oh my gosh, this was an absolute beast, just pulling up under the hood. Crazy travel time, and this thing took him all the way almost to off the wall. But just how quickly he came off the bottom, was able to get that line up high, and that was just an automatic 10 across the board.
Yeah, and you know, that 10 actually though does come with an asterisk, because Jack actually did not make that heat. He lost that heat to Al Cleland Jr., but he still did get a Yeti 110, so that was a consolation prize. And a big barrel.
Never a good moment to be a part of that stat, is it? Lost heat with a 10.
It happens all the time. Well, we thank Yeti as a partner, and they tell stories. And you know, and a story as told by with Yeti, we look into someone we hope that comes back to the tour. John Florence. Let's take a look at this feature.
So 7 years in between world titles. Can you name everything that you've been through since then?
It's been a really hard road getting here. Yeah, a lot of injuries, a lot of down times, but I couldn't have done it without my family and just my team that surrounded me.
He says it like all the time. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for everybody like all along the way.
9 seconds. John's starting to realize the moment.
Talk about climbing a mountain and conquering it. That's what John Florence just did. Wow. John, look, we want you back. Tour looks good next year. But let's celebrate. Let's celebrate this year's tour, you guys. And to make it official, we're going to hand out some world titles and celebrate some world champions. Let's throw it down to Joe Turpel for the awards presentation.
Thank you so much, Kaipo. Thanks for everybody watching the Corona Cero post show at home all around the world. And thanks for everybody here on hand. You guys are incredible. We saw history written today, one that we will never forget. So officially welcome to the awards presentation for the 2025 Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, presented by Corona Cero, the winner-take-all battle to decide surfing's world champion this year. It was an extraordinary season. 7 months ago, we were opening up the year at the Lexus Pipe Pro, and look where we are today. Big round of applause for all the surfers that competed in the Final Five. Extraordinary seasons, and one that we will never forget. Also, a groundbreaking moment in surfing history. How good is Fiji? A surfing dreamland. First time ever having our world champions crowned in this amazing part of the world. Thank you for all the locals that helped us out along the way. Being at Cloudbreak, that wave itself was what got Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew really excited, the architect of the Dream Tour. And now, you know, hearing from him earlier today how thrilled he was to see where it's come, surfing's in an incredible spot. And we can't thank Lexus enough, our title partner for this event. Their partnership across competitive surfing exemplifies their commitment to supporting athletes who perform at the highest levels. Big thanks to Lexus for everything you've done this year. Big thanks as well to Corona Cero, as everyone's watching the post show right now, our presenting partner for the event. You guys are absolutely incredible. Big thanks to the Fijian government, Tourism Fiji, who along with WSL have confirmed this event on the championship tour to at least 2029. That is an incredible announcement we heard this week. Big thanks to our event partners from Red Bull, Yeti, Bonsoy, IC, Mofi, Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay, Fiji Airways, Tabarua Island Resort, Surfline, True Surf, and WSL One Ocean. All of you made a big impact on pro surfing this year. Thank you so much. Really special thank you goes out to the Fijian Surfing Association, to the FSA president, Hannah Bennett. She joined us on the broadcast. Wow, she's a bright light, an incredible ambassador of surfing, not just here in Fiji, but globally. Really thank you, Hannah, for all your hard work with your club, taking care of the members, the local community, including right here at Momi and Nambila villages, and the surfers who really make this incredible place so special and sharing their wave with us. We can't thank you enough. A sincere thanks as well goes to Yuri Kurup for his amazing support to deliver this event again. Let's hear it for Yuri. And once again, thanks to all the fans that were so committed, flying out here, getting a boat in the channel to see the world title go down. You guys made this great and a really incredible event. Let's talk about the big trophy. It's not just any trophy, it's the Duke Kahanamoku World Champions Trophy. Our newly crowned world champions get to hoist up the Duke today. Duke Kahanamoku was not only a legendary surfer, but an ambassador of surfing across the world that introduced the sport to so many different people in so many countries. As we shared last year, the trophy will forever tie the surfing's greatest honor to the most revered icon, innovator, and advocate. Let's look up to the sky and think about the Duke. Thanks so much for everything that he's done over the years. To help us with this trophy celebration today, put your hands together for our CEO of the World Surf League, Ryan Crosby. And on the other side, the far end, soaking wet, one of the hardest working men in pro surfing. Can't thank this guy enough. Over 35 years of service for the World Surf League. WSL VP of Tours and Competition, Renato Hickel. And a guy that makes us feel welcome and warm every single year when we get to hang out with him. A very sincere thank you to a man standing right in the middle of these two, Fiji's Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Tourism and Civil Aviation, the Honorable Vielmi Navoka. Thank you so much. Are you guys ready to hand out the big trophies and talk to the best surfers on the planet? Let's bring them both out at once. Your world champions in 2025, Yago, Dora, and Molly Picklum. Both entering the finals wearing bright yellow, showing their dominance throughout this season. And now officially the world champions. You guys want to carry those things and hoist them up real quick? Let's get them. Let's get them. Pass them over. Your world champion, Molly Picklum. From the Central Coast to the top of the world, Yago, Dora. This has been something, Molly, watching your rise to the top of the world. For all that you've been through, it feels like a short period of time, but the cut, finishing 5th, finding your feet, you know, and now with all that hard work and those ups and downs, how sweet does this feel?
Oh my gosh, I'm so speechless, but it really feels like the cherry on top to what I've done to my career, and personally I've really turned my life around, and yeah, I don't know, it's such a trip. Like, it's something that you can never take from me ever, and to be a world champion, to share it with Yago, and just was such an amazing season was really special, and it'll stay with me for life.
We really highlighted the back half. I mean, it's rare that someone just goes through 4 consecutive finals, 2 wins. But it really was the entire year. Your consistency was undeniable. Was there any doubt with the time that you had to wait through the lay days, feeling under the weather? Was there any doubt that this wasn't going to happen today?
Oh, there was so much doubt. I feel like it's what raises a champion, and you got to step up and rise above that. And yeah, I just kept true to trusting in the unknown, and I'm so grateful that it panned out. And of course, after the first heat, I just like swallowed it and took what I could and just went out there and just honored my beliefs and went after it.
We'll get to your generation in a moment. But for Australia, it feels like the new generation is taking over from all of the greats. From Lane Beachley, Steph Gilmore, Tyler Wright, Molly Picklum. How does that feel?
Oh, it's such a trip. From a Central Coast kid, little Grom, looking up to Steph and Lane and Sally and Tyler and all those girls. It's such a trip that I'm on like a list with those females, and I just feel so honoured and grateful that I've had such role models to look up to. We've had Skaz this year. There's so many females that have been before me and paved the way for us to get out there and really do what we love, and yeah, it's just such a trip.
Not only did you win, you had the highest single scores of the season, most wins by combination, including those last 2 title matches in a row. To win that way of dominating the regular season and the WSL finals, is that as good as it gets?
Yeah, I feel like to be the undisputed, undeniable champion is everything I ever dream of, and yeah, it's kind of, you can win one way and you can win like that, and that's fills my heart for sure to win like that.
Who are the people that really made an impact on this for you? Your support crew, who really stands out right now when you're thinking about that?
Oh, that's a huge question. It's really true, the whole, like, it takes a village to raise a child, and the whole Central Coast, they've, like, inbuilt the grit in me, and my team, he stuck by me all year, like Austin and Fletchy and all those guys, and Glenn, he paved the way for me in my early years, and Rossi was here this week, but yeah, and then, of course, my family and friends, like, they just support me, and they know who I am, and they know how hard I work, and it means the world to do it in front of them.
What a year. You did it your way, Molly. You got to be extra proud. Enjoy the moment. You're the best surfer in the world.
I cannot believe it, and I'm so grateful. Thank you, WSL, and all the sponsors that get behind us to do what we love and showcase what we're good at.
Molly Picklum, your 2025 world champion, doing it in the most dominant fashion, from pipe to Tahiti to right here in Fiji for the first time. Yago, Dora, world champion. How does that sound?
Pretty crazy. Yeah, I can't believe it. It's hard to find the words to describe the feeling and how much I worked for this to happen. And yeah, I want to thank God for blessing my life and blessing my career. I feel very lucky that surfing is my life and I live doing it. Surfing is amazing. It has given me everything, and I'm really thankful to God and for surfing, you know. Thanks to WSL for giving us the platform to chase our dreams and do what we love. It's really amazing. And yeah, we're just so fortunate. having the people I love by my side this week, my girlfriend, my team, my family's over there as well. The other part of the family's at home, and all my friends back home. I'm just, I don't have the right words to describe what I'm feeling right now. It hasn't sunk in, I think, and yeah, just so much hard work and dedication goes into this, and to close it out in those last 35 minutes of my season was very special, and what a place to do it here in Fiji. Thanks to all the Fijian people for having open arms for us and just welcoming us. It's one of the most special places on earth for sure, and my favorite event. And yeah, just really, really grateful and really happy that I've done it here, you know, won the regular season and winning the finals in a place like Cloudbreak, Fiji is just so special.
First message we ever got from you, hearing about your talent rising in Brazil. You were supposed to be a free surfer, and all of a sudden everything changed, and you made that decision to compete. Obviously, your dad was already a super coach. You had family friends like Adriano de Souza. Think about that time in your life where you decided to commit and how quickly the dream came true.
Yeah, for sure. I think the start of my career was more on the free surfing side, and that was really good too for me, but I felt the drive the competition gave me was what I wanted to follow, and just that feeling that I want to get better each day and each season come back better. It's just amazing. It's what drives me, and not only as an athlete, but as a person as well, just to be better each day. And yeah, I'm really happy that my dreams are starting to come true, and yeah, there's more to come.
Pretty amazing to see what you've done in the last few years, from 9th in the world to 7th in the world to 6th in the world to #1 in the world. It's just been a rise up to the top of the mountain. You had never been in a finals format before, let alone world #1. Like I asked Molly, you had so many lay days to think about this. You probably got word that your family showed up here at the MOMI to support. Was there energy kind of going, oh no, how am I going to close out this year?
Yeah, for sure. A lot of things go through your head at that moment. I had an amazing season, and I had the chance to lose everything there today, and I was like, I'm not going to let that happen, you know. I'm going to close this out on this first heat right now. I'm going to give everything I got, and I did it.
Yago, you just added to the legacy of what is the Brazilian Storm, started by Gabriel Medina in 2014, and now you're the newest addition to add to that dynasty of Brazilian world champions here in 2025. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, it's such an honor. I've grown up watching those guys surf and compete, watching them win everything from the amateur series to the WSL to world titles, and yeah, it's really, like Molly said, it's really good to have those role models, you know, and steps to follow, and I'm really, really honored to have my name next to their names on the list of Brazilian world champions.
There's probably a lot of people in your family that want a big hug right now, so are you ready to start the party?
Yeah, let's party.
Yago Dora, your 2025 world champ, hoist the trophy. Molly, pick yours up as well. Winning in 2025. Congratulations to everybody involved in professional surfing this year. This is one to remember. Let's keep the party going as we send it back to the Corona Cero post show with Kaipo. Muito obrigado. Thank you so much.
All right, that's right. The Corona Cero shower to shower our world champions. There's no better feeling. Congratulations to Molly Picklum and Yago Dora. Look at the setting here at the Fiji Marriott Resort in beautiful MOMI Bay, and it is a celebration of a wonderful season and two deserved world champions. I am just beside myself with this whole thing. We still got a couple of Coronas over here. We'll do a Corona shower later on ourselves too.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, we will. We're gonna do it, but not right now. Okay, so, well, 2025's wrapped. It almost brings a tear to my eye, but I got something to look forward to, Flick.
What's that, Kipes?
2026. 2026 and our schedule that we have coming up on the championship tour. It is going to be an incredible schedule, Rick. We're going to start off at Bells on April 1st, right back in Australia, and we're going to end at Pipeline. Let's take a look.
It's looking so good. The tour next year is it's going to be incredible. We're going to start things off at Bells on April Fool's Day, actually.
No, we're not.
Before we get into that, we're going to get into our women's top 5 moments and scores of the year, starting with 9.5 for Gabby Bryant.
Oh, she is just incredible out at main break, and yeah, 2 from 2 there in the last couple of years.
Katie Simmers scored here with her own 9.5 for number 4.
Oh, God, what an incredible little barrel there. And just so much style. And these women just blow my mind just how good they are at riding the barrel now at these waves of consequences.
Katie Simmers again doing it in the wave pool. Right here, another 9 point. This was a 9.57 in Abu Dhabi.
This was cool, you know. I mean, the wave pool, it's the same wave every time, basically. It can get, you know, you're seeing those same maneuvers. She just brought her own brand of surfing, the different lines, that big roundhouse carve. I mean, it perks your attention when you're watching an event like this, and it doesn't surprise me that she was able to bring that sort of creativity to the pool. And yeah, 9.57, serious number. For Katie, and yeah, she put on a good performance all year.
And it was just a battle all year long between Katie Simmers and Molly Picklum in numerous high-scoring heats. They always brought out the best of each other.
Just ran out of steam on the with the legs on the end of that wave, didn't she?
Number 2, our new women's world champ. This was a 9.6 that she took out at Trestles.
Oh, God, just hammers the lip there. This is what I mean. When these sections stand up in front of Molly, she just does not back down. And in fact, she just attacks. And look at this wave. Lowers right. Love this wave. Just all the way through to the inside. Just really solid foundation surfing. No nonsense stuff from Molly Picklum. She's been rock solid, huh? All year.
Number 1 again. Hey, talk about deserving a world title. 2 top scores of 2025 and a world title. This was a 9.77 for Molly Picklum in Tahiti.
It's just talk about range, right? I mean, the last one was at Trestles, high performance wave. This one, a slab in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Yeah. And it just demonstrates, I mean, she's got the 2 highest scores, you know, on the women's tour. She won the regular season. She's taken it out here in Fiji. She's won a world title. I mean, what is there left for her to do? She's crossed all the I's and she's dotted all the T's. Thanks very much for coming.
Well, you know, yeah, I feel like, Rick, our surfers, you know, they can take a couple weeks off, I think. But just a couple weeks off because it's time already to prepare for the championship tour. It's going to come about us before you know it. So some personal time for the family and everything, but get back to work.
Well, surfers, what they do really well is take a break, and what do? They actually go surfing.
Lots of free surfing happening between now and April 1st, Flick, where we kick it off at the Bells, at Bells Beach, the classic, the longest running professional surf contest in the world to start the tour at CT number 1.
Yeah, when I look at this, I mean, you know, all the core fans, everyone's rubbing their hands together. I mean, it's the end of an year, it's the start of a new one, and when you really look at this, I mean, this is just, it just screams Dream Tour. It's incredible, right? I mean, I'm so excited. I can't wait to see, you know, the waves that we get on tour this year. You've got, I mean, Chokes and Cloudbreak back-to-back in the Pacific Ocean. That really excites me. And then, you know, you look at event 10, 11, and 12 at the postseason, and then Pipe Masters with the extra points up on offer, which also adds that level of, you know, drama and also, you know, maybe keeping other surfers in it right till the end.
What are you most excited for?
Oh,
give me a couple.
Okay, Chokes and Cloudbreak. Sorry, the Pacific Ocean always delivers.
Pacific Ocean. What about you, Rick?
That little block through the middle there, J-Bay all the way through to Lowers is pretty epic. But this tour, in fact, is like very reminiscent of the tour that I competed in like a long time ago. But you know, that was the Dream Tour. We constructed that, or I didn't do it, but you know, the Bugs and all that crew, they put that tour together, and it's back, and it's going to be real interesting. We're going back to the old format, you know, where we're going to be running all the way through to the pipeline to get our
Can I tell you what I'm excited for?
What?
Yeah,
finishing at Pipeline. We're back in Hawaii, but there's more. The season's not over. WorldSurfLeague.com, we got more competitions for you. We got the Challenger Series to continue to qualify our men and women for that championship tour in 2026. they're gonna have to get through pipe as well.
Oh, I know that really excites me, right? I mean, you look at the Challenger Series. I feel like that wave of truth was sort of missing from there. So for that to be announced on the Challenger Series, I mean, there's some certain surfers that I look at there on, the Challenger that I can't wait to see out there. I think it also might, dictate who ends up qualifying. Being the second last event of the year. I'm super excited about that, and then finishing off in Australia back at Newey.
Yeah, that's going to be great. Also, Rick, we got the longboard tour still underway. We had stop one over in Huntington Beach. We're going to go to the chilly waters of Bells Beach in September for that BioGlan, and all of the longboard tour comes with a world title happening in El Salvador. So lots of stuff happening, and still in what we kind of call the off season, but there's never off season. Yago Dora having his moment. Let's take a look at our men's top 10 rankings at the end of the year. Break it down for us, Flick.
Oh wow! I mean, okay, obviously you got Yago with the world title, but for me, where it gets really interesting was the 5, 6, 7. For me to see Ethan and Kanoa sort of drop out of that, being in contention, running for a world title at Chopes in that last event of the season, that was pretty devastating. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, that's the interesting point to me.
Can I say something on this top 10? Look out for Cole Hauschman right there. That's a sophomore year right there for the powerhouse, and I think he's going to be on his way up in 2026. And another thing, to echo your thoughts, watch out for Griffin Colapinto as we look at the next year. So that's a pretty hefty top 10 right there.
Yeah, solid top 10 for sure. Great to see Leo on there as well, Leo Fioravanti, and bummer for Ethan and Kanoa. They, not getting an invite to the party of the year, basically. They had the invite and then got taken away from them. So they'll be coming back bigger and better next year. And yeah,
I think the new schedule is going to work actually in Ethan and Kanoa's favor when we look at the entire schedule. So we'll see how that goes in 2026. Molly Picklum, the world champ. Congratulations again to Pickles. She's going to have months and months to celebrate and sink this in before she gets back to preparing for 2026. But let's take a look at our top 10 for the women. Rick, Molly on top, but look right behind her. We got just a new generation of exciting women surfers.
Yeah, absolutely. Katie Simmers, we already know how good she is. Gabby Bryan has just been dominant, the power surfer of this year. Great to see Caroline sort of make that last charge today, actually, and get away all up into second place. But then, Isabella Nichols, breakout year for her. Yeah. Really sort of cemented her place on the tour and got the win down at Bells. Tyler, solid as always. And the youngster, Erin Brooks, in her rookie year. Really, really cool.
Flick, what do you think about the development of both Luana Silva and Erin Brooks looking towards the future?
Oh, I think the future's bright. I was going to touch on, Luana had a breakout year as well for her career, a couple of finals appearances. And then for me, Erin, I can't go past her. She got the Rookie of the Year, but then I just think now that she's got that, she's been to all the locations on the tour. She's got those, she knows where she likes to stay. She's familiar now. It doesn't feel all new. I think she could be very dangerous moving into her second year on the tour.
Well, I agree with you, by the way. The Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay is bringing us the top 5, and we got some top 5 moments to celebrate. First, starting with the big brew, Rick. Jordy bites back in the match against Griffin Colapinto with an 8.67.
Yeah, this was a really cool moment for Jordy in particular. That one turn there, just done with so much force and power, and then gets this big lip gliding floater, one of the gnarliest floaters we've ever seen here done at Cloudbreak. And just a real feel-good moment for everyone, for all the fans, to see Jordy go all the way through today and put in a good performance.
Number 4, it's a Colapinto class. Griffin Colapinto has a pretty good track record here at Cloudbreak. He's had a win and he's had a runner-up finish.
Yeah, you know what was really cool? Caroline said it in one of her post-tape interviews was, we don't get to go left much. And what we saw out here, on the tour was, just a masterclass in backhand surfing on from Griff. It was beautiful to watch. There were shades of, just the way he was squaring up from the bottom. I saw, and the way he was blowing the fins out, reminiscent of sort of Andy and Bruce a little bit. But yeah, I think it was nice to see a left and a sizey left, a big sort of essentially point break where he was just able to absolutely unleash.
Colapinto continued on through the run after Italo Ferriera defeating Jordy Smith.
Yeah, by far the standout backhand surfer of the entire week, really. And certainly today, you know, we had the feeling Griff was going to go all the way through up until he had that meeting in the final draw against Yago, who just took it with a dominant performance. But Griff, some of the best backhand surfing we've seen. Just his read on this wave and the speed and the pace. He's just got such an intimate knowledge of how this wave breaks now, and continues to just play with the lip out here. And in waves this size and this powerful, he makes it look so smooth and easy. And I can tell you, it's not that easy.
Like, it's Caroline Marks. Her run from the very first match was inspirational all the way to a world title runner-up.
Oh, it was amazing, right? I think from the practice session, she was looking on. I mean, 3 weeks ago, she wasn't even in the conversation. And then she got the job done in Tahiti. She jumped up into contention, and then she just blistered her way through this, you know, matchup after matchup after matchup. And I mean, she came up against Bettylou. She took her down. She had Katie Simmers, I think, and she took her down. And then she had Gabriella Bryan in that #2 seed. She took her down. I think for me, when the conditions were nice and clean this morning, she was she had the perfect read on this wave, right? Her board was fitting into the, the arc of the wave really well. But then, she obviously came up in the title match. She would have surfed what? I mean, it was her sixth heat by then. And yeah, she came a little bit undone, but you can't take away what she was able to do today. And really, to get on that roll and just to keep showing up with that same energy, heat after heat, yeah, it's undeniable.
Yeah, it was, she just put up such a good performance all day long, and you have to think that fatigue just started to come into play here. And even, not only body fatigue, but mental fatigue in that, okay, I just haven't adjusted to the changing conditions. Maybe I'm not putting myself on the right wave. Those little things start planting this seed of doubt, and unfortunately, it just happened, right at the final moments of today for Caroline. But geez, she took us on a journey. She took us on a ride. We all thought she was going to go all the way.
She can be proud going from #4 to #2 in the world at the end of the year, Caroline Marks. #2, let's celebrate, Flick, our 2025 world champ, Yago Dora.
Yeah, this was such an incredible moment because, I mean, he literally... The task was 2 waves and you can be a world champion. And he did just that. And he came out of the gates flying. This opening wave, dropped to 7, right, was just, okay, we know where he's at. He's clicked up a couple of gears. He wasn't showing us everything he had in the practice surfs because right here, I mean, he has gone in, I mean, it's just turbo mode. It was insane and just, but turbo, but with style, It was really beautiful to watch. And I think what was really special, obviously he had the whole of his family. He's got EC's girlfriend, EC's sister, managers, his coaches, everyone, his dad was all there to watch it go down. So yeah, really beautiful moment there for Yago.
Yeah, it was really cool. He actually did it 5 maneuvers and a little chandelier barrel. That's all it took today. Got it all done. And the celebrations, well, they will continue well into the night here, certainly in Fiji, and I'm sure Florianopoulos is not going to sleep for a couple of days, maybe.
That is such good stuff. Congratulations to Yago Dora, our men's world champ, our women's world champ. Rick, Molly Picklum had to come back from a deficit after a loss in title match heat #1, but then it was all Molly going excellent over and over again.
Yeah, totally. Flick, I was just about to say, you look at the story of this 3-match final, and it really it talks to the personality of Molly, and it talks to the grit and determination of where she's sort of, been born and raised, of the central coast of New South Wales, North Shelley. It's a gritty town where they kind of breed no-nonsense surfers out of there, and Molly is that determined competitor, no nonsense. She tells us how she's feeling, and she's one of these women, you knock her down and she will get up. She will keep fighting, Today felt like a bit of a destiny moment. We knew she was going to get the world title, whether it was this year or another year, but just turned out that this year it was all going to happen for her. Some incredible surfing in the 2 heats, of the 2 second heats in this matchup, you know, the second and third matchup. And yeah, she just found a rhythm and continued on through and just steamrolled over Caroline at this point.
Yeah, for me, as soon as this opening title match happened, I was a bit nervous for her because it looked like there was this real sense of urgency and that she wasn't quite connected to the decisions she was making. You know, she was hunting the tube. But then that little reset, you know, that she had in between this one, the next one, she was able to regain, you know, focus and really turn things around. You know, it speaks to what you were saying, Rich. It speaks to the kind of person she is, that Aussie battler. And yeah, I mean, moments like this, locking in 2 of the highest waves of the day so far. You know, she had the 8-8-3 and an 8-1. You know, it was beautiful surfing.
Well, you two, I think Australia's going to welcome with open arms another women's world title.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we'll celebrate world champions, and Australia's right behind Molly Picklum. You know, I talk to a lot of people, obviously, in the game, and this lady here, she's got so many fans. She's got so many people that are behind her, and you know, both these camps, they've got a whole team behind them. They're not just doing it for themselves. They're doing it for their country, their coaches, their loved ones, their family, their friends. It's easy to get up behind and get on board with both of our champions this year. I love this stuff. This is why we do it. And yeah, thankful that we could be a part of it.
And I love this place, the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. Look at where we get to stay. I kind of don't want to leave, to tell you the truth, because it has been so epic, and like it was a long time to get to this finals day, but I'm still recharged and ready to enjoy more of Fiji.
Oh, totally. I mean, yeah, thanks so much to the Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay for having us. It's been beautiful, really, it has.
It sure has.
It's just paradise here.
It is paradise. Final thoughts on the year?
I think we came away with 2 world champions that were well-deserved, that really dominated throughout the year. Who backed it up with incredible surfing today on finals day. It's the end of an era as we say goodbye to the final 5. I'm thankful to be a part of it throughout the year and sit in the commentary booth with you guys. I've had just such the best time. Pro surfing is in really good hands. The women continue to knock down doors and just open things up for generations to come through. And the men's just still, the level just keeps rising as well. So yeah, great to see.
What about you, Fleck?
For me, just reflecting on the top 5 waves for the men and the women, you know, especially, I mean, both sides, but the men have locked in 5 10s, right? And 10s, yeah, okay, they can potentially happen in any kind of conditions, but it made me realise just how, you know, blessed we were with the surf forecast in certain locations. It was incredible, right? You need a lot of things for that to work, and, you know, we try and pick the eyes out of it, but it's just like, it is a really hard thing for all the ingredients to come together. It made me realise, wow, we were really lucky this year. Grateful to sit along you two for a bunch of times this year, and I'm ready for next year and for the new era and for a little bit of a celebration.
Let's do it. Let's start off with a cheers with the Corona Ceros. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Remember, there's more action on the World Surf League. We got the Challenger Series, we got the Longboard Series, and the CT starts April 1st, 2026. Enjoy the end of the day highlights and check out the credits for all the people who make this happen. Aloha.
times are changing, but I know where I'm going. This fire in my blood driving me on right to the bone. Been broken and weak, pale as a ghost, but now no one can drop me, nothing can stop me when I wanna roll. When the time comes, I'll be ready for it. When it's my turn, I'll be ready for it. When I'm not down, I'll be ready for it. I'll be ready for it. There'll be hard days, but I'll keep showing. When the tears rain, I'll keep going. When the earth shakes, I'll be still rolling. I'll be still rolling. 'Cause in the times when you wanna give up, that's when you find out what you're made of. Are you ready? Storms are coming, but I know I am. Follow my heart, I stick to the road, there's no turning back. I know what I need, I don't have to ask. And I'm gonna make it, I got the patience, walking the back. When the time comes, I'll be ready for it. When it's my turn, I'll be ready for it. When I'm not down, when the tears rain, when the earth shakes, I'll be still rolling. 'Cause in the times when you wanna give up, that's when you find out what you're made of. Yeah, I'm ready. When others run, I'll put on the gloves and do what it takes to get to the top. Yeah, I'm ready.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.